I'm a pantheist who believes that the universe was created when a giant's brain was smashed open. Nope. No, you're not.
Tell me more about this over one of those special cigarettes you have.
Hold hands and close your eyes. It's midnight, and you're listening to the Ghost Story Guys. Welcome to the Ghost Story Guys. I'm Brennan Storr.
I'm Paul Bestall.
And this is the show where we talk about spooks, specters, and all the other things watching us from the shadows beyond the campfire. Some conversations only make sense after the sun has set, and this is most definitely one. Thanks for tuning in. This is episode number 230. And we're coming to you from that tiny mountain cabin you dream about, but can never quite reach. Merry Christmas, Paul Bestall, my friend. Ho, ho, how are you doing?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. Started the festive season in tradition by enjoying a nice monster movie, so I've settled in and enjoyed Trolls 2. So lots of snow in that, which obviously reminds us of Christmas.
Of course. How did you like it? That's the new release from, I can't remember the director's name, but I want to say it's from Norway or Finland?
Norway,
yes.
Great fun. Good to see the old team get back together. But, what a twist at the end. I'd kind of got a suspicion about 10 minutes in, I have to say.
Oh, I mean, the person in question may as well have played their harmonica and talked about their girl back home. They did, actually. They did everything except play a harmonica. I mean, come on. Boy, I like being alive. Life is looking up for me. I will never die. If I had to, I don't even know why I'm saying this, but I would bet anyone right now, $500, that I will never die.
Yep. And obviously, clearly sets up Troll 3. So we shall see.
I tell you guys, you make it, I will watch it.
It's that Kraken we want now.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I'm very stoked for Kraken whenever that comes out. And speaking of the Scandinavian film boom, folks, go check out Sisu 2, Road to Revenge. Holy shit, that is a fun movie. It's Finnish and so very good. Update.
Kraken is released worldwide on February the 6th.
Okay, there we go. So we got some time.
And not to be confused with a Russian film that has also just been released called Kraken, which is nothing to do with Krakens.
I mean, Russia had this is a Christmas show, but it's not about movies, I swear. But Russia had a nice little horror boom there in the 2020s. They sort of like really kind of very big budget looking horror films like Sputnik, and there's another, the name of which I cannot remember off the top of my head, but really pretty solid stuff that came out of there as well.
Yeah, well, they almost got there with the whole Night Watch, Day Watch thing, didn't they?
Yeah. That was like 2010-ish, I think. About 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, it seems like only yesterday.
I read those books and I thought, I hate this. I don't like this. This is like Dostoevsky reading me a Marvel comic. I don't want this. All right. Well, this show may not be about movies, but it is technically inspired by one. I recently finally got a chance to see Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair, which of course is both halves of that film edited together with an intermission in the middle. It is a 4.5-hour experience. You may notice that we have followed that tradition with this episode, because you're going to be looking at the episode length. It's going to be close to 5 hours. And you're going to think, is that a glitch? Has Brennan lost his goddamn mind? And the answer is no and yes, but for different reasons. What we decided to do is take some time off for Christmas, and we would take Meghan's story, which we have published as This Haunted Life over the last 2 years. So 2024 and 2025, it was in 4 parts. We thought we would put it all together as one Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair-esque mega episode. So you guys get an episode, you get the entire story across, again, 4 different shows in one colossal show. And it's the same amount of ads. We cannot actually put more ads in the show than we already do. So you get 4.5 hours of programming with the same amount of ads you normally get in 2. And I hope folks enjoy this. It's kind of an experiment on our parts. Certainly, we do not intend to be putting out 5-hour episodes on the regular. We're not Joe Rogan. But we thought this would be a fun treat for Christmas that gives Paul and I some time off, but also allows you guys to escape your annoying family if they're leaning on you, or just have some company out there in the dark and cold of a winter's night. Paul, I'm curious, was there a particular moment from Meghan's story that resonated with you? Is there anything that you can recall that really jumped out at you?
I think it was her embracing the chaos around her, I think. Some people would push it to one side or not embrace it as much. And I think Meghan went the other way and jumped in with both feet. So I found that aspect of it quite intriguing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I've gone through the 4 episodes where we played Meghan's story. It was 187, 188, 227, and 228, I believe. And I've trimmed them up. So I've gone through, I've smoothed out the edits, I've taken out some junk, I've improved the pacing. And in the process of doing that, obviously, I'm hearing the stories again. And I had forgotten how much was there. Because, 187 and 188 were, I think, in the spring of 2024. So that's a year and a half in the past now. And so there was so much activity. I don't know if we've ever had a more haunted life on this show.
No, I agree.
So this was a real treat for me to go back and revisit our past selves. And also, again, everyone can finally get all of Meghan's story in one place. And you and I can enjoy some eggnog. Some death in the afternoons.
Sherry.
And some sherry. Yeah.
Mince pies.
Your typical choice. Always mince pies. Before we get to this haunted life, the whole spooky affair, we'd like to thank our patrons.
This one's for the patrons.
Patrons, we could not do what we do without you. So thank you. Thank you. For real, guys. Every single person who downloads the Ghost Story Guys, you help make us who we are. But patrons, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube subscribers, without you, it just wouldn't happen. We couldn't do it. So thank you from the bottom of our terrible hearts. And while usually here I say we'd like to thank all our patrons, but we'd especially like to thank our latest ones, we don't have any latest ones at the moment. So that's okay. I get a chance to thank everyone who has ever subscribed to the Ghost Story Guys, past, present, and possibly in the future, although we'll thank you again when you actually join up. But I guess as this will be the last show of 2025, just thank you to everyone who has been a supporter of the Ghost Story Guys this year. It has been a wild, wild year. The world has changed much more than we thought it was going to in 12 months. But we are deeply grateful to still be here, still telling jokes with you guys, talking about ghost stories, telling ghost stories. And we are even more grateful that you are still here with us, listening to us do it. So thank you. So if you end up with a little extra cash after Christmas, if Santa puts a little extra in your stocking, you want to help support the Ghost Story Guys, get access to our monthly live stream, our bonus shows, bonus conversations, Ghost Force shoutouts, all kinds of cool stuff, early ad-free release. You can click the link in the show notes. You can become a friend of the cabin on Apple Podcasts, or you can head to patreon.com/ghoststoryguys. Again, click the link in the show notes, become a friend of the show on Apple Podcasts, or head to patreon.com/ghoststoryguys. All right, so this is the end of December 2025, Brendan Paul, but we will be back at the end to say a proper goodbye. And for now, we will leave you with past Brendan Paul as we tell the story of Meghan's haunted life. This story is from Meghan, and it begins. Looking back now, all of the homes that I grew up in were haunted. From an early age, I've always seen ghosts. It's always been second nature, a thing that just is. In recent years, after I moved to New York City, my abilities shifted and grew into sensing energies, or perhaps sensing impressions left on a place or an object. It took practice, but now it's just an extension of common sense to me. I can tell if something has energy hanging onto it. My sister dubs it spooky vibe checks. In summary, I steer clear of antique shops and pre-owned items. More on that later, as I have questions and theories about how and why that extra sense came to be. For now, I would like to tell you my ghost stories. And before anyone gets their hopes up, that is in the second half of the story, which you will hear on episode 188. And in fact, Paul, remind me before the end of this episode to tell you about my used furniture experience that is a recent thing that has happened.
Okay. Was it haunted?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, I shall.
Good times in Bren's room. The only good times currently happening in Bren's room in Ontario. Except for that time I brought some donuts into my bedroom. That was probably the most excitement that's happened in there since I've moved in. But anyways, back to Meghan's story. I've seen ghosts everywhere. In my homes, in my schools, my grandparents' houses, restaurants, bathrooms, you name it. My mother grew up with stories about spirits and ghosts, and she's always been comfortable with the subject. Coupled with being raised Catholic and always believing in an afterlife, the topic of ghosts did not scare me much as a child. It had a normalcy attached to it. All the same, I knew I had to be careful who I regaled my ghostly tales to. My dad was a staunch skeptic at the time when most of the occurrences happened, which made little sense to me knowing as he too was raised Catholic. Whenever my mom, sister, and I watched our favorite Friday night shows Ghost Adventures and Ghost Whisperer, he would do his best to debunk it or scoff at the scripted shows about a woman who saw and helped ghosts cross over. At that point, you're just being a jerk, man. Just watch the fucking show. It's like when Nick sometimes will be watching shows and she'll say, because she was a CSI, she'll say, well, that's not how it's done. I'm like, yeah, no, but if they do it the proper way, it's going to take 6 times as long and there's no plot. You can't survive being shot like that. No, you can't. But if we want to see John Wick just laying dead on the ground for the remaining 90 minutes of the film, I think we have to play with believability a little bit.
It's the magic of cinema.
That's it. Meghan says, I didn't say anything to my dad about this for 13 years because I knew he wouldn't believe me. But that's not true anymore. Not after living in the home that housed my formidable years. Our first townhouse in Woodbridge, Virginia. It was also the most haunted house I ever lived in. Since there are other tenants living there now, I have changed the address out of respect for their privacy. 1926 Crossbow Court was nothing out of the ordinary. The last townhouse on the row, white with black shutters, hidden away in one of the many cul-de-sacs that make up the neighborhood. Surrounded by barren woods filled with nothing more than sticks and trees cracked in half at the trunk, my childhood home was just like the rest in almost all ways. Almost. This was our first house. Every other home that I grew up in was an apartment, so being 8 years old and finally getting to run around the living room and fly up and down the staircase was like middle school nirvana. My sister, whom I've always called and will always call Sissy, was 12 when we moved in. She was at that age where she wasn't a kid anymore, but not fully a teenager either. It turned out there was a lot that she hadn't told anyone about her own out-of-the-ordinary encounters. She was terrified by her experiences and had learned how to block out her gifts and tuck them away where she wouldn't use them anymore. I understand, and even while I write this, I sit here and wonder, why didn't I do the same? Moving day was fun. I helped my dad carry the parts of my IKEA loft bed up the stairs and to the first bedroom on the right. I got the smaller room since I was a younger sibling. It didn't make me angry. I understood that my almost teenager older sister deserved the bigger room. She had more stuff going on and things to move in her room, like a desk and chair and a bookcase. Me, on the other hand, after I helped put together my bed and set up my Barbie castle and American Girl dolls, I was done moving in. Setting everything up took a few weeks. The house was clean with sunlight pooling in the large, white-rimmed windows in the living room. All was well, everything in its place, because everything had a place. The only part of the home that never seemed to have settled in the structure was the basement. As an adult, I now question, why is it always the basement? In every haunted house, the penultimate paranormal fight sequence between good and evil always takes place in the basement. Or the big boogie monster will reside in the deepest and darkest place in said basement. Whatever the case, the basement is an important part in ghost stories. This one is no different. Our basement was half finished. The left side of the basement that we used for family movie nights had a fireplace and long white-rimmed sliding glass windows. We put a navy blue couch with a sectional in front of the television with a halogen lamp next to the TV to keep the light inside. My mother put curtains over the sliding glass windows that looked out into the dark forest. To this day, she has a cover over every window, citing that someone can always see inside. Little did we know it wasn't anything or anyone outside that we needed to worry about. The other half, the right side of the basement, was starkly different to the half we hung out in. The right half, the unfinished half, seemed like it was always cold and dark. No matter what time of the day or night, no matter the weather, the darkness was always there. The open rafters overlooked our laundry room and its cement floor. My father put his grand honey-colored gateway computer hutch in this half and it sat adjacent to the laundry room. On the right side of the hutch was a storage room of some sort. When we moved in, we learned that this storage room was supposed to be another bathroom, but the developers never finished it. That was it. No explanation why the right side of the basement was left uncarpeted with the ceiling exposing the wooden beams that supported the upper floor, or why the would-be bathroom was left with a drain in the floor and an exposed light bulb that worked only half the time and had to be turned on with a string hanging from the ceiling. I suppose my parents were just happy to be able to finally afford a house, and we used it as a storage room for our holiday decorations and things we weren't sure where to put just yet. But that room was mysterious to me because of its unfinished nature. It was the room that was unsure of what it was supposed to be, what it was supposed to function as, inside the cold and dark right side of the basement. I knew I would be back to explore it. I gotta say, Paul, that was the same in my old apartment. We had this room that just didn't really seem to know what it wanted to be. It kind of had a bunch of different uses. It was just like a junk room. And that was always, I think, probably the most active room in my apartment. I think kind of that was the locus of everything. That's where it came from. And it was the same, like, again, had this nebulous purpose. It was only the place people ever passed out after parties. That was the only constant.
Yeah, sometimes you can buy a property or go somewhere or rent somewhere, and occasionally there'll just be a really random room for no reason. I remember a friend rented a house and he'd got like an attic room, but off this attic staircase was another like mini staircase, which you essentially had to crawl in to get into this like tiny bedroom. It was a room for fairies or something. It was and they'd taken the time to carpet it, but it was tiny. It wasn't even. It was just like a room, just randomly stuck to the side of the house, halfway up it.
So, and this is different from the one you found.
Oh yes.
You know, when I was talking to Soraya yesterday, I mentioned that I've known what I'm told is an unusual number of people who've gone missing, and he said, "Well, I think anything above 0 would be unusual. Anything above 1, you're pushing it."
Yeah.
And I feel like this is how I feel about you finding tiny little fairy rooms tucked away in houses. You find one, all right, that's weird. That's a story you tell for the rest of your life. You find 2, okay, no, this is on you now.
Yeah. I mean, we owned one, but we never understood why there was a door halfway up a wall.
Something nefarious, I have no doubt.
Well, yeah, because that was the haunted toilet. That door was in the haunted toilet.
Right, that's it. Yes, I remember now.
So maybe whatever lived in that room was the one that came downstairs to flush it.
At least it's conscientious. I've lived with roommates who don't have the good sense to flush.
Yes, good manners.
Oh, and I was going to tell you about my haunted furniture thing before we go on to the next part of Meghan's story. So when I moved into my place in London, obviously I came from Victoria with just a suitcase, right? I flew out. So I didn't have any furniture. So I've just kind of been piecing it together as I go. And also because I don't plan on being in London forever, I don't want to invest in expensive, well, one, I'm a poor ass podcaster, so I can't afford expensive furniture. But 2, even if I could, doesn't make sense because I'm not going to be there for forever. So I just kind of got a bunch of temporary furniture. And I needed a dresser and a bedside table. I found a great deal from a guy on Facebook Marketplace who I think refurbishes stuff refurbishes is probably a very generous way of putting it. I think he put some vaguely matching paint on things and then sells them for probably about 3 times what he paid.
Upcycle.
Yeah, exactly. Upcycled. And so he, and he delivered. So I got a dresser and I got a bedside table. Didn't think much of it. But as I mentioned to you on a recent show, been feeling like I've been being watched in the bedroom. Again, I know how it sounds, but let's just move past it.
Put the donuts back in the box.
You can't make me. I'm playing ring toss over here.
God. Going to be a long game with a target that small.
But yeah, so I had this feeling like there was someone watching from the one side of the bedroom opposite the window, so where the closet is. Wasn't all the time, but there was some nights it was more strong than others. And usually I fall asleep on the couch for the first couple hours, then transition to the bedroom around 2 or 3 in the morning. And as I've said before, I work at this co-working space now in St. Thomas, where that's where I'll go and do writing and editing just so I'm out of the house. And one day while I was headed down there, I thought, I wonder if they've got like a shop where I can buy sage. So I found this place called Purely Wicked. And so I went in there, I bought a candle, I bought some sage. And when I got home that night, I saged my bedroom. Actually, I saged the whole apartment. But what I found interesting is the places that were the hardest to move through with the bundle were not the closet, like I expected, but it was parts of the dresser. Passing the smoldering sticks across the dresser, I found there were times I actually had to do it about 8 times before I could move my hand freely across it without feeling like I was encountering resistance. So it was almost like there was something attached to the dresser. So like I cleaned it up, did the whole apartment. Whatever was going on was clear for a few days. And then just, I want to say, a night or two before I came out to the West Coast, it started to happen again. But there seemed to be a tie with, and I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this, there is sometimes a really funky smell in the back stairs.
Yes, you have.
Yeah. And what I've noticed is on nights where that is strong, the feeling of presence in the bedroom is equally strong. I don't know if it's the same thing or if it's just that there are nights where the place is more active generally, and so all its various bugaboos come out and start making themselves known. But I thought it was interesting that, there was definitely something with the furniture, but even after clearing that out, there's still something going on.
Yes, not like that video I saw earlier of somebody on TikTok who burnt sage outside their house and their mother-in-law couldn't enter. As a kid, I loved to dig. Most times I wouldn't even know what I was digging for, but I would usually end up finding a toy that I thought was lost in the move, or maybe an old Christmas tablecloth speckled with debris that my mother would just tell me to throw out. But one day, as I fought my way through the clutter of bins and boxes and unwanted baubles, I found a door. At a glance, someone might think it was just a wooden wall to mark the dead end of the storage room. What drew me in, however, was the writing on it. I can't remember the number exactly, most likely 1926. But it was an address, Paradise Court. I gasped, thinking I'd solved an unknown mystery at this discovery. I ran upstairs to tell my mum, and she confirmed it was the old street name decades ago when the townhouse was built. Questions dizzied my adolescent mind as I strung together characters from a different era playing out like a daytime soap opera. When I returned, the panel with the address scribbled in black marker called to me. I wanted to open it to quench my curiosity, or perhaps even fan it on further, but my mother forbade it. Decades of dust could be in there, was her reasoning. I wonder now if she was afraid of what exactly made me want to open it. The possibility of what we could unearth. After that day, I never looked at it again. I don't remember the exact moment I knew our house was haunted, nor do I recall the first experience I had in my childhood home. The best I can do is to start at the beginning of my youngest memories there. Growing up, I hated the everyday motions of going to school, so it makes no sense that night before the first day of school every year I never slept. I was too excited. So there I was, laying in my loft bed and playing on my Game Boy Advance. A slow rumble started to sound outside. I shut my game, curious about the noise, when the rest of the August night was humid and quiet. That rumble grew louder and louder and louder, until a terrifying realization gripped me. The sound wasn't outside, but inside my room. The sound sounded like 1,000 horses beating the ground. It was deafening. I covered my ears and shut my eyes, hoping it would all go away soon. After about half a minute, it dissipated. I leaned over my loft bed and looked at my American Girl dolls. One doll, Felicity, owned horses, and I had her 2 plastic horses nestled under my loft bed where the dolls were perched. My first thought that the horses had come alive, and I shrunk back to the corner of my bed. But then my rational mind caught a hold of me, and eventually I convinced myself that it had to have been ghosts, as the area we lived in was very much a busy and bustling town, not a quiet and rural area where you can expect to hear horses. The next morning, I told my mum what I'd heard. She nodded. Well, this is Civil War ground. A famous Manassas battle took place not 15 minutes from here. She acted like that explained it all, and in a weird way it did. I went to school hoping the horses would not be a regular occurrence, and I did not hear them again. I loved to play Barbies, and I'd set up my Barbie castle in the basement on the right side of it with the television and couch. One Saturday morning, I raced downstairs to play before everyone woke up for breakfast. I sat crisscrossed and played for maybe 10 minutes before I let myself notice the other half of the basement, and the eyes watching me. It was a heavy presence, and despite the early morning sunshine pouring in, that side of the basement was pitch black, I couldn't even see the outline of anything in that room. I knew something was there, watching me. The presence was so palpable, it felt as if another human being was in the room with me and supervising my playtime. I pretended to keep playing as I devised a plan to get the heck out of there. The staircase straddled both rooms perfectly, so it would be easy to run up the stairs without having any contact with the right side of the basement. Still, I was afraid of being caught by the darkness or chased up the steps. Within a few minutes, I gathered enough courage to enact my plan. I dropped my dolls suddenly and raced up the stairs and slammed the basement door behind me. I listened. For what, I wasn't sure, but the energy was light and peaceful now that I was upstairs. It was warm, clear, and safe. After that, I always went to the basement with another person, and it remained like that for the rest of my family. Whenever my mum did laundry, I would always go with her, but the times that I was in school and my mum was home alone, she would go to the basement to watch TV while she folded our clothes. She would place the folded laundry on the basement steps while she rotated other loads, and something always kicked her folded laundry back down the basement steps. This happened often, and I remember my mum telling me that she got so fed up with it one day she yelled, "This is my home and you need to stop kicking the laundry." I don't think it happened again after that. We still went downstairs together as much as we could. I suppose we always knew it was just safer.
One day I want to see a ghost story where the basement is haunted and they just fill the fucker in with concrete. That's what I want to see. Problem solved.
That's an interesting conundrum.
See, I could have been a great Ghostbuster. I don't need a proton pack, I just need a cement mixer and some bees.
If you fill the space, surely the essence will gravitate to the next available space, will it not?
He might, but he's not down in the spooky-ass basement anymore. Now he's in the sunlight. He's on my terms.
Yeah, but nobody's getting clean clothes anymore.
Overrated. T-shirts are cheap at Costco.
All right, capitalism, Colin.
I'm embarrassed to say I did that when I came out. I didn't pack any clothes. I just bought socks and shirts at Costco when I got here. I packed like trousers and underpants, but that was it. Everything else I'm just leaving here. I'm going to be a bi-coastal bitch. I'm going to have clothes in both places. Ludacris had hose in different area codes. I've got wardrobes in different area codes. I loved my loft bed. I felt too cool for school being up there and having a bird's eye view of my room. Under my bed, I had my American Girl dolls all set up in a semicircle with their beds and various accessories. That sounds like a ritual of some kind, Megan. I got to be honest with you. We are summoning Brittany Murphy.
That's the kind of thing you would do with toys?
I feel like I should say no to this.
Well, I don't do it now because obviously any toys I own are safely still packaged in their boxes.
Naturally.
But obviously when I was a younger person, I'd have my G.I. Joe figures or my Star Wars figures sat around, chilling.
And I had my Ninja Turtles doing the same.
Yeah. It must be some kind of, I don't know, what is the connection? Why do children put their toys in semicircles like they're at book club?
I repeat, we are trying to summon the idols of days gone past.
I was trying to summon the Star Wars figures I didn't own yet.
There we go. My posters consisted of artists like Shakira, the Pussycat Dolls, and the latest Disney heartthrob. I thought my room was perfect, everything where I wanted it. The night the shaking started was just like any other night. The cool wind blew softly outside in the unbothered dark. Oh, I like that sentence. Nicely done. I was peacefully dreaming when I awoke slowly to my metal bed frame shaking furiously. I was awake, but I didn't open my eyes. I was too scared of what I'd see beneath my bed. I clutched my stuffed animals and put all my energy into keeping my eyelids still. After what seemed like hours, but was more likely less than a minute, it stopped. Altogether, just stopped. My heart raced in my chest. I wanted to open my eyes to look around and see if anything was out of place or any evidence it had just been my sister pulling a late-night prank on me, but the fear was too strong. Somehow I managed to get some more sleep, but I slept terribly and was dragging the whole day. Sounds like me on Monday getting on that plane. I didn't tell anyone about what happened because I didn't really know what had happened. Throughout the day, I calmed myself, and by nightfall was convinced that it wouldn't happen again, and that I would sleep soundly through the night. I was wrong. It happened again, and again, and again. Every night I would wake up without opening my eyes to my whole bed frame having an earthquake. This lasted for months before I told anyone. Relieved doesn't even begin to describe it, when my best friend at the time believed my story. She thought it was cool since she never had any paranormal experiences of her own, and asked me if I wanted her to go beat the ghost up that was terrorizing me. That's a good friend right there, Meghan. That's a great friend. I laughed, and we both shrugged it off for the rest of the day. After I got home from school, I stared at my loft bed in the daylight. I needed to have my friend's attitude towards this thing. I needed to be brave and stand my ground. This was my room, my bed, and nothing was going to mess with that. As my bed shook again that night, any brave thoughts flew the coop, and I was arrested with fear once more. I mean, I wouldn't be too hard on yourself there, Meghan. That's how I always felt about fistfights. You know, when you're a young man, you think, oh, when the fist fight comes, I'm going to be ready. And then it happens, and you get punched in the face a couple times, and you think, oh no, this shit hurts.
Yes. Don't be so hard on yourself.
This wasn't like the other nights, though. Even with my eyes closed, I could sense I was in a weird position. My eyes flew open. My closet, that was right across from my bed, was upside down. How could that be? I asked myself as the bed rumbled. I gasped and clambered my way to the opposite edge of my bed. I'd woken upside down halfway down the stepladder. Whatever it was that had been shaking my bed all this time, I didn't see it. There was nothing out of place in my room, only my shaking bed that creaked against the quiet night. I tell you, man, if I woke up hanging half out of bed, I would not be half for long. I'm a top-heavy gentleman. I would have landed on my head like I'd been given a pile driver.
It's usually the sign of a good night, then.
Yeah, I guess. The next morning, after I woke up still shaken from the night before, I told my mother all about it over breakfast. She drank her coffee, contemplating my words, and letting me finish my months-long story. After I was finished, I picked at our green-tiled kitchen table, afraid she would think I was crazy despite her telling me her own ghost stories all the time. After a few moments, my mother looked me straight in the eye and said, "The next time it happens, tell it that if it means no harm, it will stop shaking your bed." And that was that. So simple yet harrowing. I knew she was right. Only one thought bobbed to the surface of my mind and poked at me for the rest of the day. What if it meant harm? What would I do then? That night my bed routinely began to reverberate. I said nothing and held my eyes shut tight. When morning came, I woke feeling guilty I hadn't stood my ground, only for my bed to begin shaking right before my eyes. This wasn't a dream. It was daylight, and my bed was shaking. I swallowed hard and looked down to the spot at the very end of the stepladder where I imagined the ghost was standing and shaking my bed frame every night. I cleared my throat and said, "If you mean me no harm, please stop shaking my bed. It's scaring me." To my relief and surprise, my bed stopped shaking immediately. After that, my loft bed never shook again. A few months later, my dad and sister went to New Hampshire to see a NASCAR race while my mother and I stayed back to paint her room. My sister had wanted purple walls for so long, and now that we were finally in a position to do so, we jumped at the opportunity. I slept in my parents' room that night, and my mom and I were having pizza and a movie night after an exhausting day of painting. My sister's mattress and a few other belongings were in the hall just outside while the paint dried. As we settled in to eat and watch a movie, my mom peeked outside her door, closing it with a snap. She smiled, asking me questions about the movie or the pizza to keep me distracted. It would take her months to tell me what she saw that night. I would be deeply suspicious if my mom was interested in my opinion on anything. "Bren, how are you doing?" "Okay, something's wrong."
How's your day, sweetie?
No, then I'd know she'd been replaced by the Terminator. "Your mom said she can't wait to see you. Something is wrong. That isn't. She has been abducted." God, I'm going to get such shit for that. My sister listens to the show. "Sorry, Mom." "Don't hit me." "She will. She'll climb right up my leg and punch me in the face."
Hearing footsteps had become a regular occurrence. No one could really disprove that the footsteps we were hearing weren't each other's or our cat running around the place. But that night, my mother heard heavy footsteps thumping upstairs from the basement. She said they sounded like big boots dragging themselves up each step. Her first thought was not an assailant of the paranormal kind. She was alone with me, and was obviously afraid that someone had broken in through the basement and was making their way upstairs. Rightfully so, she was terrified and peeked her head outside of the bedroom door, listening intently into the night. The footsteps stopped for a few relieving seconds, then continued up the main staircase that led to the bedroom upstairs. She closed the door louder than she wanted to, turned up the movie, and pressed her ear to the door. The footsteps grew louder and louder until they reached the landing. She was immobile, frozen in terror. Said a voice. My mother managed to open the door quietly and peek out into the night. She watched as an elderly man inspected my sister's mattress that leaned against the wall. After eyeing the mattress for a few seconds, he walked into my sister's room and disappeared. After that, we learned to live with the little things. Footsteps coming up the stairs at night, sounds of our cutlery drawer being rummaged in, our cat running up 2 flights of stairs from the basement and hiding under our parents' bed for hours. And that feeling you get when someone is in the room with you, when you can sense the energy of another person present with you, yet nothing is there. This was also a regular occurrence. From time to time I would be sitting in the living room or dining room and hear my name whispered clear as day next to my ear. I did my best to ignore that. I didn't want to let whoever know that I could hear them. But what really cemented everything for us was that on every trash night, phantom sounds of a trash bin treading up and down the sidewalk to the curb and back again repeated. We laughed and thought it was funny that a ghost was trying to take our trash out, until those ghostly bins started to bang on the side of the house. My room overlooked the main sidewalk, and I had a clear view of who was coming and going from our house. Whenever the banging started and I had the courage to look outside, there was never anyone there. No one ever tripped the light motion sensors that lined the perimeter, and none of the neighbours ever reported hearing any banging or trash bins being rolled up and down the sidewalk. It would be a while until we learned who the source of all the commotion was, and possibly why they were doing it.
So in my head canon, it's Oscar the Grouch in a ninja costume. None of us saw the answer coming. Legitimately, number 5 will shock you. It was Oscar the Grouch.
One day our neighbour, let's call her Beth, commented to my mother that we weren't upkeeping our lawn very well, at least to her standards. Oof, neighbours like that.
Oh, right? This whole thing drove me bonkers.
I can't believe your garage caught fire, Beth. Man, that's crazy, isn't it?
It's a nutty old world we live in.
The chances of that.
Happening 3 nights in a row. And then someone spelled out, go fuck yourself and gasoline on your lawn? That's dark.
And the firecrackers through the letterbox must have been the final straw for you there.
And they were in bull's eyes? I don't know what that was all about. That was gross.
Where did they get that corpse from?
When you're Paul Bestel, you know a guy.
You better believe it, baby. Beth was the typical nosy neighbour that loved to think she was the only homeowner on the block that cared about anything, the only member of her self-appointed neighbourhood watch. One Saturday morning when I was trying to sleep in, I woke up to see Beth mowing our lawn. Yes, literally taking upon it herself to mow someone else's lawn. She locked eyes with me suddenly, waved, and I slid back behind my blankets. Now that you know that's the kind of person we had to deal with, let's move on. As Beth came over to talk to my mum outside and undoubtedly shade our shrubbery, my mother asked her about the previous owner of the house. Beth spoke about him with a fondness, and the first thing out of her mouth was, "He kept a beautiful lawn." I wish I was joking. Beth also said that he had trouble remembering when trash night was, so he often took the trash bins up and down the sidewalk multiple times during the week. This made my mum nearly choke on her coffee, but that wasn't the eerie part. Beth showed my mum a picture of the previous owner, and it was the exact image of the elderly man she had seen a year prior in the hallway inspecting my sister's mattress. The story my mother came up with in order to make sense of it all was that the previous owner was just coming to check up on things with the new tenants. Perhaps he was mad that the lawn had fallen under his standards, and so he'd started banging the trash bins against the house to get our attention. As it was the only explanation we had, the only way we could even begin to make sense of things, we kind of believed it. After a while, the sound of the trash bins and the banging stopped. Then the conflicts that started happening amongst the living took centre stage. My parents separated in the summertime. It's funny how some moments in time are frozen in amber, a sign that things will never be the same. I was playing dolls in my room when I heard weeping next door. I poked my head out and saw that my sister's door was open just a crack, but it was open enough to see my mother crying. Muffled voices and the sound of movement shoved me back into my playing spot, and I pretended that I'd heard or saw nothing. My mum came into my room and told me to start packing a bag. We were going on a vacation.
And in all seriousness, I saw this thing the other day, and it was a meme, so it's not exactly deep, but I think it was actually kind of a neat way to look at this stuff. It's going to be okay. It's just going to be different. And I think that's a really, really nice way to look at this kind of stuff. Like what Meghan said there really just, I don't know, it really resonated with me. This idea that some moments are frozen in time, like amber, and you just know these are dividing points between that life and this life.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't have many of them. Maybe there are a couple, but I don't think I realized it at the time. I think the only one I can think of offhand where I know I saw it, I felt it in the moment, was when my grandfather was dying. Because I remember it was after he'd gone into the coma because he had cancer, and they told him, we can give you treatment, but there's a very good chance that the treatment itself is going to harm you. Just because he was quite elderly, and the cancer was pretty advanced. But he was a go-getter right up to the end, man. He said, no, let's try it. And it did. It put him in a coma. But I remember as I was standing next to his bed, I had this thought, and I've never stopped thinking about it. I always go back to it. And it was this voice that said, oh, right, it's this part. It was like some part of me had experienced it before or knew it was coming. I don't know. But I distinctly remember having that thought, oh, right, it's this part. And again, that was, I don't know if that was a moment I would say it was a demarcation point, but it was near to one at the very least.
Yeah. I think most of us have got moments like that in our lives, very similar to how Meghan describes it.
As a 10-year-old, all I was concerned with was packing enough of my toys to take. My mom helped me pack my clothes, but it wasn't a fun packing experience like we normally had on vacation. My dad wasn't home, and she wasn't packing his bags like she normally did. My mom was continually crying and sniffling as she folded my clothes neatly into my Barbie suitcase. She told me to pack as many toys as I could, since it could be a while before I could bring the rest to Grandpa's house. That's what got me. My mom crying, my dad at work, a sudden vacation I hadn't heard anything about until that day. I knew what was happening, but as the proclaimed comedian of the family, I felt that I wasn't allowed to be upset. Oh, Meghan, that resonates, believe you me. I had to prop everyone up, tell everyone that things would be all right. I had to show my mother that she didn't need to worry about me or how I felt about it all. I pretended not to know anything as we piled our suitcases and bags into our Ford minivan and drove away. 1926 Crossbow Court was the same as it always was, as I took my last look of it. And folks, don't do that to your kids. Don't make them responsible for your emotional well-being. Meghan, I'm not saying that's what your mother did, but some people do that to their kids, and just don't do that. Let kids have their fucking emotions. They're your children. They're not your therapists. Again, Meghan, I'm not saying your mom did this, but this is just an aside for those folks out there. We were on the road to Grandpa's house in Lewes, Delaware. And Paul, this kind of blew my mind, and I'll tell you why in a sec. My father's father owned a beautiful seaside Victorian home minutes away from the beach. Usually around Easter, we would take a vacation and go see our grandpa. His wife, Pat, our grandmother by marriage, no one really liked. She always told my mom she needed to get a job and put me into ballet school, which was something I never wanted to do. But Grandpa was an interesting and lively character. He co-owned the bed and breakfast that he and Pat had converted their home into. He loved my sister and I so much. That much remains clear to this day. He also believed his house was haunted and would regularly tell the guests that, in his room, someone had hung themselves decades ago, and he could still see them hanging from the rope sometimes. After hearing that story, a woman staying in the boarding house packed her bags and fled. Grandpa never stopped getting a kick out of that. It's amazing how much I don't remember of that time, the day-to-day happenings. But the experiences we had there would forever stick out to us and become the topics of late-night debates about what it all meant. The pink-paneled house had 8 rooms, each room painted a different color so the guests would know their rooms by their color. Whenever my family came to stay on vacations, and even when my mom left my dad, mine and my sister's room was always the pink room. Painted pink with matching bed sets, 1 twin bed and 1 day bed laid on the perimeter of the L-shaped room. Everything in the house was old, including the white metal bed frames you'd find in a World War I movie. My sister and I always had unofficially assigned beds, her taking the twin and myself sleeping in the day bed facing the door. I loved the oldness of the house and often imagined myself running through the cherry wood halls playing pretend in a fantasy world or in another era. The house at night shifted. Shallow light filtered through the rooms, leaving plenty of space for dark corners and staircases swallowed in shadows. Random creaks were the norm. The adults claimed it was the house settling. The more this excuse was used, the more I was convinced that it wasn't the case. My grandpa encouraged the ghost stories, however, and I even felt comfortable enough to tell him that I saw ghosts. He nodded his head, and then said something along the lines of, "Sounds about right." When my mom was looking for work in the first summer days we had been uprooted, my sister and I played in what we called the big house. If there were guests, we knew better than to be running around the place. But it was a slow start to the tourist season with more beachside motels opening for business, so we did what kids like to do best when left off the proverbial leash. We went exploring. After playing hide and seek for a bit, my sister went upstairs to read. I enjoyed walking around and feeling out the place. Each room had a different energy to it, some milder than others. The green room was always my parents' room when we came to stay, decorated with white seashells and plants, really leaning into the earthy vibe. The blue room was dedicated to the ocean, always calming and serene. At the end of the hall was the white room, my grandfather's bedroom. The attic, the only place you get to by going through a secret door in the upstairs bathroom, I kid you not. This was rented by Bill, a longtime friend of my grandfather's. When Grandpa had fallen down the stairs one night, I'd run to get Bill and saw his room for the first time. It was decorated like a hunting lodge with a small television on the dresser. He liked beer and was an all-around cool guy that got invited to family dinners. The energy upstairs was usually clear and light. And just before we move on to the next section, Paul, this kind of blew my mind because I have a credit card that is sort of a, I don't know what you'd call it. We have this issue, and I'm sure you guys do too, where there are things you can only get in the U.S., but they only accept credit cards with U.S. addresses. You, for whatever reason, like if for Hulu, for example, or if you want to rent a movie on Amazon or buy certain things, you have to have a credit card with a U.S. address. You cannot use one with a Canadian address. So there are companies that will offer you this service. You have to pay a little extra for it, but you get a credit card and it's prepaid, so you have to load it and then you can spend it and you can buy shit. So I have one. I haven't used it in a long time now, but it gives you an address so that you can put into these things. And the address of mine is Lewes, Delaware.
Lewes, Delaware, lovely, a lovely gift from the King of England for a man he owed money to.
Really?
Yes.
Tell me, how does that work?
Because obviously we were in charge of everything.
Yes.
And we'd stolen it off the Dutch, obviously.
Sure.
Who'd originally settled there. And so we stole it off them, and the king gave it to somebody he owed some money to. And he changed the name to Lewis after the town in England, and renamed the county Sussex County, because Lewes is in Sussex here in England.
Sounds very English.
Yes, and I think everybody should follow that example.
I was talking to Joseph on the most recent episode of Weird Together, and he said something which I loved. He said, England's greatest contribution to the culture is how many Independence Days it has spawned around the world.
Yeah, they're all jealous, aren't they, though?
Yeah, that's 100%. That makes sense.
And they have Independence Days to remind them of what they miss.
That's it, of the good old days.
Yeah. That's exactly how we view them all here.
I think now you guys view everything outside the borders with deep suspicion. I think that is what I take away from the British news. They're coming to take our jobs, the British say, as though you had any jobs to take.
As I've said for probably the last 6 or 7 years, I'm a lottery win away from emigrating to Portugal.
Where would you go?
Portugal.
Oh, you would go to Portugal, eh?
Yeah, it's the same time zone.
Ah, okay.
It's lovely weather, and if I pay £500,000, I become a Portuguese citizen.
Sounds like a good deal to me.
So if I win the Euro lottery, I'm off. I'd live in Ireland, but it rains too much.
I mean, I don't also, I would not enjoy the constant Damocletian sword of being an English person living in Ireland.
Yeah, but I'm not really a typical English.
That's fair.
I kind of think Ireland's had a point for a very long time. I'd have told us to fuck off as well.
That's fair. That's fair. You wouldn't be like when I took Nick to Belfast. That was a mistake.
No. Always reminds me of that brilliant Jimmy Carr sketch where he said, "What I'd like to say," I think he was in Dublin when he said it, "what I'd like to see is a united Ireland under English rule." Cheeky Jimmy.
I was going to say Jerry Adams appears out of the nearest potted plant.
But yes, Lewes is one of numerous places that we thought, that looks nice, we'll have that.
Well, I found an article in a newspaper from Lewes that I thought I'd share before we move on to the rest of Meghan's story here. The article goes, while restoring the Cannonball House in the 1960s, which is the Cannonball House is a historic home in Lewes, Delaware, the Lewes Historical Society's maintenance man would neatly arrange his tools each night, only to find them scattered the next day with the door to the attic ajar. After coming in time and time again to the same scene, Fred Hudson nailed the latch to the door shut. If a squirrel or other animal was causing the issue, surely this would stop it. The next morning, the nail had popped out and the tools were scattered. In the same room in 1917, a woman's dress had caught on fire, killing her, according to Executive Director Mike DiPaolo. Hudson attributed the events to her ghost. According to Mike DiPaolo, this latch would be opened each night as the Cannonball House was restored in the 1960s. It wasn't the only time someone was spooked in the building. A few years ago, DiPaolo said a former Delaware River captain came to visit the house, now a museum. I still don't know exactly what he saw, but he was up there one day and he came back here and said, "I just have to get out of the house. There's just something there," DiPaolo said. And this is a big old guy that has seen a lot of things on the river. Whether you believe in the paranormal or not, ghost stories have historic value, DiPaolo said. If it exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it's still a part of our history. It could be considered folklore, he said. These are stories, customs that have been passed down as part of this town's cultural oral tradition. That's just as much a valid part of Lewes history as something that's written down on a piece of paper from 1813. And the article goes on. I'll post a link to it in the show notes if I remember, so you guys can read the rest of it. But it just talks a little bit more about the hauntings of Cannonball House in Lewes, Delaware.
Downstairs was another story. The room Pat stayed in didn't have a name and was right at the foot of the staircase. No one was allowed inside, and of course, hearing that as a child, I knew I had to look in at least once. So when she was out shopping and everyone else had scattered, I crept inside. Her orange cat that was cantankerous all the time was sleeping on her bed. And the room was different than the rest of the house. It wasn't clear and light, nor was it negative. It was just heavy. The atmosphere was decorated with a combination of feelings, as if the room itself was confused about its place. Movement sounded from the living room, and I darted out of there, never going back in. The one place you could never get me to go down was the hallway that led to the kitchen and the door to the backyard. Pat loved travelling and hated children. Despite this, she was a teacher for eons and a strong agnostic.
That has just tickled you.
Brilliant. Pat loved travelling and hated children. Despite this, she was a teacher for eons and a strong agnostic. Outstanding. She did not believe in a before or after for us, and cemented this one day at the kitchen table when she told me that people were made by a gust of wind that brought sticks and leaves together to create humans. I truly did not know what the heck she was talking about, and I just nodded, as children often do to remain polite to their elders. Anyways, she always brought back artifacts from her travels, specifically art, and her favourite place that she'd ever visited was Africa.
I gotta say, Paul, I just saw Sasquatch sunset the other day, and I'm pretty sure I know where kids come from, and it's not the wind.
Yes, I think Pat might have had something in her coffee when she was coming up with that sort of creation story.
I don't know if that's something a strong agnostic necessarily believes in. I think Pat may have incorrectly identified her belief system.
Yes, I think Pat sort of preaches at the table of Dr. Frankenstein.
I'm a pantheist who believes that the universe was created when a giant's brain was smashed open. Nope. No, you're not.
Tell me more about this over one of those special cigarettes you have. I'm not sure where specifically in Africa she went, just that she said the people were wonderful and she'd won big at an auction house, bringing back dozens of statues and figures. Even as I'm writing this, just remembering that hallway is giving me a heaviness at the centre of my stomach. The energy in that hallway was insane. When I'd approached the mouth of the hallway, I often felt that there was an invisible rope, a barrier of some sort that would not allow me to cross. And when I crossed one day out of curiosity, it was as if I was walking through gelatin that had a concrete heaviness around it, and all the while I was being watched. I ran through the hallway into the kitchen. I couldn't get away fast enough. From then on out, I took the long way to the kitchen through the billiards room. My sister did the same, and it would be years later that I learned she felt the same energy in the hallway and steered clear from it just as I did. I mean, to be fair, if I had a choice of walking down a hallway or through a billiards room, I would always take the billiards room, and I'd always end up knocking the balls about for 2 minutes. One morning at breakfast, my mother scolded me and my sister for running around at night when we were boarders in the house. We were perplexed, looking at each other for confirmation that we had behaved the previous night. My sister and I had both fallen asleep reading, neither having gone downstairs, and we would know if one of us had gone for a midnight snack. The doors were so heavy they refused to close quietly, and always made a snapping sound as the latch fell into place. As we pleaded our case to our mother, after a bit she nodded and said she believed us. She shook her head, telling us that she'd heard footsteps in the upstairs hallway before, often heeled boots clacking about. But this time it was different. It had sounded like little feet in the hallway and on the grand staircase, scuffling about downstairs and in the kitchen, and that's why she thought of us immediately.
I remember I talked to someone, they stayed at an Airbnb somewhere in Nova Scotia, and they had the same experience, but they were guests there. They heard what sounded like kids running around the floor, and then they went out to go look and see what the hell was going on. As I remember, they heard the sound, but they didn't see anything. But when it approached them, they actually felt something pass through them. And they felt afterwards they were just exhausted.
How strange. As the school seasons approached again, my grandmother by marriage thought it best that we moved into McNichol Place, the other property they owned that sat neatly in the trailer park about 20 minutes away. I thought we were getting kicked out, but my grandfather's first wife and my dad's mum, Kay, was moving into the big house out of a hospice to receive care. She wanted to be at home near the end. So off we went to McNichol Place. The trailer park wasn't the trashy image some may at first picture. This was a nice neighbourhood that preferred the term mobile homes. Mostly everyone was friendly, mind the few characters that clearly wanted to be left alone. There were 3 bedrooms, and always me and my sister took the 2 rooms on the right side of the house that were right across from each other. The bigger bedroom on the left side of the house my mother took. This house used to be the house my dad's mum lived in for decades before she went into the hospice. Now at the big house, we had moved into what was once her space, and a home my family had visited over the years. We knew the house well because of our visits. Or we thought we did. The experiences were mild at first. Footsteps and rustled leaves around the perimeter of the house were explained away, as it just being some people passing through the forest that was right behind our home. That was equally scary to me. Those woods were dark. It never made sense to me that people would just be casually walking through the darkness without any light to guide them. Lights I would have surely seen if they were passing through.
Right in the back of the house, encased by floor-to-ceiling glass windows, was the patio. It was weirdly constructed and made no sense to me as a child why the outside patio with no curtains overlooked the dense forest on all sides. It was creepy, especially with all of Kay's leftover things collecting dust there. I dug there a few times, but in the summer it was unbearably stifling. It was as if that room collected all of the humidity in the house and held it inside. The heat wasn't the only reason I would run out of there. There was always a presence there, even in the years when we were only visitors. I always felt something. Something watching. Something hiding. I wasn't sure. All I knew was that it was there. One day I was bored and digging through the boxes piled up at uneven heights. Sports paraphernalia and old knickknacks were mainly what I found. But as I dug, something on the other side of the room dug too. There were some odd ruffling noises. I looked in that general direction right across the room from me. My sister would never go out there, so I knew for a fact it wasn't her. And my mom was making lunch in the kitchen. Somehow I knew exactly where this invisible digger was. It was as if I was looking right at it. I was frozen in terror, and at the same time I had stopped digging, it had stopped too. I ran for the door that was thankfully only a few steps away, but I didn't want it following me back into the house. I shut the glass door tight behind me and ran to the kitchen. My mom was making a recent favorite of mine, tuna sandwiches with toasted bread and Swiss cheese. And I told her what had just happened. She nodded, and I knew. She'd seen something there too. Over lunch, my mom told me an experience she'd had while doing laundry, which was right next to the door of the glass patio. She went to get something, and when she walked past the window, she jumped at the face staring back at her. It was gone in an instant, but coupled with my experience, she told me and my sister the patio was off limits. Curtains went up shortly after that. One night while I was getting ready for bed, I wanted to grab a cup to brush my teeth. It was on a high shelf in a cabinet, so I stood on my tippy toes. All of our glassware was in that cabinet, and as soon as I wrapped my hand around the cup, the cabinet collapsed. Wine glasses, beer steins, glasses, cups, you name it, were in that cabinet. All I could do was watch in horror as soon-to-be shards of glass, all but guaranteed to cut me up, began to fall. But in the same instant, it had to be in the same second that the cabinet started collapsing, the back of my nightgown yanked hard against my chest, and I was pulled, the back of my heels dragging across the linoleum floor, and fast. I stood in shock of everything. The cabinet collapsing, the broken glassware littering the floor right where I was standing a mere second before, someone grabbing my nightdress and saving me from being seriously injured. My mother and sister came running into the kitchen from the living room, and then I knew. Neither of them had been the ones to pull me out. I looked down at my bare legs that had only 2 minor scratches on it from the glass that fell. Rather than explain that the cabinet collapsed, I screamed, "Something pulled me back!" I pointed to the glass in awe, thanking my guardian angel. As we went through more family drama and trying to get adjusted to new schools and a new routine, the house changed. I remember the holidays being happy, if a bit awkward, with my dad visiting, and no one really talking about what needed to be talked about. After that, it seemed to darken, all at once. My cat liked to roam about the house at night, forever our little tiger protector. The spot she would always be guarding was the middle of the house. Smack dab in the middle was a huge brass round table we used to keep the mail on, and anything else we didn't have a set space for. She loved to sleep under the table, and sometimes I'd catch her curled up with her eyes wide open, watching the dining room and kitchen directly across. Whenever I'd get up in the night to use the bathroom or go to the kitchen for some water, I would look over to that spot with the table. It always seemed too still, or darker, than the rest of the room. I hated crossing that space at night, much like Pat's hallway with statues. I always hurried and ran into my mother's room, shutting the door quickly behind me. One night, I dreamt about that particular spot in the house. I dreamt that I was walking across it, but something was behind me and all around me at once, and I rushed to get away from it. I woke up with a start, terrified. Months later, something happened where my sister and I had switched rooms. I don't remember why, but the first night I slept in her room was the last night I would ever sleep in there again. As I closed my eyes to sleep, something in the room started moving. I clamored and reached up to turn the lamp on, thinking it would squash any scariness. I was wrong. Whatever it wasn't nice. The energy felt dark and kept zooming around the room, taunting me, playing with me. It wouldn't stop. It kept going like that for what seemed like forever, until I gathered enough courage to jump out of the bed and fly out of that room, seeking solace with my sister across the hall. When I looked back, the room was quiet. I had been so scared that my pants were soiled. Neither myself nor my sister slept in that room ever again. And that is genuinely chilling stuff, Meghan. Holy shit.
On March the 17th, St. Patrick's Day, I laid in bed wide awake watching the dark. My mother knocked on my door, and before she could say anything, somehow, I knew. My grandmother Kay had passed away. It was a blur, and we were all sad. After my dad came back up from Virginia to plan the funeral, Everyone was busy with coordinating the details and hovering over me and my sister. When I did manage to get some alone time to process, I wondered how long it would take her to visit me. I half expected her to see her at the funeral, and when she didn't show up, I was certain she'd pop up at my school or on the road as I walked home from the bus stop. Days, weeks, and months went by without a sighting or a dream. My mother said that Kay came to her in a dream and said her goodbyes, and I was a bit envious that she didn't appear to me in any way. But I know there was a reason for it. Years later, I dreamt of Kay knocking on our front door at the townhouse in a beautiful black velour 1950s dress, adorned with a diamond brooch. She was young again in her prime. I was so shocked that I slammed the door in her face and immediately felt bad. She walked through the closed door and said hello. All in all, I grew up that year we lived in Lewes. I had stopped playing with dolls, finished reading Harry Potter, and had read my way through the first 3 Twilight books. I was learning how to do my makeup and figuring out who I was and what I wanted to be. And after 1 year, we returned to 1926 Crossbow Court. It was strange going back there after so much family drama had happened. The generational trauma that had weaved its way through mine and my sister's upbringing had bound us to ideals and ideas that were only beginning to break. On the outside, the house looked unchanged. On the inside, it was another story. We found out that my dad had been staying in a motel the whole year we were in Delaware. He would come up to visit, and somewhere along the line had convinced my mother to return to Virginia. In that whole year, no one was in the townhouse. Dust clung to every crevice of every unchanged appendage and decoration. We opened all the windows to air the place out as I went upstairs to my room. I surveyed my girlhood, my Barbie castle against the wall, frozen in the day that we left. My loft bed had sunk a bit, and the sunlight-stained posters on my wall lost most of their colour. My earring collection from Claire's had tumbled to the floor when I brushed past my wicker bookcase. This room didn't fit me anymore. I was a completely different person, grown up and matured by the whirlwind of the past year. After we spent the last of our summer cleaning and rearranging the house, it was back to school and back to our routine. We thought things would get back to normal with time. But time was why things would never be normal again. Time had been alone in that house for 1 year. And something else had moved in.
To this day, I don't know if the darkness was always there, or if it became dark after how much hardship and angst we experienced in that house. Did the thing in the basement feed off our sadness, swallow it whole and demand more? Or was it waiting for the right moment to pounce? I haven't the slightest clue, but it was there and wouldn't take long for us to notice. When I'd come home from school, I'd be tired like any other teenager. The homework load was a lot, and usually took me 5 to 6 hours to complete, so I had to get started right away. I gotta say, Paul, that is an inhuman amount of homework.
I once went 6 months, I didn't do any. I thought, no, I'm not doing it, don't like it, it's boring.
That was more or less my approach to it as well. I just feel like 5 to 6 hours of homework. I don't think like literacy rates have not improved by after giving kids 5 to 6 hours of homework. I just don't understand the point. I know that's early in the story to stop, but that really jumped out at me. That's too much fucking homework. One day I made my way to the couch while my mom cooked dinner. I still had my Catholic school uniform on and fell asleep without changing first. My mom woke me up 4 hours later. This happened more and more, and soon I ended up staying home after not feeling well in the mornings. I'd go back to sleep, only for my mom to wake me up 13 hours later. I had no energy for a long time. It wouldn't be until years later that I learned that sometimes spirits or ghosts can feed off your energy if you weren't careful. I don't know if this was the case, but it was scary how drained I would be all the time in that house. And it only added to the terror we felt while we spent our last years there. One summer night, I was up late and reading a book in my room with a cat curled up in my lap. It was a normal night until I heard the first creak of a hardwood floor. I lowered my gaze from my book, listening. The townhouse was 3 levels, with our bedrooms at the top level. The footsteps continued above me, creaking the hardwood floor. All our floors were carpeted in the house, and the only room above mine was the attic. The attic was extremely small and with low egress. A child wouldn't have been able to crawl inside of the room, or so my mother told me. I never saw inside the attic, and to my knowledge we did not keep anything up there since it was such a small space. Nonetheless, the footsteps, which sounded like heavy boots, walked around. I unglued my eyes from the ceiling and down to my cat, who was also craning her neck at the footsteps. She looked at me as if waiting to see what action I was going to take. All I managed to do was stay firmly where I was and hope that whoever was walking around up there didn't make their way down, since my room was directly next to the attic door. Soon the footsteps dredged over to the attic door. I was frozen in my spot, my legs asleep, and my cat watching the ceiling. After the footsteps paced over to the other side of the attic, it was gone. I listened for what had to be 15 minutes. Nothing. It was quiet. My cat jumped down from my bed and opened my door. Another, I kid you not, moment. She would reach her paw under the door and shimmy it open all the time. And I figured it was safe to turn off my light and try to get some sleep. It was the only time I heard footsteps above my head. Some months later, in the dead of an early winter's night, I woke with a start. I gasped, clutching the blankets. Not a split second after I woke, a deafening crash of glass reverberated from the basement. My dad jumped up from my parents' room across the hall and raced downstairs. Somehow, amidst the commotion, I went back to sleep and woke up in time to see a police car out front and my parents talking to an officer outside my window. It was a gray morning, and the officer happened to look up towards my window. I hid behind the curtain, remembering what had happened only hours before. My parents had heard it too, and my dad had immediately inspected the basement for any signs of a break-in or vandalism, but nothing was amiss. No broken glass, nothing misplaced or rearranged. It was as if the noise itself was a phantom. Even the police officer checked around the property and found nothing. I've always wondered why I woke up mere milliseconds before it happened, and why it never happened again. I'm grateful it wasn't a regular occurrence, but somehow it seemed scarier that way. Just before we move on, this reminded me of a story, probably one of the more well-known stories we've done in this show, The Curious Case of Bumblebuzz from October 2019. After they exorcised the spirit, as I recall, they had similar issues in the basement, because the basement was one of the places this thing would come for him. Let's see if I can find it here. I'm just trying to find... Yes. We did as we were told and went out for the evening, came home and closed everything up. Well, you can probably guess about what time at night noises started coming out of the basement. The basement was a full woodworker's paradise with cabinets and vices and shelves. I tell you, it sounded like every door and shelf was being slammed, open and closed. It was terrifying to lie in bed in the middle of the night just to hear anger being exuded. I texted the shaman, and the shaman had helped them get rid of this thing first thing in the morning, and he told me to just hold tight another night and to make sure I hadn't locked a raccoon or cat in who might have wandered in when we were told to leave the doors open. And above all else, I was not to go into that basement without a man who loved me. And the next night it happened again. So there's this interesting sort of connection between these kinds of hauntings and these expressions of rage through violent sounds. They never actually saw physical signs of there being anything damaged in that story as well, but there is very much this expression of a very, very frightening rage. One cold Saturday morning after that, I was rubbing the sleep out of my eyes and making my way downstairs to the bathroom across from the kitchen. This bathroom was directly above the basement, the non-spooky half, and right next to the basement door. There was no heat in that bathroom, and it matched whatever the weather outside was at the time. It was winter, so the floors were glacier cold, and so was the toilet. As I sat down to do my business, a booming crash shook the entire floor of the bathroom. At the time, only my sister was awake, and she was in her room. No one would ever be down in the basement that early. I sat and listened. I was certain there was an early morning intruder downstairs with a knife, and it would only be a matter of time before they walked up those stairs and found me in the bathroom. I washed my hands and tiptoed to the kitchen. I grabbed the largest, thickest knife I could find and had 911 ready to dial on my phone. I don't know why I didn't run upstairs and get my mom or dad or sister. It was my instinct at the time. I listened for 10 minutes and heard nothing moving around downstairs, and when I didn't hear anyone coming up the stairs to kill me, I put the knife away and told my sister what happened. My mom happened to be waking up and coming out of her room when she exclaimed, "You too?" The previous night, my mom and dad had been in the living room watching television late at night. They heard a big crash in the basement and immediately went to the door to listen. My mother was ready to call the police.
Unlike me, they both heard voices downstairs. From what they could make out, Two men were asking each other questions about the brand new grill my dad had bought for the upcoming summer. My mother said it was quite clear they were from another era by the questions they asked. They didn't know what a grill was. Dad went to go inspect the basement and found nothing awry. When I asked my dad later, he admitted to hearing something, but was mum on the rest of the subject. Now he's more open about what he heard that night, and it turned out that that wasn't the first time something like this had happened.
And just to jump in there, Paul, I actually had that experience. We probably talked about it, but I had that experience years ago in Victoria. I was in bed and Nick was asleep. I was kind of just on the, just kind of trying to get to sleep. And I heard what sounded like two young girls, maybe in their teens, in the living room talking about the movies on my shelf.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And it was, I think it was the Illusionist. I had a DVD copy of the film The Illusionist, and they were trying to say the name. It was the weirdest thing. And I think I got up and checked, and of course there was no one there. But
that you could see.
Well, okay. Yeah, that is fair. Thanks for that.
It's okay. Settle you down nicely, that.
But pardon me, as you were.
Thank you. Years earlier, before their separation, my parents were in the basement watching television when my mum just happened to look to her left at the fireplace. She held her breath. Two Union soldiers stood by the fireplace looking around, seemingly confused. She shook my dad's arm and he looked over, seeing them as well. They watched them for what was a mere 3 seconds before the soldiers looked back at them too. Instantly they vanished. My mum wondered if it was the same soldiers that had come back and stumbled upon the grill, even more confused than the last time. I don't remember exactly when, but the house became dark quickly after we returned. We had financial hardship after financial hardship, and my parents were fighting constantly. My sister had gone off to college in New York, and I was alone to deal with it all. One day, we found out that my dad had been laid off both of his jobs, and we were strapped until he could find a new one. Some days my mum couldn't even afford the gas to take us to school. My sister didn't have enough to sign up for another semester of college, and it was looking like both of us might have forfeited our education just to keep a roof over our heads. That's when the oppressiveness started. As all of this swirled around us, it felt heavy to move around the house. I felt like I couldn't breathe sometimes, like something was sitting on my chest, and I had to fight to breathe correctly. I also became lethargic and withdrawn. Weird things started happening around the house, especially to my mum. When I was at school, she felt that she was not alone, and the presence was menacing. She didn't go downstairs at all, not until someone else was at home with her. One day, before she picked me up from school, she was taking a nap. She was almost asleep when she felt the mattress start to rise on the other side. She thought she was imagining things until she started to tip off the bed. When she realised what was happening, she ran out of the room, down the stairs and out of the house. She took a drive, came back and blasted holy music to feel safe in the house. After that, praise and gospel music would be playing 24/7, and nobody fought against the notion. Spending time in that house was like having all the energy sucked from you and then some. Because of the financial situation, I made the decision to drop out of high school and go to public school. My parents were crushed, as they wanted to give me the best education possible, and it was a tradition for my dad to send his kids to Catholic high school. But then we couldn't afford my schooling and my sister's college tuition, so I dropped out, and a miracle loan came through for my sister to stay in college. The day I dropped out, I was crying non-stop, and so was my mother. I felt like I had to be strong for her so she wouldn't feel bad for what she couldn't do for me, so I pretended I was okay and never really processed my feelings around what happened. I sank deep into depression. I was in no mental state to start public school, so my parents decided I'd be homeschooled. It took months to get the money for my homeschooling program. Every day I laid on the couch crying and got intense headaches. The house was always overcast and gloomy. But one positive did come out of the situation. In between my schooling, I'd begun to teach myself Korean, since I'd recently got into K-pop music and found a new passion for languages. About 2 years passed like this. I was in and out of schooling because I was so depressed most of the time I could barely get myself to shower or brush my teeth, never less do schoolwork. We made yet another attempt at asking our landlord to fix the gigantic hole in the wall that dripped water and was infested with black mould. The landlord said no and raised the rent. It was clear he wanted to...
What a son of a bitch. That pisses me off so much. Like the fact, I mean, there's a lot about the story that bothers me, Meghan. Like one, I'm so sorry that you're an adult, you move through this, but like the fact that you couldn't express your emotions without worrying about how it would affect other people. I feel that so fucking hard. And it's just such a drag. It's just so shitty. And now this landlord who should be fired out of a fucking cannon.
Yep.
Like I'm not opposed to landlords on as a concept. I know some people think there just shouldn't be landlords, and I think that's pushing it, because some people, myself included, don't want to deal with the hassle of home ownership, because I've been a homeowner and I know what a fucking pain it is. But predatory landlords should 100% be part of our first manned mission to the sun.
Send them anywhere in outer space if they don't have a suit.
That's true. I like the finality of the sun.
Okay.
It's like burning trash. It's just satisfying. I like fire, Paul. This is probably not good.
Okay.
What's your address again? How many dry things do you own?
I don't know. Lots at the moment. I've done lots of washing this week.
I'm kidding. I would never set your house on fire.
Thank God.
Just to be clear, just in case anyone's wondering, like, that's weird. Did he just threaten to burn Paul's house down? No, I'm just kidding.
Not today.
Not today. But remember.
Arson is always an option.
I did this thing once. I like candles. And I used to use little tea lights in the bathroom at our first apartment.
Yes.
And what I would do is after the match was out, I would just drop it in the wax. And so what happened is there's a bunch of wood and wax in this little tea light cup. And of course, eventually it all just caught fire. It wasn't a candle anymore. It was a tiny little bonfire. And so I thought, well, that's bad. I don't really know how to deal with this. So I put my hand under the tap and I dripped water on top of it because I thought water plus fire. So that did not go the way I'd hoped. And what happened next, as it's described by my lovely wife, is I heard a sound that sounded like ripping paper. And then I heard you go, whoa. And basically the water dripped into the fire and it just whooshed up in my face and singed my eyebrows.
When dealing with oil-based fires, use a wet cloth.
So I didn't understand this was oil-based fire. I get now wax, fire. Okay, I get it now. You know, in retrospect.
What you needed was a series of children's public service announcements that made you terrified of everything.
Can they be really ominous and, just flavored with the possibility of death?
Oh, yeah, there'll always be like facial scars. It's like the fireworker. Don't throw fireworks at people. Ah! And then you see him, he's got no eyes.
That's how Madam Web
down
ends.
The street.
So. For real. That's how they blind her with fireworks.
Well, clearly a big fan of British public service announcements in the 70s.
Well, they're vastly more interesting than Madam Web. So apologies if anyone involved with the production of that film is listening, but you know.
Yeah, hi, Dakota.
Yeah, you were great. I appreciated her on the press tour for that film. She didn't give a fuck. Didn't give a fuck.
Good for her.
Exactly.
She was in the brilliant remake of Suspiria, wasn't she? So she's allowed a free hit.
Oh, she was too. I really like that movie. I think you and I are in a minority, though.
Well, it's better than the original, I think, because there isn't that mysterious room with barbed wire kept in a dance school.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, I assume most I don't know. The Magdalene Laundries have taught me not to rule anything out when it comes to institutions that involve children. But the thing that really weirds me out about Suspiria when I watch it now, the original, and I like it. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's a classic. But knowing that Argento had originally intended the film to be about little girls, and they have the doors are built in such a way to make the actresses seem smaller, that's weird. I'm uncomfortable with that. I am increasingly uncomfortable watching Dario Argento's films as I get older because I think he was working through something. Or rather, I don't necessarily think he was working through it. I think he was just expressing it in front of everyone.
I feel like this, and so you can too.
Yeah. Like I remember we'll get right back to Meghan's story in a sec here, guys. But I mean, I remember I watched Trauma, and his daughter Asia is in it. She was 16 at the time. there's a really porny nude scene with a 16-year-old girl. What the fuck, man? How do you sit at your little writer's desk in Italy and go, and now my daughter will take off her top without stopping and saying, oh, maybe I'm the problem?
Probably what gave her that X-ray vision that she uses so well in Triple X.
Oh, I forgot that she was in Triple X. Yes.
I've tried to forget Triple X as much as I can.
Have you seen Triple X, The Return of Xander Cage?
I've no intention. The first one was bad enough.
Yeah.
So then recast it. Is it Ice Cube in the second one?
State of the Union is Ice Cube, and then the third one, it's Vin Diesel again.
What?
I could do a whole podcast on The Return of Xander Cage. We won't. We'll get back to Megan's story, but if
the
sometimes
scene in. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, if you ever want to enjoy some herbal refreshment and just turn your brain off, check that one out.
Okay. The first one, I was just laughing at how bad it was constantly and how poor the CGI was. But the bit where she sees him on the bridge, where she stood, where she can't see where he is, and she just points and goes, look, there he is. What? You can't see him.
It's the Howling 3 all over again.
It's not that bad. She's at the other side of the bridge and he's next to the bridge. So there's no way, unless she's got X-ray vision, she can't see him.
I guess it's a little known fact that Italians have X-ray vision. They're just constantly looking under everyone's clothes. Biology, look it up. Just wait till I get a chance to edit Wikipedia first.
Okay.
Anyways, sorry, Megan, back to your story.
It was clear he wanted us out, and after some convincing, my dad agreed that it was time to move. Now, because this landlord was a dick, he decided to evict us and give us 30 days to move out. I don't know if the landlord knew we wanted to move or not, but it was still a gut punch that we did not need. So while my dad worked, my mum and I surfed the internet for cheap apartments. I helped my mum pack and we were able to get a lot done together. It was an extremely stressful time though. Every day the clock was ticking for us to pack up our valuables, and my dad was so upset at not being able to keep the townhouse and my Catholic schooling. He didn't help start packing until the last 2 weeks of the deadline. Luckily, at the 11th hour, we found an apartment. We scooped it up and moved into it fast. Things still happened around the house, but the most intense of them all was when my mum was in the kitchen and a vase was thrown at her. It just missed her, but she was so shaken it made us pack even faster. And to make it worse, during one of our most stifling summers, the central air conditioning broke out of the blue. For some reason or another, they couldn't even get it fixed, and my dad was forced to rent out an AC unit to stick in our living room window. We could only afford to rent one, so we had a whole AC unit to cool down 3 floors of a house. At the time, I think I remember my mum and I talking about the house wanting us to get out, especially with the AC breaking all of a sudden. My mum and I packed fast and always stuck together. Even my dad never really let himself be alone.
We moved across the street to a sprawling apartment cul-de-sac. It was the only apartment we could get at the time, and we were eager to move. The first time I went over there with my mom after we rented it, the energy difference was night and day. I hadn't realized how dark and oppressive the townhouse had gotten. When I stepped inside the apartment, it was as if I was breathing clearly for the first time. The atmosphere was bright and clean, as if someone gave the place a good spiritual scrubbing. After a few hours of moving some stuff in, we had to go back to Crossbow Court. Walking back into the townhouse, my mood immediately dampened. I didn't want to be there anymore, and coupled with my heavy depression, I had to push myself to finish packing things up. My dad was very emotional, especially for him, those last few days of packing at the townhouse. I wasn't used to seeing him like that. He always hid his inner emotions, and I'd only seen him cry twice growing up. It was a very emotional and stressful last few weeks in that place. It seemed only fitting for what the townhouse had turned into. We packed up everything we wanted to take, but by the end of it, the basement was largely left intact and unpacked. It didn't matter. No one wanted to go down there anyways, and it was mainly junk that had accumulated. Good. Fuck that landlord. Leave it for him to clean up. The last day I was in the townhouse, the darkness that had been like a curtain in that place, surrounding it in its oppressiveness, was lifted perhaps only briefly. The house was being overrun by nature. The weeds in our front and backyard climbed its way over and around the property. Spiders of many colors dangled from corners and from the refrigerator. It was the size of a quarter and white. I decided then I was not as thirsty as I thought I was and turned right back around upstairs when I saw that spider. Yeah, I would too, Meghan. And by this point in the murky, swamp-like humidity, our air conditioning had long since broken down. Stifling and sad, this is what my childhood home had turned into. I didn't feel or see any looming presence while we packed. Whatever was there let us pack in peace. The paint peeled off the walls. A huge hole in the wall that exposed black mold from the upstairs shower dripped rhythmically. The rented air-conditioned unit sputtered lukewarm air into the now-empty living room. 1926 Crossbow Court was sad and falling apart. And now we were free of it. And I just want to pause here for a second, because I do think that you can sometimes draw a through line between the mood in a place and how well the place is taken care of. And obviously, you guys are tenants, Meghan, so you cannot be expected to make those kinds of repairs. It is unreasonable to expect that. But I know Bocce's, the store where, a lot of my early stories come from. When I went back to visit it, after we had sold that, well, we didn't own it, but after we were no longer running the store and after the owner of the building had sold the building, it felt completely different. And I kind of think it's because the previous owner, who's a really good guy, but he just didn't put any money into shoring up the building. He just kind of used it as is. And whereas the new owner, she put probably about $500,000 into the building, which I think was more than she paid for it, if I'm honest. And it really changed the tenor of the place. And I do sometimes wonder, like if the places have personalities and if you put more into it, then it responds in kind. I don't know. I mean, and I say, if that's true, then again, this is like nothing you guys could have affected, because I think it's ridiculous to expect tenants to make material improvements to the location beyond maybe painting or, possibly replacing things they've broken if they were irresponsible. But yeah, what do you think?
I certainly believe that houses do have personality and can mirror the events that have gone on in them and go on throughout their lifestyle. I mean, you hear so many stories about certain houses and places giving off bad vibes and strange impressions and people just feeling creeped out. I think sometimes you go to those houses and that even on a bright summer's day, it'll still feel cold inside. It's almost as if there's a different atmosphere that the building wants to give off. And I suppose it depends on the energy of the people that are in there, because it can be a two-way street that maybe, as Meghan's referring to, was the house feeding off her, or was she feeding off the house? Was it a two-way street that she wasn't aware of? And was that responsible for it? And I think most of us who have had bad times in our lives can certainly attract some of the negativity that we were going through to perhaps where we live or the personal situation. They are intrinsically tied to where we live.
Yeah. And I mean, I know, it sounds like the financial struggles they were going through, that changes the atmosphere of a place, right? Like that.
Oh, every day is pressure.
Yeah. Like when money is tight for me, which, is not infrequently, because I decided to be a full-time podcaster, it really affects the space. And I know it can affect other people in that space. And so I think there's sort of a symbiotic relationship between person and place. Like I think there are sometimes locations which cause negativity, but I sometimes wonder if there's also like you're sort of on a path and you end up in a place that is equal to the path you're on.
Yes.
So if you are if you're headed in a down direction, there's sort of that law of attraction thing. And I struggle with that because I don't want it to sound like I think people deserve their fates, because they don't. I mean, some people do. Some people, like these shitty landlords. When he lands on the sun and him and Elon just explode into cinders, they'll have earned that. But I don't like the notion that people deserve their suffering. I think that's not great. But I do wonder if sometimes what we're kind of, our trajectories take us closer to things that are more likely within our space.
Oh, very much so. I think if you're not feeling good, you find yourself dealing and indulging in more negative behaviours and situations, speaking from personal experience. Yeah,
there you go.
It's been a long time since I found myself in a crack house at 2 a.m, I'll tell you that.
2-3 weeks at the very least.
I've been once this month.
Well, that's my plan for when we finally get you over here, so, ghost hunting in a crack house at 2 a.m.
Nothing new.
There's a couple in my neighborhood, so we can go.
There's one around here somewhere. I don't know where it is. I just see people staggering down the street at weird
Yikes.
times.
There used to be one just at the end of the block from our apartment in Victoria. I remember I used to hang out with this guy, because we used to work together at the Ministry of Education, and I'd go visit him at his place. And yeah, he was the only one who took care of his place. Everything else, the woman who owned the house, her daughter lived in the basement. The daughter sold crack. So all the other apartments were kind of similarly occupied. So it was always a bit of a challenge going there. You never knew what you were going to get. And now there's, deluxe condos, and I always like to remind the people who own them that there used to be a crack house here. So let's not get too pleased with ourselves.
The house that crack built.
I think that's the Ford family crest here in Ontario. All right. After we settled into the new apartment, it was rough financially and emotionally for a while. The lack of money was still an issue, and we barely had any food. We had no Wi-Fi, and the electricity would go out when the bill wasn't paid. It was a very dark time. I was also the first person in my family to outwardly show symptoms of mental illness. This was way before the mental health revolution, if you will, where now it's talked about freely and has a little less stigma. My mom and dad questioned my strange habits or compulsions, and it wouldn't be until years later that I learned I had self-soothed and brought myself out of OCD. I mean, good for you for self-soothing and bringing yourself out of it, although I'm sorry you had to go through that. I also had my first panic attack about a year into the new place. My parents and the doctors didn't take too kindly to the anxiety prognosis and wanted to send me to specialists to figure out why I felt like my throat was closing every time I woke up. Turns out I was just afraid of having another panic attack and would therefore be triggered into another panic attack every time I woke. Finally, I got some medication to help me with my anxiety, and it looked up from there. Did I ever tell you, Paul, about the first time I ever had an anxiety attack?
No, you did not.
Okay, so I'll just tell it really quick. So it's kind of darkly funny now in retrospect.
Okay.
I was 7 or 8, something like that. And my grandparents were out of town. They had a satellite dish. It was during the first Gulf War. So my grandparents were out of town. They had a satellite dish. My dad would go there to watch wrestling, pay-per-view wrestling. So I went with him because I also liked wrestling. For the wrestling fans out there, it was the WrestleMania where Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan went up against each other, whichever one that was. I could look it up, but I refuse. Yeah, Paul is shaking his head. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I'm not a loser. I don't know that.
Ryan Sprague takes off his headphones and sadly walks away.
Like me getting excited about pantomime.
Oh, we're gonna have to. Mom and Dad are gonna have to fight about this one, kids. But we'll fight about it later. But yeah, so we were going there to watch wrestling, and now Revelstoke, of course, has our famous dam, our hydroelectric dam, and there were soldiers stationed there during the first Gulf War. And I remember asking my dad, I said, "Why are there soldiers at the dam?" And without looking away from the television, Paul, he says to me, "Oh, just in case someone tries to blow it up with a missile." What? Could they fire a missile all the way over from Iraq? The answer is no. And he's like, "Oh yeah, they could. Yeah." Back to watching TV. I sat there and I realized now I had an anxiety attack. That's what I had. I went out of my tiny little mind, just thinking, oh my God, at any moment the dam could be vaporized. And if the dam gets vaporized, Revelstoke is gonzo. Like when we were kids, we actually did dam evacuation drills, which is hilarious because the only thing that you can do if the dam burst all of a sudden is kiss your ass goodbye.
Run up.
You wouldn't have time.
You can try.
Well, that's what they had us doing. But they had us like doing these orderly walks. And I was like, why the fuck are we doing this? We're just going to be outside so we can see the wall of water coming for us. This is not inspiring.
Water does not care on manners.
No, it truly does not. But yeah, so that was my first ever anxiety attack. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, I don't know why you were worried about it. The Russians are far closer. They could have just obliterated half the western coast with an intercontinental ballistic missile. What were they teaching you at school? They should have made you watch Threads.
Honestly, if I had, I wouldn't be here today. You'd be meeting me in the crack house at 2 a.m.
The Russians have dropped a nuke on the dam. Bloody hell.
Well, yeah, dropping it, that's the least of our problems at that point. Anyways. Meghan goes on to say, finally, I got some medication to help me with my anxiety, and it looked up from there. And good for you, Meghan. The apartment's energy was clearer and brighter than the townhouse despite these hard times. I was glad to believe it wasn't haunted. Until one night. My room is situated right next to the front door and only a few paces away from the kitchen, and I shared a wall with the kitchen. That'll be important later. As I got up one night to go to the bathroom, I walked by the kitchen and jumped when I saw a figure standing at the sink facing me. The figure wore a long dress, pink in color, but I could barely make it out since her face and half her torso were shrouded in darkness. I blinked, and she was gone. Later that summer, I was staying up a bit later into the night and was in the bathroom. I was looking for something in the cabinet when I heard the slightest teetering noise, as if someone was tapping plates together on the other side of the wall. I didn't think anything of it at first, but when it kept persisting after I had initially brushed it off, I left my room to see what was making that noise. My parents had long since been asleep. A lamp was on by the front door, something we'd recently started leaving on. My cat was afraid of the dark and would always screech when she realized she was alone at night. Yeah, Chewie does that too now. And through its illumination, I could see 2 plates sitting on the kitchen counter, shaking. I stared at it for a couple seconds to see if it would stop and honestly to see if I was just imagining it. But the shaking didn't stop. I reached over and touched the plate to stop it from shaking against the other. I waited to see if anything would happen. I'm not sure what or who I was waiting for, but after about a minute or so, I went back into my room and eventually fell asleep. I didn't hear anything like that again. One night, me and my mom were watching TV and we took a break to use the bathroom and to get snacks. I used the bathroom adjoining my room and closed my bedroom door. I was washing my hands when I heard my mom call for me on the other side of my door. I called back to her to tell her I was coming out. I opened my door and fully expected to see my mother. There was nothing. I went to the kitchen to see if she had called for me, and then went back to making snacks, but the light was on in the bathroom adjoining the kitchen. When she came out, I asked if she had called for me when I was in the bathroom. My mom shook her head, saying that she had been in the bathroom too this whole time. I then told her how I heard her exact voice calling me on the other side of my door. My mom gave me a look, and I knew. Maybe this place was haunted too.
About a year and a half after I left high school, I received my GED diploma, and my parents wanted me to go to the local community college. But at that time, we lived paycheck to paycheck with no savings. There was no money for college in my mind, so I decided I wanted to get a job. I was fortunate enough to get the second job I applied for, and it was a part-time position at a popular upscale grocery store here on the East Coast. The store also happened to be situated right across from a state-of-the-art hospital. My first day on the job, I heard a ghost story. The woman who I replaced had quit on the spot because of a ghost. You can imagine my internal screaming upon hearing this. I worked in the deli department, and we shared a walk-in cooler with the cheese department, which was situated right behind us through the cooler. The cooler, on the deli side, had all the cold cuts, processed cheeses and cured Italian meats that you could ask for. My co-workers said that whenever the woman went to the cooler, £5 cheese blocks.
The weirdest things just get you. I never know what to expect. So this one, it's the ghost wagging cheese at someone's head.
Whew. My co-workers said that whenever the woman went into the cooler, £5 cheese blocks would fly at her head, shooting out from the shelves. It would only happen to her, and my fellow deli clerks would laugh at the prospect of flying cheeses at her head. And I'm with them, I have to say. They obviously had not believed anything she had said when she voiced her concerns, and I wondered what she did to piss off the ghost, since this woman had been singled out. I sighed, and the first time I went into the cooler, I made sure that whatever ghost was in there knew I meant no harm, and I wanted no trouble. No cheese ever flew at my head, but one thing became clear in the short amount of time. That store was haunted. One night, during a closing shift, I was bent over the 3-bay sink, scrubbing the dishes clean of double-smoked ham and honey turkey, when the energy in the back room shifted. It was instant, and it caused my head to snap up. I slowly turned my head to the right. There, he was beside me, leaning over the sink in the same way I was, wearing a curious expression. It was a young boy, perhaps 10 or 11, wearing a t-shirt and some jeans. Before I could say anything, he vanished as quickly as he had appeared. After that, I started to see customers out of the corner of my eyes looking at our deli cases. I would perk up and say in my best customer service voice, "How can I help you?" only to see no one there. It happened so often that my co-workers would start to laugh and joke with me that I needed to stop working the long hours and I needed some sleep. I played along, but I wondered if they were spirits just wandering around looking about things, or perhaps they had migrated across from the hospital over the street. It was a regular occurrence to see vanishing images on the stairwells, in the break room, and around the deli department. One Halloween morning, I had the early morning shift. I was in my lift. My area was a public transportation ghost town, full pun intended, and I never learned how to drive since I left high school before I could learn. Suddenly, my driver stopped in the middle of the road between the highway and the exit that he needed to be taken to get to my workplace. I stopped my music and asked her, "What's wrong?" As it was 5 in the morning, there was no one on the road at that time. It was in a poorly lit area shrouded by trees.
Cheese,
Gromit. It was a poorly lit area shrouded by trees and overgrown bushes that lined the sides of the road. My driver showed me her GPS from her Lyft app. I know the way to store. I go there all the time, but it's just weird. My GPS wants to take me somewhere in DC. I looked at the map and I can vaguely remember a much longer route to this mysterious destination 40 minutes away, whilst the drive to the store was less than 5 minutes from our current place on the road. I thought it strange, and my driver took the exit towards the store and dropped me off. All I remember later about that day was the chaos. It was nothing like I'd ever experienced on Halloween. On a shelf on the back wall that showcased all the cold cuts and cheeses, smoked turkeys flew off the shelf. We gasped and I looked at my team leader. That turkey was heavy, and the amount of force it would have taken to throw that thing nearly outside of the department would be major. The cabinets storing our utensils and extra pans opened and closed by themselves, frustrating my team leader, who kept closing them, only for them to reopen when she wasn't looking. The store that day had a chaotic, frantic energy to it, and I was so glad to leave at the end of my shift. Nothing too insane happened after that, just the usual vanishing figures. I spent 4 years at that location in Virginia and eventually gathered up the courage and the financial means to relocate within the company to a full-time position in their finance office in their store at Brooklyn, New York. I got the job, and as I was off to fulfill my earliest childhood dream of moving to New York City, tragedy struck. In the last 2 weeks before I officially moved, I received the sudden news that a dear friend of mine, who had trained me and who I had worked many shifts with in the deli, was in the hospital with only days to live. She'd just retired about a year prior, and she would often visit the store and say hello to all of us. She was a joy to be around, and we shared lots of laughs together. It was a shock, and I made plans to see her at the hospital the next day. That day when I got home from work, I was emotionally exhausted. I showered and I went to take a nap. I woke up around 8 o'clock at night and ate my dinner in my room. I just wanted to be alone. I was upset, thinking about my friend when the energy in my room shifted. I was sitting in an armchair at the corner of my room that faced the bathroom. I looked up. A white figure stood next to my bathroom sink. Then as quickly as I had looked up, it shot up into the ceiling, and the regular energy returned to my room once more. I burst into tears knowing that the white figure had been my friend stopping to say her goodbyes. The next morning, I learned that my friend had passed away during the night.
I mean, that is so sad, Megan. But I guess it's nice that, if nothing else, you got to say goodbye. That's more than most of us get, I suppose.
And she clearly thought enough of you to pop in and say goodbye.
Yeah. I was thinking, too, about the GPS thing. I thought that was interesting, because I actually had something like that happen recently I went to Kitchener to go see a movie. And usually I'm kind of used to the route. I still use GPS because I'm still learning the area. But I was talking to Nick on the phone as I was driving. And for whatever reason, the GPS, I don't know where the hell it was sending me. I assumed it was, taking me to the movie theater I was going to. But after a while, I kept hitting all these closed roads. And finally, I thought, okay, well, I don't know what the hell's going on. So I turned the map off, put it back on, set it to the Apollo, which was where I was headed. And then completely took me back the way I'd come, back onto the highway. So I got back on the highway and, got to the theater, parked the car. But when I looked at afterwards, after, I parked, I looked at the map and it just took me into this completely unrelated neighborhood on the other side of the highway and just drove me around in a circle. And I have absolutely no idea why. And I've had issues like that with GPS before, and I understand, like, it's technology is fallible, but sometimes you do wonder what exactly is going on here.
Do you have those people in Canada like we have here in the UK who will follow their GPS overriding all their other sensors until they drive into the river and go, well, my GPS told me to go this way. There's a river there, mate.
Yes.
Did you think the GPS made you a boat?
Yeah, we definitely have those here. I mean, and I think it's only getting worse. I mean, I was listening to Cognitive Dissonance today, actually. They do a fun episode for patrons, and there was a story. I don't know how fun this is, but they did a story about a guy who turned on the autopilot mode in his Tesla and thought that meant that he didn't have to pay attention to the road. So he just pulled out his phone, started dicking around with his phone, and he ran someone over. Yeah. Because as I understand it, the autopilot in Tesla is basically like lane assist. It's sort of it's cruise control and lane assist, but it's not self-driving. And even the self-driving, like the safety record for those things is not awesome. But yeah, this dumb bastard turned on the autopilot and thought, well, I guess I'm just going to see what's new on the TikTok, and took someone's life from this earth. So yeah, again, as technology grows, I mean, look at all this AI shit. Look at all the boobery that's happened with AI generated art. It's only going to get worse. Anything that allows you to automate a process past a certain point is going to produce laziness and stupidity.
Well, I suppose, I mean, it's not the strangest story I've heard this week. You've got that 4-year-old girl in North Carolina, is it? Who kept telling her parents there was a monster living in a closet, and they didn't believe her. And then they heard a funny noise, so they called in pest control, and what they've discovered is the gigantic hive behind the wall in the closet. They reckon there was 50,000 bees in it.
Oh, shit.
And that was the noise. It was them humming.
That is far more frightening than any cryptid.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. That was last week, I think, that.
Oh, you know what? I think I saw that because there's like a thermal picture.
Yeah.
They took like a thermal snapshot and the wall, yeah.
Because at first they thought there was somebody in there. They thought it was a person. It was that big a hive.
I think I would actually prefer the Frogger at this point to man-sized beehive.
Or man-sized bees.
Or man, well, that's a whole other conversation. I was talking to my mom about this actually, and she was saying like, oh, these bees, I swatting at them. I'm like, don't swat at the bees for Christ's sakes. We're running out of those goddamn things. And she said, oh, they're doing this thing in town, no mow May, where you're not supposed to mow your lawn for the month of May to let the flowers grow so the pollinators can get at them. She said, I'm not doing that shit. I fucking hate bees. And just mowed the lawn.
You hate bees.
Well, yeah, right? What functionally, what
I
have bees
hate
done?
living. I want us to die a slow death.
Yeah, right? Give me some of those neocotinoid pesticides, the ones that really, really fuck with bees. I'm just going to spray everything. I'm going to spray it under my arms. It's the weirdest vendetta to have. I could see wasps, sure. Yeah. And she says, well, a bumblebee a bit stung me once. I said, okay, what did you do to it? Well, I picked up the flower it was on. I didn't realize it was in there. Well, it defended itself, man. That's what they do. I hit a guy with a 2x4 and he got really mad at me. Oh, did he? Huh. What a bastard.
Yeah, I have to keep an eye on her. If she's near any apiaries, she's not like lobbing dynamite at him when she's driving past and stuff, is she?
Watch this space, folks, for the continued war of Bren's mom against the bees, I guess.
Like John Matrix with his bazooka.
It's not impossible.
Buzz off.
I was trying to think of something. I was like, oh, fuck, I need a bee pun. Nope, you got there.
Oh, don't worry, I'm just pulling your leg.
Oh, I've had about enough. That's all I got. That's all my. I was gonna say pun juice. Maybe not the best way to put this, but that's all my pun juice. I don't know, Paul. Jesus,
I'm going to call the police if you use that term again. Get me the number of the Mounties right now.
All right, we are going to take a quick ad break and then be right back with more of Meghan's story. If that wasn't enough, my cat that I'd had for 18 years got sick fast. I begged my dad to take her to the veterinary hospital. She wasn't eating or drinking and was hiding under tables and tablecloths, emitting low moans that broke my heart. So sorry. I know what that's like. That's tough. Since the vet cost a lot of money, my dad was hesitant to take her simply because he didn't have the funds. The night before she died, my cat limped her way into my room, sitting next to me as I ate dinner. She slept in my room on her last night. The next day, my dad came home from work to me, bawling my eyes out. I was holding my cat, who I had dragged out from underneath the dining table. She hadn't eaten or drank anything that day. My parents put my cat into her carrier, and I gave my dad my card and told him to use whatever money he needed to get her better. Even though that was my moving money, I didn't care. Because it was the middle of COVID, only one person at a time was allowed inside the vet with their pet, tears straining his voice as he told me they recommended putting her down. I burst into tears and called my mom into the living room. When my dad came home, he handed me her blanket that was in her cat carrier, and I cried all night. Everything about the situation was horrible, and it broke my heart that my dad was alone when my cat passed away. That night, I had a dream that my cat came into my room and jumped up on my bed and slept with me. In the dream, I was surprised because she hadn't been able to jump on my bed by herself in a long time. When I woke up, I cried and wondered if her spirit had come back one last time to comfort me. At least I like to think that was the case. Months later, when I was in the city, my parents received her ashes and paw print impressions. This was one of the worst experiences I've ever had with death. When I visit my parents, sometimes I think I see her zooming around the way she used to, out of the corner of my eye. Moving to the city was a huge personal adjustment, and I had a lot of growing pains and growing up to do. But one of the biggest changes that I immediately noticed was the uptick of paranormal activity I was noticing. I just chalked it up to being in the big city with lots of different energies that I had never been exposed to before. That all changed when my sister and I decided to take the long way to a friend's apartment. We had been walking for a couple minutes on a busy avenue filled with restaurants and shops, then turned off into a suburban area that was quiet and still. As we walked, a heavy, dreadful feeling weighed on me the deeper we went into the neighborhood. It was awful, and I looked around at the houses on each side of the street. Overall, it was a sad feeling that kept getting stronger until I couldn't take it anymore. I told my sister, "This street is so sad. There's so much dread here. It's awful." My sister snapped her head and looked at me. This is the moment I told her all the different energies I'd been picking up on since moving to the city. I was seeing more ghosts, sensing different energies from objects and from people, and my gut feeling, my intuition, was louder than ever before. My sister said, "Makes sense. All the water we live around and your commute is mostly underground and underwater. Could be all that exposure to one of the main conduits of energy." I was shocked at her answer. She sounded so matter-of-fact, but it made sense. She then went on to tell me that the sad and dreadful feeling from the neighborhood we were walking in could be from a recent flood that swept through. It had taken lives, damaged numerous buildings, and had displaced some tenants as well. This was the first major instance of noticing the shift from just seeing ghosts from time to time to reading energies of my surroundings. And it wouldn't be the last. One night, me and my sister were walking to dinner. It was trash night for the street we were on, and as we passed bags and random pieces of furniture on the curb, something caught my eye. It was an old-fashioned fainting couch of some sort. I watched it as we passed by, and the moment I had walked by the couch, my body lit up with goosebumps. I was tingling all over, and I couldn't get away fast enough. I jogged a bit ahead of my sister, who told me to wait up. One thing I knew for certain was that something bad had happened on that couch. In addition to the goosebumps, it had given me such a dark feeling. I didn't want it to follow me or latch onto me in any way, and that's why I walked a bit faster just so we could get away from it. I told my sister what had happened, and she gasped and told me she thought it was cool I could pick up on stuff like that. I just hoped that no one picked up that couch but sanitation. I couldn't imagine that energy being in a home.
At work, I was flourishing. I was making friends and enjoying the new experience of working and living in New York City. My training in the finance office was going well, and once I had mastered the mid-shift, I was ready to be trained on how to close. When I arrived in the afternoon for my first closing shift, my friends in the office shared with me that at night, when you're alone closing, since that was often the case with a closing shift, there was a ghost that liked to play pranks in the office. I just stared at them. Cue more internal screaming. I had never been alone in the office before, and I would always have a trainer with me until I got the hang of how to do things myself. Well, the time came for me to start doing solo closings, and I was hoping that they had just been pulling my leg about this office ghost. Again, I was wrong. Since the office I worked in dealt with money, there were 2 security checkpoints you had to pass in just to get in entry. Both required facial recognition that had to be approved by corporate security, so not just anyone could waltz into the office. There was a facial scanner on the outside door, and one inside the alcove where we put our bags and such. One night I was at the computer working on an Excel spreadsheet when the in-office camera started going off. I looked closer, and the one that was on the fritz was the camera that was pointed to the alcove just outside the office. It was dark, which made sense since the lights in the alcove were motion sensors and only came on, well, when motion was sensed. Despite the darkness, the facial scanner kept lighting up, which it only ever did when it sensed movement in front of it. I watched the camera as it lit up blue and tried to scan whatever was in front of it. I looked back to my computer wondering why the ghost was trying to scan its way into the office when it could just walk through the wall. Again, if the ghost was a prankster, it could have just been trying to creep me out, who knows? It wasn't until a closing shift a bit later that I was fully spooked by this prankster spirit. One night I was on my dinner break in the office. I was listening to a true crime broadcast when suddenly something on the other side of the office flew off the cabinet and landed in the middle of the floor. I froze mid-chew and stood up slowly to better investigate what had flown off the cabinet. It was the black wallet that we used to punch in the maintenance crew when they arrived and closed out their shifts. This black wallet is filled with a metal circuit, probably a good 3 to 4 pounds in weight. I picked it up and placed it back on its perch on the cabinet. I finished my meal and went back to work, keeping an eye on things. For the rest of my closing shifts, minor things would happen, like pens and pencils being tossed around on the counter or the floor. Or nothing would happen at all. It wasn't anything dark, and it didn't feel particularly spooky or menacing. It just felt that sometimes I wasn't alone. A couple of months later, I got promoted and I left that office. But I wonder if that ghost is still there. I'm now a department manager, and if I thought I wasn't going to come across any more ghosts, well, I was wrong. The store that I work out of is surrounded by water, with a river being only a 10-minute walk. Whenever we have heavy rains, the parking lot floods, and so will some parts of the store. It still makes me wonder about my sister's water theory. One night in my department, I was working late and pulling a long shift. We'd a big corporate visit the next day, and I wanted to make sure everything was perfect for them. Some products in my department have stickers, and I'd just finished using a couple of rolls and I'd put them back in the sticker cabinet. I went back to working when suddenly I heard a couple of thumps. I turned around and saw that the sticker rolls I'd just used were now strewn across the floor on the other side of the department. My department isn't that big, but it would still take some force to move those stickers to the other side. I picked the stickers back up and put them back in their places, too tired to care if they fell or were thrown again. I told myself that they had just fallen. Maybe I'd put them back weirdly and they just weren't stable. I was now second-guessing myself. I suppose it's my way of fact-checking my experiences. I brushed it off, telling myself there weren't any ghosts around. My walk-in cooler door has a window in the middle of it, and whenever I'm in the back room, I tend to look in the cooler. It's a force of habit. One day, I happened to look through the window and see one of my team members all the way in the back looking for something. I opened the door and began to talk to them when I realised there was no one there. Often, whenever I pass by the door or just happen to look in, I almost always see a figure in the same spot at the back, and then it always vanishes just as quickly as I happen to see it. Another day, I was walking into the back room when another manager was using a machine to grab a pallet down from a shelf high up. It's a safety policy that no one may walk past this machine or under it whatsoever until the machine has put the pallet on the ground. So it's me and a few others waiting for the pallet to come down when someone bumps into my shoulder behind me. I say sorry and turn my head to my right to see who was coming up behind me, and there was nobody there. I turned completely around to see if anyone was perhaps on the other side of me, or maybe standing a few paces behind. Still no one there. Once that pallet was safely on the ground, I booked it all the way back to my department.
Just briefly, I do think there is a lot of merit to the water theory. I'm not going to pretend to know why, but that's something I've kind of come to realize over the years, is there does seem to be a real connection between this kind of stuff and water. I don't know about necessarily sensitizing you to it, but I mean, who knows? I mean, we have no idea of the mechanics by which these things work, so that's entirely possible.
Absolutely. I'm a big theory that there's a lot of connection to hauntings with water.
Yeah. I know, I've said this before, but I mean, when we moved, and actually I was just talking about this last night with Soraya, I was saying that when we moved from the first Ghost Story Guys studio, which was in my old office, and we started renting jam band space, because at the time my house wasn't really set up for it. The one location was really, it was a jam band studio up next to a bar on the second floor of this little mini mall here in Victoria. And most of the time it was fine, but we would always get kind of stuck with the evening slots just because that's all that was available. And I remember it past a certain point, once, if the bar was not open that day, or if it was closed, if we were whatever, it was always, there was a real sense of activity and pressure. And I think it was maybe the second or third time we were there, we noticed that a stream ran right behind this place. And I don't think it's a coincidence, because that whole area feels hinky. And when I realized that a stream cut through it, I thought, oh, I feel like that's related. Again, I'm not going to pretend to know how or why, but I did feel like there was a connection there. And I know Revelstoke, I think I said this before, but I learned a couple of years ago that Revelstoke's actually crisscrossed with underground streams. And of course, that place is, that's a hotbed of weird shit.
Yeah, because it's one of those weird things about London that a lot of people don't realise, is that there are 20 rivers that run underneath the city.
I didn't know that.
There's the Thames, I think the Brent, and there's another one. There's only 3 rivers in London that actually are fully above ground. All the others are forced underneath it. They've just been subjugated to remove them from the streets, and their original courses have been built on.
Oh, fascinating. I mean, this is going to be a dumb question, but, bear with me. Are there a lot, aside from the historical stories that we know about, the stuff that everyone talks about, are there stories of haunting in London, or is it like New York where the noise seems to drown it out?
I think what tends to happen is a lot of central London isn't residential. It's business and finance,
right,
and
of
shops
course,
and museums and stuff. But, I mean, there are numerous cases of hauntings in and around London in the areas, where most of the population are. And then you've got the weird, not just the Tower of London and the palaces, you've got, the alleged ghosts at the British Museum, you've got the haunted bus story, you've got ghosts wandering around parks, people seeing strange characters all over the place.
Okay, so there are stories like this. It's not just, again, because most of the stories I hear from London are famous stories, Jack the Ripper associated or royal family associated. I don't hear a lot of the kind of stories we tell on this show. I don't tend to hear a lot of stories like that about London. So I was curious.
Yeah. Or the ghost bear.
Okay, now you got to tell me about the ghost bear.
The ghost bear that terrified a beefeater in the Tower of London. He was so frightened it had approached him to attack him, and he stabbed it with his bayonet, and it went into the wall and broke it, and then he fainted. But yeah, the Tower of London's supposed to got the ghost of a bear that wanders around, because that's where the king used to keep his zoo.
No kidding. Imagine how pants-shittingly scary that would be. There's a bear, you try to stab it, it doesn't work.
There was a king that had a pet polar bear. He used to have it on a chain and let it swim in the Thames.
What the fuck? You guys and zoos and subjugating
which
things.
Which king was that? We rule the world, now the animals.
That's exactly it. Like Nick is taking this really cool vacation in September. She's going to South Africa to this train hotel down there. I think it's called Kruger Shalati. She saw it on that Eugene Levy show, The Reluctant Traveler. So she's been saving for 2 years to go to this place. But she loves going to South Africa. Yeah, she's been a couple times now. And I said, what? This is just like an English desire to reclaim the colonies. That's all this is. You guys you want to put on your pith helmet and go spread the gospel of Britain. So this is a shared British trait I'm learning.
We just like to visit places and keep them.
You know how you go on vacation and you buy a souvenir? Well, we take the whole country.
Exactly. What could remind you more of how much you enjoy that particular part of the world than owning it? I think it's only fair. And look what we've done. Everybody's much better off.
Yeah, I feel like Britain. Look what we've done. That's another t-shirt. We can sell that alongside the Pun Juice t-shirts.
They all enjoy Only Fools and Horses, Monty Python.
You're welcome, the world.
Yeah. Thanks for nothing, world.
That's another t-shirt. Thanks for nothing, world.
Wait till we get to space.
Then the sun will truly never set on the British Empire. You guys can be all part of that same man mission that I was talking about. Get in, lads. We got Lager and Katie Price in there. Get in.
Oh, God. Can't think of two worse reasons to get in anywhere.
But think the kind of people who would get in are the ones we want to send on that expedition.
Yeah, that's a good point.
See? Always thinking. You colonize, I'll scheme. We got a good division of labor here at the Ghost Story Guys. Early in the morning, I was headed out for my opening shift. I was putting my shoes on in the foyer. I turned my head towards a linen closet when, at that moment, I saw a full figure, white and shimmering, run from the linen closet all the way across the living room and into the wall. There is nothing on that side of the wall but a staircase leading outside. I froze. My whole body was prickling with goosebumps for a good minute and a half after that happened. Until that point, there had been no signs of activity in my apartment. I sighed, hoping this was a one-time occurrence. A couple months later, I was laying in my bed and trying to go to sleep when, clear as day, at the foot of my bed, a woman called my name. "Meghan," she'd said. I did my best to remain calm as if I'd simply not heard her. A couple minutes later, I hurried out of my bedroom and told my sister what had happened. She tried to calm me down, and I sat in the living room with the lights on for about half an hour before returning to bed. I slept with my string lights on that night. The next morning, I thought about why that had scared me so bad. And then it clicked. It reminded me of when I used to hear my name at the townhouse at 1926 Crossbow Court. I was worried it was starting to happen again. Nothing much happened after that, and to this day I still see some things out of the corner of my eye, but I think they may just be passing through. One Sunday, I finally had the day off and wanted to enjoy the day with my sister since we had opposite schedules for a while and didn't really see much of each other. We went to church, grabbed coffee and bagels, and started to walk around the neighborhood. There was a new record shop that my sister wanted to go to. It had just opened, and she was eager to look inside and support a small local business. The only downside, she said, was that it doubled as an antique shop. I grimaced. I really did not feel comfortable going to an antique shop, and she said she understood if I didn't want to go with her. I didn't want my fear or hesitancies to stop me from spending time with her, and I didn't know when I'd get another Sunday off, so I went. As soon as we entered the shop, I was hit with a wall of energy. The antique shop was in the front, and in the back, the vinyl records. It was like entering a busy coffee shop, several voices chatting away at different speeds and at different times. I looked around despite this and did my best to stay calm. My sister made a beeline for the records, and when I went to join her, I stopped. Much like Pat's Hall of Statues at the big house, I felt there was an invisible barrier between the antiques and records side of the shop. I did not feel welcome to pass through it all, but the antique side was getting more intense, and I was getting antsy and hyped up all at the same time. I told my sister that I would wait outside for her, and she nodded. We visited the record store together multiple times after that, and it was always the same feeling when I tried to join her on the record side. It was always this barrier that prohibited me from entering. I would stare at that side of the store and try to see if there was some object back there that perhaps was holding all the energy that made me feel unwelcome on the record side. My sister became fast friends with the owner and loved to talk about records, and I wanted to ask him so badly about the history of the place or if he had anything super old that might be holding a lot of energy. One day I was fed up. I was tired of not being able to join my sister on that side of the store, especially since the antiques had been so loud. It's gotten a lot better with them though. I can stay in the store longer without getting hyped up or anxious. Anyways, I was fed up and decided to step into the record side. I passed through the barrier, which was gelatin-like, and gave me a very heavy feeling inside my stomach and shoulders, as if I was being weighed down with stones. On the other side, the energy was completely different. There was no chatter and no busy energy like there was on the antique side. I was fine. Now that I was over the threshold, I stood with my sister as she thumbed through the stacks and was able to get a closer look in the back. I made my way around and got as close to the back room as I could. The owner's desk and checkout were right next to the back of the shop, and I smiled at the owner as I tried to clandestinely investigate my surroundings. As I scanned, I saw hanging up on the ceiling are a bunch of wooden kayaks, posters, and then a door. I squinted. There was a random door behind the owner's desk. As I got closer, I realized it was just a door. A wall was behind it, and there were no door frames inside the shop whatsoever, excluding the front door. This door was different and didn't fit into the shape, if you will, of the store. It's as if the store has a circle energy and the store in the back has square energy. I haven't been back to ask the owner any questions about the history of the shop or the door. Frankly, I'm not sure if I ever will, because what if he says yes and that he's noticed activity and was looking for someone to help him? It's not like I'm a medium that can talk to spirits and help him with my connections from the other side. I'm just a metal detector. I can tell him something's there, but that's really the extent of it. I would love to hear your thoughts about this, since I'm a little conflicted about bringing up the subject with the shop owner. There's a little more to Meghan's story, and we will finish that, but I just want to say that's a tough conversation to have. I don't think you have to worry about him wanting you to help fix it. I think that's probably an anxious thought. I think it's worth asking about the door and just say, hey, that's a cool door. What's the story there? And no doubt, if he runs a record shop, he's going to want to tell you the story. But it might be tough to have the conversation about energy or activity. That again, without the other person bringing it up, that can be difficult. I mean, you can always say, hey, this place seems pretty old. There must be some great ghost stories from here. Just kind of breach the subject that way. But I have learned, and actually I have been forbidden by Nikki from opening conversations with anything to do with energy. Because I remember one time we heard these really intense sounds coming from upstairs. And we realized it was before the new residents had moved in. So we don't know what the hell it was. But I remember we were talking about it afterwards, and I said, once the new people actually moved in, I said, hey, we should ask them if they've noticed anything weird going on up there. And she looked at me and said, no, you're not going to do that. And Nick is not the kind of person to she's not the kind of person to be like, you can't do this. But this was a rare occasion. She said, no. We are not having that conversation with our neighbors apropos of nothing. And knowing what I do now about our neighbors, they're nice people, but I don't think that would have been a welcome conversation. Seeing spirits, sensing the energies of places and things, hearing voices when I was the only one in the room, had all been normal for me up until a certain point. I lived my life like this, accepting the paranormal as just an extra sense that I was sensitive to and aware of, much like the women on my mom's side of the family. But as my life headed for several positive changes, so did my abilities. When I came home from an exhausting overnight inventory shift at the grocery store, I was showered and in bed by 5:30 in the morning. The early blue tint of the morning light sifted through my blinds. I was almost asleep, deep enough to start dreaming, but some part of me remained conscious enough to notice the voices. It was as if I had entered a coffee shop during the morning rush hour. Voices of different tones, intonations, and speeds shuffled in my ears until I jolted awake. I still heard them as I blinked awake into a cacophony of honking cars in the street below, and it was only when I made the decision to block the voices that they stopped. It felt like I had switched over. There was an energetic shift. I could sense a wall, a door I had closed that I could reopen again if I wanted to. I went back to sleep, just chalking it up to being so deeply tired that I had slipped into my paranormal senses. I thought it was a one-time occurrence. It would be months until I reopened that door once more, but for answers instead of by accident. My apartment had always been a busy one where spirits were concerned. When I first moved to New York City, it wasn't an old pre-war building or anything, and the place felt energetically clean. I was surprised when I started seeing spirits. They seemed to be passing through, not bothering to stop or stay. But after hearing those voices and shutting that door, my apartment felt like the haunted mansion. It didn't matter if I was alone or with my sister, who was my roommate. There would always be a spirit behind me, walking through the living room or standing in the doorway of my room, my sister's room, or the dining area. The hallway connecting the bathroom and the kitchen was a busy thoroughfare. When brushing my teeth, I'd almost choked countless times on my toothpaste after being scared by seeing a figure out of the corner of my eye or in the reflection of the mirror. Sometimes they'd zoom by me, a white flash in the darkness, and then they were gone. Then things picked up. Again, for context, my sister and I have a funny way we say hello sometimes. A noise between a pigeon's coo. I think that's the noise they make. It sure is. It sure is, Meghan. I know this. I can speak with some authority on the noises pigeons make now. Yes. And she goes on to say, until I moved to New York City, I honestly didn't realize pigeons made noises. Yep, they sure do. You've probably heard many of them on this show. So she says the noise was somewhere between a pigeon's coo and a tiger's roar. It's something we do to make each other laugh. Again, when we knock on each other's door, we'll scratch at it and knock quickly to annoy each other. So one day I'm on my laptop in my room and there was a knock at my door. I called out, "Hello," thinking it was my sister. Silence. "Hello?" I called again. Nothing. That's when my breath caught in my throat. My sister would have done the sisterly thing and knocked rapidly or scratched at my door after she'd heard my voice. I focused on the presence outside on the other side of the door. I sensed the outline of an energy, and it wasn't familiar. It wasn't my sister. I shut my mouth. I was not going to invite whoever was out there into my room. Within seconds, they disappeared, and the energy reset back to its normal frequency. Just to clarify, I asked my sister if she had knocked on my door just then. She said no. It didn't take long for my sister to report a similar experience. Something was playing with us. I just hoped it wouldn't turn into something more, something scarier or menacing. The knocking continued, but it became almost residual after a certain point. We really didn't pay it any mind anymore. Not until the scratching. One day, when I was in my room, I heard scratching at my door the exact same way my sister had always done. I laughed and said, "Come in." Silence. I yelled again, "You can come in." I took my headphones off. Another scratch. "Just come in," I said, thinking she hadn't heard me. Silence. My stomach dropped. My sister's energy wasn't out there. The energy was different this time. It felt like the normal frequency of the apartment because something was standing so still on the other side of the door, as if this was a game of hide and seek. My anxiety jumped into super gear. I had allowed my sister to come into my room, not a spirit. Instant panic shocked through my body. One of my main fears was dealing with a spirit and having it wreak havoc or be manipulative or try to attach itself to me. And I had just told something that it could come into my personal space. My worst anxiety had been manifested. I held my breath, waiting for any sign that a spirit had entered my room. The signs I was looking for were tainted with fear, and therefore out of a horror movie. Books being thrown across the room, the lights flickering, the room shaking, etc. But I heard nothing. I felt nothing shift or change in my room. I waited for minutes. Eventually, I calmed down and went to search for my sister to ask if she'd seen or heard anything. She wasn't even home. Paul, I gotta say, I love like the little in-jokes or little things you have with your partner, or with your roommate, or with people you love and who are close to you. But I think, just no judgment, Meghan, I think maybe pick something less creepy than and scratching on the door.
I'd just ignore it because I think it was a cat.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, the ghost could die of old age before he ever got into the computer room there.
Fuck off. Julie, sort this ghost out, please.
Theo's shitting himself and you're just buried in the computer screen. Reading a book. Jesus, these cats. I think it's interesting that it doesn't necessarily seem like this permission sort of extended to the creature, unless like we might find differently as we go on. But it seems like even though she said come in, the intentionality wasn't there to allow it in. You know, she was talking to her sister, not to whatever's out there. And maybe that doesn't extend the same way.
It's strange sometimes that you get this. It's almost as if they're wanting to get a rise out of you to make you acknowledge it, but then don't want to do anything with it, as though they enjoy leaving you hanging.
Yeah, like it's a little bit like that trickster thing, right? There's like this intention to kind of fuck with you.
Yep. Yeah.
But not actually. It's again. Part of me wonders if it gets some kind of satisfaction out of it. Because I was thinking about this the other day. I thought, why would it be so different from us, right? How many shit-stirring edgelords do we know? And all they really get out of it is kind of like a perverse satisfaction. It's not like they're actually feeding on it. They're just They're just dicks and they enjoy it. So maybe that's it. Maybe these ghosts are just dicks and they enjoy it.
Why not? Might have been a dick in a previous life.
Yeah, as we've said many times in the show, I can't imagine why, if someone was a bastard in life, why death would do anything to improve their temperament.
You don't get a personality overhaul, I believe.
Wouldn't it be great if death was like going into one of the car wash in GTA 5? Oh, you're no longer a piece of shit.
Reduce your dickhead star level.
Yeah. You sit up from where you sit up from your car where you were drinking and driving, and you slammed into a telephone pole, and you go, "Oh, man, I wasted my life, didn't I?"
Yes, I was thinking about that as I was watching the trailer for the new PC game Bigfoot Life, and I'm going to investigate that later.
Oh, so does it look good? I saw someone posted it on the Facebook group. I watched a little bit of it. I watched a little bit of it with the sound off, but I haven't actually checked out the full trailer yet. Does it look promising?
Yeah, it looks like you can just hide about and bother people.
The bread and store simulator.
Yes, it's not as good as those reels of developers messing with people in games online where they're turning up in Call of Duty as Bigfoot and just attacking people and things.
I have never seen this. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah, there's tons of them. There's one guy who always does it on GTA, and he always turns up as like a seagull and picks people up, flies off with them, and they're like, get off me! Or he'll like pretend to be a cat, and somebody will stop and he'll run into and drive off in the car and stuff. Or Batman and Spider-Man. I'm gonna kill you. I'm Batman, and he just basically jumps out of the way all the time. These people go bananas. But there is, if you go on Instagram and look, Bigfoot PC game reels, you'll see
that kind of trolling I can get behind.
Yes, big time.
Oh man, I'm pretty sure one of those GTA games in the offline version, I think you can find Bigfoot, if I'm not mistaken.
It was supposed to be San Andreas, but it's not true. It's an urban myth.
Ah, okay.
Sadly.
Boo, that's disappointing.
When GTA 6 lands in 2136, it might be in that one.
I can't wait for there to be a console invented that can actually play the fucking thing.
We'll be able to live it by that point.
I live in London, Ontario, man. I live in GTA every day anyways.
Wish I lived in Vice City.
You're in Sheffield. That's not a million miles removed.
Great music.
This is true. And before we move on here, there was a couple little things I found online I wanted to share with you. So there's a link in the script going to this ghost town outside of Whistler called Parkhurst. I'd never heard of it before. Apparently, it was named after a Mr. Parkhurst who died in 1926, and the land was bought by some brothers who turned the area into a lumber mill. It went on to have a second life where people would like hike to it and have sleep there, kind of have pictures taken there. And now it's just a bunch of sort of run-down old equipment and shacks. But it's just kind of sitting out there in the bush for anyone who wants to hike out there and find it. And I was thinking, like, oh, that might be kind of cool. And then I watched a YouTube video of a guy hiking out there. I think his account's called Exit Through the Gift Shop. He does a lot of hiking videos. And there was a point during his hike where he went, oh, I'm not sure which direction to go. And that's where I would just die. So I don't think I'm going to try.
You don't want to go and see these infamous nude photos?
I saw. I don't know that they're actually out at the site, but no. Thankfully, one of the few good things the internet has done is that I no longer have to hunt for my pornography in the woods like I'm an old time homesteader looking for dinner.
Like the good old days.
Like the good old days.
Build a den. You come back the following week, and it'd be full of naughty magazines.
It reminds me of, how there used to be, I can't remember what their names were, but there was that movement of people who thought that you could create creatures. There were recipes to make creatures. They didn't understand that, like, if you put out, a couple grains of wheat and other shit in a kettle, that, that a mouse is just going to come find the grain. It doesn't turn into a mouse.
You say that. Can you prove it unless you're there?
Well, that's fair. That's fair. But I just feel like this was like that for pornography. You just it was like a summoning ritual for giant hair.
Just lots of horny people wandering around in the 80s, it would seem. I don't know what was going on.
Cocaine was going on.
Not where I was.
I have a hard time believing that.
No. Glue, yes. Coke, no.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Them days, you had to pay £3 for a joint. Never mind get a full bag of it. Christ.
I always forget that. Yeah, I guess out there it was harder to get.
Thankfully, that didn't last long.
Just in time for Paul Vestal to hit maturity. No comment.
No, I didn't tend to wait.
All right, going back to ghosts, I found one more thing we're going to share before Paul continues with Meghan's story. I was doing some research for my appearance on Where Did the Road Go? And I came across this story, which is much more in line with what we've been talking about here. It is from the 1900 book, The Unknown, by Camille Flammarion. Are you familiar with Flammarion's work?
I am indeed, yes.
This is his 1900 book, and the parts that I found really interesting were the dream stuff, because again, we were doing a dream episode over there. But this kind of popped up, and it just was so textbook spooky that I had to share it. So the story goes, when I was 30 years of age, the aunt who brought me up and whom I loved as a mother died of black smallpox. I had not been told of her death, and I was, of course, not permitted to go into her room. She had often said to me in jest, "Oh, if I die and you were not near me, I will come to bid you farewell." In the middle of the night, I saw a white form advancing towards me, which I did not at first recognize. I woke up. There was twilight in my room, and I saw the phantom reflected in a glass wardrobe placed opposite my bed. The phantom said to me in a scarcely audible voice, "Farewell." I stretched out my arms to clasp it, but it had disappeared. My poor aunt had been dead several hours when I had this hallucination.
Yes, people forget that Flammarion was very much part of the growing spiritualist movement at the end of the 19th century, as well as being an astronomer and a bit of a Renaissance man. He's one of the guys that went all in on the Martian canals at the turn of the 19th century, early 20th century.
Right. Did he, in the end, was he one of these guys who kind of renounced the paranormal? Had sort of, kind of like Keel, not renounced it, but had sort of become disenchanted with it?
No. He was fully on board with it. He was, he's a very interesting character. He's one of those people that more people, like I say, he was just fascinated by all kinds of things because he was into spiritualism, but he was also a devoted Darwin believer and the theory of evolution. So he was very much kind of outside the gates, banging to get in, but he was an extremely clever man who just liked to do very strange things. I think he built his own observatory as well at his home.
Oh, interesting.
So he's a real character. I mean, he did write a lot of books about spiritualism. He's one of the leading lights in European spiritualism at the turn of the 19th, beginning early 20th century. Famously threatened to sue the New York Times as well.
Oh, really? Why's that?
Because they misquoted him. He was asked about Halley's Comet when it was due to fly over in 1910, I think it was. And he basically, because people were saying, because at that Earth was supposed to pass through the tail of the comet.
Okay.
And so people were suggesting that we might all die because of noxious gases. And so people were saying that Flammarion had said this. And he said, I said no such thing. I would not predict the end of the world next year. And I have no intention of doing so next year either. Enough of this stuff and nonsense.
Well, that's good to know, because one of the things I read in just my very cursory reading about him was that he had predicted the end of the world because of comet gas. So that's nice to know he wasn't actually an idiot.
No, he was not, my friend. I shall tell you exactly what he said about that, because it's quite a funny little quote. In November 1909, responding to such claims that the Earth would die, he stated that the poisoning of humanity by deleterious gases is improbable. And I state that the matter in the comet's tail is so tenuous that it would have no noticeable effect on the population. However, it would be interesting to see what gases could cause this in the atmosphere of Earth, and newspapers ignored all the beginning of it and printed the second section when he was postulating on the potential of it. And then that really annoyed him. He just started threatening to sue everybody until they printed retractions.
Well, that's cool. It kind of reminds me of that one dude who keeps, every time there's a foreign body detected in space, he starts jumping up and down and screaming "mothership." And for some reason, the newspapers keep using him as a source. And then I have to deal with emails from people saying, hey, man, I hear there's aliens coming, man. Like they found the mothership. Nope. Still no. Still no.
Do you mean Avi Loeb?
That's it. I couldn't remember his name.
Well, dodgy UFO stories. It's either Stephen Greer or Avi Loeb, mate. Maybe Hami Mulsan in between, depending if you want a fake body thrown in there.
Well, I see the right-wing media apparatus is starting to work the UFO angle to try and gin up fear. Have you noticed this?
No, not at all. It's a really surprising departure from their standard, oh, look, that person over there looks different to you. They want to kill you and eat your children. So why not would it be, oh, look at those aliens in the sky. They want to kill you and eat your children.
All right. Onwards with Meghan's story.
After a particularly harrowing week, I laid in bed watching a show. It was around 6 p.m. and the sunlight was beginning to last longer into the night. My sister was out and the cool wind from my AC soothed the stress of my work week out of my system. At around 8 p.m, just when it started to get darker, I heard my sister walk through the front door. The jingle of her keys, the thump of her purse, and the sounds of her other belongings echoed just outside my door as she put her stuff away and began to settle in. I thought nothing much of the creak of the floorboards as you walked to and from her bedroom, back to the living room and into the kitchen. This was the norm, and I sat in my room for another maybe 20 or 25 minutes before making my way out of the living room. My sister's door was open and quiet, but I figured she was just hanging out. After using the bathroom, I went to her room to knock on her door when I saw it empty. I turned, confused, towards the area where we keep our bags and purses. No purse, no keys that jingled when she came through our front door. And it was in that moment I realised I hadn't heard the door to our building open and shut with a force as it usually does, nor did I hear anyone walking up the creak-heavy staircase to our apartment. I nodded and proceeded to book it back to my room and close the door. When my sister actually did come home about 2 hours later, I told her all about it, and she was rightfully freaked out. I hoped it was just a one-time thing. Of course, it was not. This happened about 10 more times over the months to both my sister and myself, and it still happens to this day, albeit with less frequency. I wonder if it's the same spirit that mimicked mine and my sister's voices. It doesn't feel sinister, although it's looking to hurt us, and we haven't tried to make contact with the spirit. Part of me wonders if it's just echoes of mine and my sister's energies playing back at us at random times of the day, as if we've left our own residual imprint, even though we're amongst the living. It's a reminder for me to look into this further and see what I can find out. The summer passed like this, random and sporadic occurrences that would catch me off guard. There was something particularly in the corner of the living room that I know watched me as I went about my day. The spirit stayed in that corner, never moving to a different part in the apartment, and never reaching out to try and make contact with me or my sister. But every night as I passed that corner of the living room to go to bed, I would walk a little quicker in the dark. The time came for a vacation me and my 4 best friends had been waiting for, an end of the summer trip to Puerto Rico. We were also celebrating one of my friend's birthdays on the trip, and we all needed some R&R and girl time. Part of our trip was exploring San Juan and Loiza, and going on a tour of a rum distillery that had been around since the 1700s. Before we learned how to make signature cocktails, we embarked on the tour, and it included a showing of the mansion of the family that began this rum dynasty. It was a gorgeous red and cream mansion, picturesque with many of the original features of its 1700s birth. The home also included furniture from the centuries of the generations that had called that place home. It was rife with energy, and I took a deep breath before we went inside. It was ancient and beautiful, and to my surprise, not completely overwhelming, as older structures sometimes are for me, energy-wise. I enjoyed the tour until we were allowed to explore it on our own. There were 2 bedrooms that were adjacent to each other on the left side of the mansion. Both doors were wide open but roped off to the public. It was gorgeous and entrancing inside those rooms. The light curtains billowed and whipped in the warm breeze. The whispers from the palm trees outside trickled in all around me. It was calm and heavy at the same time. We'd all been taking pictures of the inside of the house after we got permission from our tour guide. I went to take photos of inside the bedrooms when the distinct voice of a young man reverberated in my head and in my gut where I feel my intuition. Before I could process what was happening, another voice, an older man, echoed what the younger man had just imparted. Please do not take any pictures of the bedrooms. That is our space, our private space. Feel free in the rest of the house, but please, not the bedrooms. While the older man was more stern and a bit gruff in his plea, the younger man was more polite and gentle. I stood in place, my hands clutching my phone that was growing slick with sweat. With my eyes bulging out of my head, I turned to see if any of my friends had also been approached by two distinct voices, or if they'd even experienced anything out of the ordinary. My friends were each taking pictures and reading plaques throughout the living room and dining area, the tour guide happily watching us. I was freaked out, surprised and intrigued. I'd never received information this way. Honestly, I tried to play it off. The tour guide had already told us about an older man, the creator of the rum business, passing it down to its younger son, and their photographs were mounted on the walls.
So that is really interesting. I don't know if I've ever heard of someone requesting not to have their photo taken.
It's not the first time I've heard of people feeling or getting a message to tell them to stop doing something somewhere.
Oh, okay, really? What's it, for instance?
I'm trying to think. There's several royal palaces where people have felt uncomfortable. People have been pushed whilst they're trying to take pictures, those kind of things. They get the impression that they're not pleased that people are taking photos in their home.
Oh, interesting.
I'll have to dig some specifics out, but it's not common, but it's not that rare. It does happen occasionally. There are, I would imagine, there are probably more cases these days because more people have access to cameras.
That's a great point. I was just thinking that any spirit that doesn't want photographs taken, especially if it's a famously haunted place, has got its work cut out for it.
Mm. That's probably why they built up all those "get out" from.
We're tired of asking politely. We just play they got a recording. They buy them from like buying a ringtone.
They're here again. Place it. Go on. Go, Brian. Go. Get out. See that?
Look at him run. Look at him run.
Oh, look, he's dropped his cassock.
This is the kind of haunting I'm here for. I'm curious, do you have much in the way of knowledge about sort of haunting in Puerto Rico? It occurred to me as I was reading this that we haven't done Puerto Rico yet at all. And I do have a story that I found, actually a gray alien story, which I thought was strange. But I just wanted to pick your brain and see if you had any gems on Puerto Rico.
Not off the top of my head. However, during the beginning of the pandemic, I stumbled across an American author's entire paranormal guides to every state and province of the United States that was written about 100 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And one of those was a book about the ghosts and hauntings of Puerto Rico.
Oh, cool.
So I shall dig that out because it is free to download. It's in the public domain. So her entire collection of books about America and like Puerto Rico, Guam, and some of the Caribbean islands. This lady wrote a book on everything. And I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but I'll dig it out and we'll share it so the listeners can dive into it, because I think she wrote about 60 books.
Holy shit. Is it the kind of material that we could adapt for the show?
I would imagine so, because it's a collection of traditional ghost stories, legends and folklore from each particular area. And like I say, it's nearly 6 years ago since I skimmed through them, but I have got them all saved, so I'll just have to find the right link. But yeah, her entire body of work is part of the free access service. I'm trying to think what the organisation's called. There is an organisation that has lots and lots of books that drop out of copyright and nobody's really that fussed about because they're quite niche, and there's a lot of paranormal stuff there that you can't find or hasn't been reprinted since it came out.
Sweet. Which reminds me, folks, the that Camille Flammarion book I was talking about, if you want to read that, it's free on the Internet Archive. So you can read that there. And as I mentioned to Paul, I have this story I found from Puerto Rico. This one came from Reddit. So this person says, one night, for no reason at all, I woke up in the middle of the night. I knew it was late because I could hear my grandmother's faint, distant snores from another part of the house. But other than that, it was silent. The door to the room that my brother and I were sleeping in was wide open to let the air circulate during the night, as there was no air conditioning. If one were to walk out of the room I was in, they would be finding themselves in the kitchen facing the sink, and above that, a window. Since I had woken up, I found myself just laying there in bed looking through that very window. I lay there, watching the moon in near silence as I tried to go back to sleep, when suddenly a bright light filled the window. When I say this light was bright, I mean it was bright, and it only continued to get brighter until the light filled my entire field of vision, essentially blinding me. I had no idea what was going on, but I remained calm. The light filled my room, and my vision started to fade slightly, or my vision was adjusting. Either way, as my vision started to come back to me, I noticed that I was not alone in the room with my sleeping brother anymore. I saw 3 silhouettes around the bed as my vision became clearer, and when I was finally able to make out what they were, I was filled with fear and panic. At each side and the foot of the bed were what I now believe to be greys, or gray aliens. Filled with terror, I turned to my sleeping brother and tried to wake him with no success. I turned back to face the entities, and that was when I locked eyes with the gray straight across from me, at the foot of the bed. I'm not sure what transpired next, because the next thing I remember is waking up to the sounds of my grandma cooking breakfast the following morning. My brother had apparently woken up before me, and was already with my grandma. When I told them what had happened, they both told me it must have been a nightmare. If it was a nightmare, then why didn't I wake up in fright as I'd usually do for a bad dream? It felt too real and seemed too real to ever have been just a dream. The way the entities looked was like I'd never seen at the time. The ones on each side of the bed were short in comparison to the one at the foot of the bed. All of them were grayish in skin color, bulbous bald heads, small lipless mouths, and big jet black eyes that give me goosebumps every time I think about them. The one at the foot of my bed was not only taller than the other two, but more slender, with a longer neck and limbs. And so that has nothing to do with Meghan's story. It was just a Puerto Rico thing I found while I was searching around for background on this episode. But it was creepy, and I thought the Trinity, like the trio, was sort of an interesting addition, because it reminds me of some of the other stories we've told where they're like men in white or even shadow figures sometimes, but it seems like they often appear in threes.
It is often the case, is it not?
Yeah. The gray alien thing, like I really do think there's something there. Again, I know we've talked about this, and a lot of folks think that this is something that Whitley cooked up, or the, Betty and Barney Hill cooked up. But I think it's much older than that. And I think you were saying it's much older than that, is it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think often, if you only have a cursory interest in ufology, you only look at the major cases, and therefore you say, there are stories of, little grey men turning up at the end of the 40s. I know people have tried to suggest that Crowley and his special friend, that looks quite similar to a grey. I think they're similar. I don't think they're the same. But that's unusual for Crowley's acolytes to try and bookend him into anything, isn't it? the dirty chancer.
That should be his official nickname, the Dirty Chancer.
Absolutely, mucky bugger.
All right, well, now on with Meghan's story. I reasoned that perhaps I'd gotten in my own head and caused myself to think I'd been visited by 2 men telling me not to take any pictures of their bedrooms. So I clicked my camera app back on and lifted my phone to take pictures. But I was stopped by a feeling of heaviness, of lead weighing down my gut. I took this as a no when I put my phone down. The heaviness in my gut disappeared instantly. Later, I would come to know this as my no intuitive signal, but at that moment, I felt like I was just beginning to unearth a language that my body and soul already understood. I turned to my friends and we slowly gathered into a group. One of my friends turned towards the bedroom to take a picture. As she did, I was getting antsy, my body crawling with excess energy. I asked the tour guide about the bedrooms. He said that the bedrooms were for the lady and man of the house, and that they were the original bedrooms of the first and second generations of this family, also stating that the father's bedroom became his son's bedroom after he passed away. But what really got me was that they decided to reopen these bedrooms after them being closed completely to the public for 40 years. I too wouldn't want my bedroom to be on full display, especially if it had been private and closed for such a long time. After the tour ended, my friends and I were having drinks and dinner. I told them about my experience at the mansion. I hadn't really opened up to them about my history with the paranormal. It never came up in conversation, and it wasn't that I didn't feel comfortable telling them, but I was so used to keeping this topic close to my chest because of the ridicule I'd seen other people go through when they shared their experiences. But they listened and affirmed that they believed me and asked if they should delete the pictures of the bedrooms from their phones. At the time, I was still overwhelmed with this wholly new experience with my abilities and the way that information had come through, so regrettably I just shrugged in the moment. We moved on to another topic, and nothing else happened for the rest of the trip. What happened in Puerto Rico left an impression on me. This was yet another shift I had experienced in my abilities since moving to New York City. Plus, with the uptick of activity I was experiencing in my surroundings, I was beginning to wonder what it was all for. Why was this happening, and why now? I felt an ever-growing gnaw to understand it all. I didn't want this to keep happening without me being able to stop it or have it control me, creeping up on me all my life. I wanted to begin looking for help, for answers, but I had no idea how to even begin the search. I had just started my job at the library when I'd noticed the banging. My desk was adjacent to the wall that is shared with the children's room, a room we keep locked when empty. It's a space reserved for kids-only programming throughout the week. When I first started at the library, there were a lot of renovations happening upstairs. Throughout the day, you might hear clanging or someone accidentally pressing the button in the electrical room and broadcasting some curse words or humming over the PA to the whole building. This was the norm, so I thought the banging next to me was the same. One slow evening, I had the time and mental space to wonder about the banging as it commenced again right next to me. I knew there wasn't anything going on in that room and that it had been locked for the whole day. I wondered what work they were doing upstairs to be warranting all this banging all the time. I hoped, whatever it was, that it would be fixed soon so I could have some peace. My manager walked over to talk, and I asked her about the banging and the work being done upstairs, since there was certainly no work being done in the children's room to explain the noise. She shook her head. There's no work being done. All the work's happening on the other side of the building near the roof, on the HVAC. Plus, they've left for the day. After she left, I heard the banging again, as if someone was repeatedly throwing a chair against the wall. Other times I heard the banging inside the wall, and I was the only person who'd heard the distracting thumps. This lasted for my first 5 months at the library, and then it just stopped altogether. But this wouldn't be the first thing to make me think the children's room was haunted. During closing, we have to punch in a code to secure the exit doors. I stayed behind with the librarian to make sure everything was locked up. They inputted the code, and it failed. The following flashed in capital letters on the keypad. Failure to lock. Motion detected in children's room. My first thought was that the banging had started again and must have prevented us from leaving. But when we went to check to make sure no child was stuck inside, the room was quiet, and nobody was there. We cleared the library again and tried to lock it up. Yet again the keypad flashed. Motion detected in children's room. The librarian was so frustrated, and I was too, for different reasons. Can't the ghost just stay still and let us go home? I whined to myself, half asleep and ready to climb into bed. We had to wait an extra 30-some minutes for external security to check the place before we could get permission to leave. We were cleared from the explanation of any vermin or mice, and the issue with closing was just assigned to the keypad acting up. It's only ever happened once again with the same message. Motion detected in children's room. But maybe the ghost did stay still this second time, because we were able to lock up after clearing the library only once more.
Like any other place, the library has its regular spectral walkthroughs. I even get paged regularly on my desk phone from an unknown source. When I pick up, there's never a dial tone, and never anybody on the other end. IT had no idea what was happening, and my co-workers have all nicknamed my phone the ghost phone. I just figured that a spirit is trying to get in touch with me via the phone. These little occurrences are scattered throughout my days and weeks. It happens so regularly that I often forget about the otherworldly happenings. But some experiences will be forever marked as major shifts with my abilities. In late October, I took a trip to visit friends and parents in Virginia. I hadn't been in that apartment, where I'd had a plethora of experiences, in about 3 years. The first thing I noticed being back there was my bedroom. When I went to unpack and freshen up, A familiar and unwelcome sensation filled the room. Ever since I sent my previous story to you guys, I began remembering things that happened that I blocked out throughout the years. Here are some of those things to give my story at my parents' house further context. 1. I can't remember when the darkness crept into that apartment. Only the nights when I would lay in bed wide awake trying to fall asleep. Whilst it was nothing like 1926 Crossbow Court, it was still unpleasant and at times menacing. My closet was across from my bed to my left. My room was completely pitch black, the way I liked it when I was going to sleep. As I closed my eyes, a scraping sound filled the room. I thought it was the heater, as it sometimes makes noises when coming to life, but it continued. It had the rhythm of a clock ticking away, and when it didn't stop after a few seconds, panic began to shoot through my body. My heartbeat quickened. I gained enough courage to open my eyes and squinted through the dark. And there it was. An empty hanger I'd left hanging on my closet doorknob, swaying from right to left. And then I felt it. The room gave into the darkness and pulled with an energy that I can best describe as taunting. This energy was looking right at me. It was right next to the hanger, yet all around my room. It was watching me, and I knew it was watching me to see what I would do, like it was waiting for me to run or something. After what felt like hours, I regained the mobility in my body to turn over, so my back faced towards the closet, and shut my eyes. At that time, what I felt was the only way to get rid of the energy was to ignore it. So I went to sleep, anticipating that this would be a one-time occurrence. Secondly, it was common knowledge in my family that there was a ghost in the kitchen, at least more than 2 in the living room. When I was alone, there was always a presence in the kitchen. It wasn't oppressive. I could feel the energy, the spirit move out of the way whenever I needed anything in there. When I was sitting on the couch, I'd always see someone out the corner of my eye in the kitchen, and I'd always hear things moving around in there, clinking together softly, or the old tiles creaking under somebody's weight when nobody was there. In the living room there was always movement. Shadows darting here and there, the television turning off on its own, lights that flickered, and even my computer, whilst it was still plugged in and charged, dying suddenly. It felt like that room was an energy vacuum, a paranormal Penn station where spirits were transferring to another train or bus to get to where they wanted to go. But it was only in the living room that this type of energy seemed to be held. Thirdly, whilst I was hoping that the swinger hanger in my room was a one-time ordeal, it seemed like the spirit in my room moved on to other ways to try and scare me. The nightmares came with an odd frequency to them, as if in a schedule. It started off as only having a nightmare every 2 months. Then it soon became every 2 weeks, until I anticipated waking up to nightmares 3 out of 7 nights a week, then every other day. Sometimes I'd even remember what they were about. Other times, thankfully, they would have been scrubbed from my brain when I awoke, and only had to contend with the residue of they left behind. That terrible sinking feeling in my gut, and a heaviness in my shoulders. The ones I did remember were always dark and horrible, full of dark energies and dread and just nastiness. I barely got any sleep on those nights. The nightmares did stop after some months, but it didn't change the fact that I would wake up during the night for no reason. I'd just open my eyes, my heart pounding in my chest, my palms all sweaty. I do have a history of anxiety and panic attacks, but this was different. This felt like an internal alarm system jolting me awake to an unseen danger. And there it was. That presence I'd first felt during the swinging hanger. It was more in the background, like it was coming forwards as it had in the past. This spirit knew I could see and sense it, perhaps even when it didn't want to be seen or sensed. At this time I was sleeping with my bathroom light on, and all my string lights. I did not feel safe sleeping in the dark again. 3 years later, I was standing in my old bedroom again when the familiar squeeze of eyes watching and following my every move prickled upon my skin. The energy was so strong as it was if another human being was standing in the corner of my room, just staring. I ignored it. I was older, and I wouldn't let this thing in the corner bother me. I steered clear of it, and I hoped it would do the same for me. Sadly, it was the opposite.
This one's really interesting to me because it seems like as her abilities to sort of manage her perception of the subtle world improve, she becomes more resilient.
Yeah.
But it seems like in this case, the thing's actually stepping it up, which I think goes a long way also towards sort of, not maybe disproving is the wrong word, but sort of correcting the notion that this is all just residual stuff.
Yeah.
Because this seems to consciously be trying harder.
Yeah, and it's almost as if it's just been sat biding its time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, actually. That part of the story really bothered me.
It's like it's been waiting, planning.
Yeah. And I know we talk about these things being intelligent, but that's a depth of intelligence and preparedness that, again, is actually discomforting. On the subject of haunted libraries, I found a story while I was putzing around on the Internet Archive, which has obviously become my new my go-to place to look for weird shit that I don't already know. And so I found a copy of this book called Haunted Pennsylvania: Ghosts and Strange Phenomena of the Keystone State by Mark Nesbitt. It was published in 2006. And he had a story of the haunted library in Easton. So I thought I'd share that with folks as we take a little break from Meghan's stuff before we get to the home stretch of what will be part 3. So again, this is from Mark Nesbitt's book from 2006. Libraries have always been places of refuge where you can lose yourself among the written thoughts of some of the world's greatest minds and escape into another world. They are normally places of quiet solitude, and so it is with the public library in Easton. Or at least that's the way it should be, but for the nagging, repeated experiences of some of the patrons and staff. Imagine sitting at one of the library's desks, deeply engrossed in your reading. One of the staff has just quieted a group of students across the room and passes you with a smile. A few seconds later, you assume she returned, for someone touches your shoulder. You turn, thinking you'll see her standing behind you. But no one is there. Or your pleasant mood is shattered by a loud crash from some books that fell to the floor nearby. Startled, you look around for the culprit who threw the books off the shelves, but you prove to be alone on that floor of the library. Or you're poring over the volumes on one of the shelves, looking for just the right book for some light summer reading. Suddenly, unseen hands tussle your hair. You relate your experience under your breath to one of the librarians and discover that they are not unusual at all, that actually you're lucky more hasn't happened. She tells you about the time the filing cabinet drawers flew open all by themselves, and you wonder about the strange, sharp sound you heard when you were back in the stacks when she tells you of the doors in the library that slam shut, then swing open again, all of their own accord. Well, while you were in the library, you might decide to try to do a little research on the Easton Public Library itself. If you do, you may discover a few things that make you wish you hadn't started digging. Your research will unveil that in 1903, during the excavation for the construction of the building, workers began to unearth something bizarre: bodies. And the more they kept digging, the more they found. 514 in all. Most of the bodies were moved to other cemeteries. 30 went unclaimed. 2 of the bodies, because of their stature in life, were given prominent reburial sites. Elizabeth Bell, Mammy Morgan, okay, I don't love that, was reinterred in the library's west lawn, and William Parsons in the front lawn. Since then, there have been reports of a figure, the mere shadow of a woman moving with a strange, almost floating motion across the library grounds. It is said that this is Mammy Morgan's wraith, who drifts about the grounds at night, apparently unsettled about her exhumation and reburial under the west lawn. Even more chilling, the bodies of the unknown, as well as the numerous unattached body parts that were unearthed, were reburied en masse in a vault located under the library's northeast driveway, an area that the dead seem to want to reclaim, since the driveway's been settling into a depression ever since. And Paul, I gotta say, man, that starts off as like pretty just bulk standard ghost story, and then all of a sudden we have a serial killer's journal pit they just happen to find under there. They just kind of throw that in nonchalantly.
Par for the course here.
Yeah, I guess so.
Especially when they're doing the tube in London, they're always finding pits filled with skeletons.
It's just a bizarre thing to be like, well, here we have H.H. Holmes's burial pit, and well, we're just going to dig him up, stick him in a vault. I'm sure everything is fine. And like, again, the nonchalant way of body parts Okay. From where? Why are they there? I need more information. If you're going to tell me you found like 500 dead bodies, I need like a Catholic official to be mad at.
Yes. Well, libraries are the kind of place you would expect to be haunted, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah?
I think so. If you think of the age, especially the big ones, the old ones, think of the age of some of the books there, the people that have held them, touched them, loved them. There's a lot of emotion tied up in a book, in a library, and you add more and more and more and more, you're creating a hot spot, in my opinion. I'd be more surprised about a library that isn't haunted, if I'm honest.
It makes total sense. I never thought about it like that, but when you put it that way, I can see it.
I mean, we've got several, unsurprisingly, here. Would you like to hear about my perhaps favourite for a particular reason?
You know I would.
Okay. So, the Harry Price collection of magical literature is held at the Senate House Library in London, and holds the Harry Price collection. So, essentially, Harry Price, the world's greatest ghost hunter, as he would often like to tell everyone, basically was an obsessive. He collected everything. So when he died in 1948, his entire library was bequeathed to Senate House Library, which is where, if you go to the University of London and Oxford, you have access to this library. You can go on a day trip. You can look at the collection if you wish. There were 13,000 books, pamphlets and periodicals in Price's collection when he died, as well as leaving a large amount of cash for the library to continue to add to the collection. However, when his collection was actually given to them, it included books such as The Art of Oogling, which is from 1614, the first edition of Hocus Pocus Jr. from 1634, the first illustrated work devoted exclusively to magic from the 18th century. He's got the original books of Nostradamus in that collection. Joanna Southcott, her original books of prophecies, he had them. He had books on witchcraft, the occult, abnormal phenomenon, ghosts, mediums, spiritualism, scientific phenomena such as animal magnetism, automata, fortune-telling, astrology and psychical research, pamphlets, posters. He had pamphlets on Mary Toft, who was the legendary 18th century weirdo who claimed to give birth to rabbits. It wouldn't take most modern people to work out how those rabbits got where they were found. And yes, that's what she was doing. She was putting them there and then pretending. No. Yes, that dirty Mary Toft was doing that.
Paul, I've never been angrier about anything in my life.
So yes, so basically they've been continuing to add to that collection. And people began to notice once the books arrived that they had a ghost there anyway, which was a blue lady, I think they've got there. So the staff have often reported since the books took residence on the 8th floor, strange activity just took off. Laughter is often heard. Whispering can be heard on empty floors and in empty rooms. Books are seen to float about and change shelves, can often be found in different areas on a morning when the librarians open up to check on everything. There is a mysterious cloaked figure that is often seen peeking round corners at people, like round the bookshelf, like, ooh. And then when people spot him, he disappears. And then the blue ghost that glows. So it emits a kind of bluey, glowy light, and she wanders around, often seen at night.
Wow. If ever there was a library that deserved to be haunted, I guess it makes sense it's that one.
Absolutely. And you can visit it for the day. You can visit and check the Harry Price collection. You just have to book in advance.
Cool. God damn, I would like to do that, actually.
So yes, haunted libraries, marvellous things.
I'll say. Meghan goes on to say, every time I went to my room to use the bathroom, I felt it watching. Whenever I showered and dressed for bed, it was there, at the far left corner of my room, right next to my closet. But it was the worst when I climbed into bed to sleep. My old bed was now moved to face the door, so I had a head-on view of my closet and where the energy was located. I kept ignoring the energy as I turned on my bathroom light and closed the door so it acted more as a nightlight and wouldn't shine directly in my eyes. I normally sleep on my left side and always start off the night in that position. So this night, my first night back in my old room, wasn't any different. I closed my eyes. I played some ocean sounds to lull me to sleep. It took less than 5 minutes for me to notice the oppressive cloud on the right side of my bed. I felt this energy, this spirit, right there next to my bed. I tried to ignore it. I tried to push my fear and growing anxiety out of my mind and go to sleep. I focused on the crashing waves that emanated from the YouTube video on my phone, but it was still there, lurking, ever present, and a cloud that I felt spanned the whole right side of the room. It became impossible to ignore. I turned over with my eyes still closed, pretending to be sleeping. I didn't want to open my eyes. I was too afraid of what I'd see staring back at me. I slept lightly and woke up the next morning groggy. I still sensed the presence. It had moved back into the corner of the room. The daylight seemed to cause its power to wane. But maybe it was just me. I was more scared in the dark of this energy than in the day. But something told me not to mistake the daylight for dormancy. Whenever I had to use the bathroom throughout the day, I'd do it quickly, careful not to turn my head to the far corner. At night, the same thing happened, over and over. The energy would creep up to my side of the bed, and I would once again have to turn over. I didn't get one night of full sleep, of good rest, that entire week. The morning I was due to go back home, I woke up in the early morning again, and my internal alarm was sounding once more. My blackout curtains drank in all of the light, all of that security, only to leave scant trails of blues, pinks, and yellows scattered on my walls. I decided to try going back to sleep. I closed my eyes and an image appeared. 2 white old hands reached out towards my neck. I saw the hands so clearly and so detailed, as if they were right in front of me. One hand was even wearing a gold band on its wedding finger. White hairs dotted the crinkled skin, and its freckles poked out from the pink flesh that reached for me. Only 1 second passed between me getting this vision and when those hands touched the back of my exposed neck. I shot up from my bed, gasping, my heart thumping in my chest. I hauled ass out of the bedroom. I would stay up, make coffee, get my bearings. The back of my neck tingled with a warm sensation. I could still feel where those hands had grabbed my neck. I was so grateful I was leaving that day and I didn't have to spend another night in that room. But what about my parents? I thought. I didn't want to leave them to deal with that dark energy. What we'd experienced at 1926 Crossbow Court lingered in the back of my mind. Even though vases weren't flying at us here, I wasn't in the mood to have to contend with another forceful energy that didn't seem so nice in yet another home. I didn't tell them about what happened or what I'd seen. I packed quietly and closed the door to my old bedroom. I wondered how I was even able to sleep and simply be in that room all those years ago. Maybe that energy got stronger? Maybe it recognized me and wanted to see if it could still scare me, still play with me. I shook my head. The vision of the hands reaching towards me reeled in my mind on repeat. It wasn't until I got back to New York, when all of my emotions had settled and I'd had time to think, to feel, to intuit the vision, that I felt the hands were good. The hands had brought a safe energy with them. It had scared the hell out of me, that's for sure. But with a clear head and intuition, I couldn't shake the knowledge, the certainty. I felt that those hands reaching out for me were helping me, protecting me. Despite all of this, I still found myself gravitating to the paranormal as usual, if not even more so. I listened to all kinds of paranormal podcasts, aside from the ghost story guys, of course. I refuse to believe other podcasts exist, Meghan. From boring ones that clearly didn't do their diligence on checking the legitimacy of their stories, ones focused only on dark and evil things, and some in the middle that just didn't resonate with me. I finally found a podcast that I liked. The host was a healthy skeptic. He didn't shoot down the idea of a spirit or a psychic medium, but also did everything in his power to fact-check said reports of spirits and mediums. I appreciated his approach to both the living and the dead, and kept listening. Months passed, and I kept listening, kept seeing spirits in my home, outside, at work, and the cycle continued. It wasn't until I listened to a special episode of his podcast that I found the help I'd been searching for. With a story so similar to my own, I had found someone to help me. It just felt right. Her name is Kate, and she is a real-deal psychic medium. She has consented for me to use her real name here. There are tons of fakes out there that are shameful for trying to make money or stir up shit for people who are grieving or just want answers. And these fakes are the ones that make it hard for people who do have psychic abilities to do their work. I realize that not everyone will believe what is coming next in my story, and that's okay. Then it's not for them. But I know what's true because I lived it, and I am still currently living it. I take this work very seriously and would never lie about what comes next. This has been such a wild journey, but one worthy of pursuing because it has brought me and the people I've helped such healing and fulfillment. I feel very lucky and humbled to do what I do and to be that connection for the living and the passed on. Kate is my mentor, and she not only helped me control the chaos that was happening, but helped me hone it, control it, and, most importantly, set boundaries. I know I said at the end of my last story that I wasn't a psychic medium, and therefore couldn't help that vinyl and antique store owner with his haunted door and assorted baubles. I was wrong. I was so very wrong. I am a psychic medium, and this is the rest of my story. After I listened to Kate's story on the podcast, I continued to listen for a couple of weeks as she helped out on their investigations, proving herself the real deal time and time again as the host fact-checked her information with historical records. As my sightings of spirits and energy bombarded me, I was in my bed, exhausted and trying to relax when a thought popped into my head. I wonder if Kate has a mentorship program. I didn't think I was a psychic medium. I just wanted to control all the escalation that was happening. I thought about it over the next week until the next episode of the podcast dropped, this time with her Instagram handle mentioned at the end. I looked her up, and lo and behold, she was offering a mentorship program. In the application, just a few questions to fill out about why I wanted a mentorship and what experiences I had with spirits and the paranormal was due in 3 days. I took an extra day to think about if this is what I really wanted and needed, and I decided to go for it. I filled out the application and waited. A few nights later, I was doom-scrolling in the midst of a bout of depression when I heard a scratch in the middle of my wall closest to my bed. I'd only ever heard a scratch inside my wall once before. It was on that same wall just below my bed. I thought it was a rat at first, and sat horrified in the middle of my bed waiting to see something gray and furry scurry across my bedroom floor. No animal surfaced, and I didn't think much of it until that night when I was up late and heard a long scratching noise smack dab in the middle of my wall. There are no neighbors on the other side of this particular wall, so it piqued my interest even more as to what could be making the noise. I waited, expecting to hear the animal scuttle away or further into my wall, but it just stopped. There was one long scratch that lasted the length of the longest wall in my room, and that was it. I shook it off, until a few nights later when I heard the scratch again, as if traveling from a deeper part of the building. It was like I could see it approaching, dragging itself from the kitchen to the hallway, through the living room and into my room via the same wall from the last instance. I could hear it coming closer to where I was sitting, until it stopped right next to where I was in bed. And then it stopped completely. I didn't hear anything scurry back the way it came, nor did I hear it travel past me and into another part of a different wall. The things I would expect if it was an animal. I listened out for it as the days passed, but I didn't hear it again. My depression cleared up and I felt better. I would only hear the scratching again when I was prepared to face it, after I learned the unsettling reason why it had chosen to visit me. As New York City November settled in, so did something else in my apartment. Once again, I was up late. I was on vacation, just having quit my job at the grocery store, and taking a week off in between starting my new job in a library. For the first time in a while, I felt hopeful, comforted that my life wouldn't be swallowed by work day in and day out. Despite this, my depression was having the time of its life, and it was because of this I found myself laying in bed, staring at my ceiling that swirled with my multicolored string lights. The sharpness of my peppermint candle soothed my brain into a lull. I had almost convinced myself to go brush my teeth and go to bed when I heard a metallic clanging in the kitchen. My sister had long since gone to bed, and the apartment had been quiet for at least an hour and a half, if not more. It was a familiar noise, one I'd heard all the time growing up when my mother would be in the kitchen, early in the morning, putting away the dishes from the previous night and getting ready to prepare breakfast. Metal meeting ceramic was the sound that busied the dark apartment. I was frozen, listening. It stopped after about 30 seconds, and I peeked into the kitchen first before brushing my teeth. I half expected to see the dishes put away or the cutlery splattered across the kitchen counter. But the clean dishes in our drying rack were the same as when we put them in there hours earlier. Nothing had been moved. This happened about twice a week, and whenever I went into the kitchen alone, I felt someone there. Their energy was undeniable. I sensed and knew where in the kitchen this spirit was standing, letting me get my water or make my coffee in peace. Whenever I would cook, that energy would disappear. And by cooking, I mean heating up some Chef Boyardee ravioli. And on select nights when the noises in the kitchen would start again, I wondered if a spirit was going through the motions of their own memories, cooking for their family or doing the dishes. It wouldn't be long until I would figure out how to open up with my abilities and talk to the spirit. But until then, these familiar and comforting sounds continued in the dark. About a week and a half later, I got an email from Kate saying she had waited to respond to me once she had read my application, and that she was excited to work with someone advanced if I still wanted to join her mentorship program. Advanced? I thought. I was advanced? At seeing ghosts? Sensing energies? This was the first external validation I'd ever received of someone who experienced the same things I did, and as often as I did. Someone else who understood exactly what I was, and had been going through my whole life, acknowledged that I could see spirits and sense energies. I know external validation isn't the be-all and end-all, and it's not encouraged to seek out all the time for everything, but it felt really good to be recognized in this way. I messaged back that I was interested, and we scheduled our first Zoom session for the next week. And so this is a great start to this, and Meghan, I agree with you, like, external validation, if you need it all the time, like, that's obviously bad, but it is nice. I was actually not going to mention this on the show because it's an insane thing to admit to, but when I was doing the script readings for the film festival a couple of weeks back, the guy sitting next to me, one of the readers, was a bodybuilder. And as we were sitting there next to me, he leaned over and said, "Dude, your arms are gigantic." I was like, what? And because again, to me, I don't know, I look the same as I ever have. He's like, "Yeah, man, they're huge." I tell you, you want to cure your body dysmorphia, at least for a couple hours, have a bodybuilder tell you that you look giant. So that was a nice day, but but yeah, obviously you can't depend on it all the time. That's how you end up a podcaster.
Yeah, bro.
That's right. Oh man. Actually, funny enough, the Meghan thing, Meghan, when you mentioned contacting Kate through Instagram, and just as like a Hail Mary, like, fuck it, let's just see what happens. That's how I started to fix my body after the pandemic. It was this dude on Instagram. I won't say his name anymore. Or pardon me, I won't say his name, but he used to run an account that used to be called some variation of like physiotherapy for desk-bound people or something like that. And of course, I was in terrible, like my feet were in terrible shape, my legs were in terrible shape, my back hurt, my neck hurt. And so I just, in desperation, he said he was taking new clients. I thought, fuck it, let's try. I filled out the form, sent it in, forgot about it. And then after a month, I got a message from him saying, "Hey, I just saw your message. I took a month off. If you're still interested, I'm still taking people." And working with that guy and like doing the very basic body rehab stuff, because I hadn't properly worked out in years at that point. So like doing just the rehab stuff just to get my everything moving the way it was supposed to, and to like unknot my muscles that had just gotten so tense during the pandemic, and like fixing eventually like fixing my feet. All that started with a message, really, all of which ended to that in that moment next to the stage where the dude was like, "Holy shit." All of that started with just a desperately sending an Instagram in the middle of the afternoon, in the middle of the night. So sometimes, which is not to say DM people, because that's a bad idea, Like we actually had a message. I don't know if I sent you this. Someone sent me a message. They replied to one of the stories we put up. He called me a cunt. And then he said, sorry. And he sent me a meeting request. What? No to all of this. What is happening right now? So yeah, don't DM everybody, but sometimes Hail Marys pay off is what I'm saying. I felt weird saying it because the English, you guys can get away with it. It more just sounds like I'm being a monster, but I thought I got to say the word because this is what I was called.
It's punctuation here, mate.
Exactly. Not here. It just sounds like I'm the kind of person who refers to my spouse as the old lady, which is not a welcome thing outside of 1982.
Well, you'd all best get used to that now. Scotland are coming for the World Cup, mate. North America stands on the precipice of a British invasion because England have qualified. Scotland have finally qualified. First World Cup this century. They haven't been in a World Cup since 98. And then Wales, Northern Ireland and Ireland are all in the playoffs. So technically, they can all get through and qualify for the World Cup. So we could have the UK and Ireland all there, causing varieties of stress.
I was going to say, the British team won't get on any of the buses unless the Northern Irish team gets on first. On with Meghan's story.
The night before my session, I climbed into bed as usual and prepared to go to sleep when the stillness of the evening was disrupted. It was a change in the air from stillness to presence that made me sit up. I could sense and see, in my mind's eye, multiple figures in the dark surrounding my bed. I closed my eyes and said, "I'm going to bed now. I'm not talking to you. You have to leave." And with that, the energy was gone. I opened my eyes, and the visitors had gone, and my room had returned to normal. This gave me pause about my meeting. What was I getting myself into? But mostly hopeful that I'd find some answers the next day with Kate. My anxiety was raging the morning of the session. Minutes before I was due to log on to the Zoom meeting link, my self-doubt hit its peak. I was trying to calm myself down when a ringing in my left ear cut through the noise of my anxiousness, and I listened. It dissipated after a few seconds, and I was calm. This was for me, and I knew that this was a step in the right direction, that I was supposed to be doing this. I clicked into the Zoom link and cast my glance to my right side, where my 2 decks of tarot cards and notebook lay, and then the session began. It was incredible. I felt so seen, and she answered all of my questions with a clarity I'd never had with the paranormal. When I told her I didn't think I was a psychic medium, she nodded and shrugged. She said, "Okay, let's try and connect you with your spirit guides. Let them in, and we'll see what comes up." I nodded, uncertain that I'd be able to fully communicate with my spirit guides or spirits in general. I closed my eyes. I was back at a door that had separated me from all those voices nearly a year prior. I opened the door, flipped the switch, and let my spirit guides in. What I first felt was a rush of love that I'd never felt before. It was pure, unconditional, everlasting love. That's the only way I can describe it. And then I started writing. Just automatic writing like I'd done once before by accident when I was in high school. I was bored in science class, and I wanted to make it look like I was paying attention and taking notes, so I started typing on my laptop without looking at the keyboard. After enough keyboard smashing, I stopped and looked at my screen, expected to see a word smash of letters and a long red line underscoring them. What I saw scared me. What I had typed read, "Please help me. I'm stuck in traffic and I need water." I pressed that backspace key like I was trying to break it until it was gone. I looked outside to the window that was directly to my right. It overlooked a prominent highway in Fairfax, Virginia. It was 2 p.m. in the afternoon, which was prime traffic time in the area. I was spooked, but I soon forgot about the incident. I'd rarely thought about it until the automatic writing session. I wrote down everything I heard. A man's voice came through first. I was shocked that a man had come through first, that a man would even be a spirit guide for me because I felt so deeply connected to women. But I wrote, and then a woman's voice stepped in, another spirit guide of mine. I'd never really given any thought to any spirit guides in my life before this. Sure, I'd felt drawn or led to certain directions before, especially the year prior to this session, where I was looking for other jobs. But I'd never reached out to speak to a spirit before. Everything had just happened to me instead of me actively seeking the spirits out. I was taking a step into their world, and I knew I'd never look back. After the writing, images flooded in, even after the session. I got to know 2 of my spirit guides. It was fascinating getting their names and seeing images of who they were in their lives, and what lessons they were here to help me with, to learn in mine. I pulled tarot cards for them so I could interpret physically what their personalities were like, and what they had come to say to me in this first encounter. A 3rd guide popped in, but my principal guide, John, who'd come through first, said it wasn't time for that yet. I got her name though, Carmela, and she was the spirit guide that showed me images after my session with Kate was over. The hour flew by, and I booked my next session. I was elated. I felt like I was on cloud 9, that I'd finally broken open and was able to see all the parts of myself clearly for the first time. I was giddy and I felt energised. I was finally getting the answers to questions I'd had for years, whilst new questions arose to the surface over the week. The next week, we covered protection and how to close off connections properly when I was finished communicating with a spirit or sensing the energy of an object or building. We practiced pulling tarot cards and how intuitively connected with my cards and receiving the messages I was. 3 years before I started my mentorship with Kate, I'd felt pulled to start reading tarot. I wasn't sure about it and still had a lot of Catholic stigmas swirling in my brain surrounding tarot as a divination tool that I had to unpack and unlearn. 2 years later, after another 14-hour day at work, I stopped by a boutique right next to my apartment building and bought my first deck, which was an oracle deck that I felt drawn to. That night, I lit a candle and started pulling cards, writing down the meaning of the card from the booklet after I'd already written down what I'd perceived from the card intuitively. Sometimes they matched, and sometimes they were different. But I learned that the way they felt right and authentic for me was to use my mediumship and intuition to interpret the cards, not memorising their meanings. After a few more sessions, Kate said it was time to start communicating and channeling without the tarot.
I'm kind of curious, Paul. Have you ever experimented with tarot or ever tried to channel? I know you did the Estes method when we were at the convention last couple of years back. But have you ever tried to do like a sort of do tarot yourself or channel?
Yes, I was trained by my grandmother to use playing cards.
No shit.
So I would do it occasionally until the incident with the car crash, and I basically tried to unlearn it all from that point on.
Interesting.
And I've never really done it since.
So now, if you're not comfortable talking about it, that's okay. But I'm kind of curious: was it that you felt like having that information, having the information, upset you, or did you feel like you'd somehow caused it?
I felt responsible for that accident for several years. It took me a long time, Bren.
I believe it.
I would say it's probably only the last 5 years I've not blamed myself for that night. Even though I wasn't in the car and I didn't make them leave and I stopped other people going, more people would have died. I still didn't think I'd done enough. Yeah, it took me a while to get my head around it, and then it just kind of clicked for me, I don't know, 5 years ago, something like that. And I was having a big chat with one of my mates, the man who met Spider-Man. And we were having a chat. Because obviously we were at his house when it happened. And he said, yeah, you can't, it's not, absolutely not your fault. Nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you in the slightest. That kind of helped me. He just said it's one of those things. He said, you did what you did. And that was enough. But at the time, it terrified me. I mean, within 6 weeks, I'd left and moved to Sheffield, and my life was completely different. So, I mean, it was an instrumental incident in my life. But it also kind of played into that pushing away the paranormal for so long. It was all wrapped up inside of it.
That makes sense. I mean, it's the way things sort of wires cross in our brain, where we can start to associate things together, even though they don't necessarily belong together. I can see how that connection would be made. It's unfortunate, of course, and I'm glad you got your way out of it. But yeah, that's a hell of a thing.
So I am deeply attracted to relearning tarot. I have to say, it's something I keep meaning to dive into. Julie started with it.
Oh, cool.
But I think with my obsessive nature, and I joke about this, but I always know how my brain works, that if I buy one deck, then I know I'm going to have 100 within a year.
Right.
Because they are beautiful. There's some fantastic collection. I'd have all sorts of stuff. I can literally walk 10 minutes away and I've probably got about 100 different packs to choose from. So who knows? Is that a scab I want to pick at and let loose again? So yes, I used the old as a kitchen magic way, which was using a pack of normal playing cards as for fortune telling, as it were. Crystal balls as well.
Interesting. It's funny, you were talking about Adam, and I won't spoil any of this, but he and I were briefly chatting via text message, and he was telling me about a place called a necromantium, which is sort of like a series of mirrors used for scrying, essentially,
Yes.
yes? And I think he's talking about it on his new show. So again, I won't spoil it. Go check out Houston Strange and Weekly Creep. But I've always, the idea of like divination has interested me, but I've never really gotten into it. I don't know why. A friend of mine's a very skilled tarot reader, but she was taught by her mother. But I have never bothered to try. The one time someone I know got to like using a pendulum, and I used it a couple times, but I had this very strong aversion to continuing to use it. And I don't know if that's just sort of like the old Catholicism just kind of rearing up out of my past or what that is.
I suppose, I know people who've known me long enough point to the incident with my friend's mum, whose life I saved in the car. And they've said, you chose to go to the supermarket then. You might not have realised it, but you were meant to be there. And I have thought about that quite a lot sometimes, because it was just completely random that I went and bumped into him. And if I hadn't been that day there that day and bumped into them, she'd have died. It's as simple as that. There's no ifs, no buts, no maybes. Because her daughter just fell apart. She couldn't deal with it, which is one of those things that often happens in situations like that. It's very odd when you're a trained first aider. You just seem to find an envelope of calm around you, and you can just get on with doing what you do while people are screaming around you or coming outside with cups of teas and blankets and stuff. That's one of those things I've often thought, as Jim Harold says, sometimes there's such a thing as coincidence when it's too much of a coincidence. Why was I there? Why did I suddenly decide at that particular moment to do what I did, to be in that place at the exact same time as them? I just went for it and went and changed people's lives. So I don't know, mate.
Returning to Meghan's story, Meghan says, I honestly didn't have the confidence in myself to channel without the cards. I still held the deep imposter syndrome within me when it came to my abilities. Kate could sense I was nervous, so she asked me if anything was happening lately that I wanted to look into. My first thoughts were the memory of the scratching noises in my wall and the rattling in the kitchen during the late nights. I brought those up and Kate made a face. She tilted her head to the side and said, Yeah, the thing in the wall, it's not nice. When you hear it again, you need to tell it to go away and never come back. My heart dropped. So far in this journey, rediscovering my abilities with Kate, it had been safe. It had been practice. This was stark reminder that not everything to do with the paranormal, a world that I had now fully embraced, was friendly or had good intentions. Just like with a living, I suppose, but when you add the extra layer of spirits being able to hide themselves, it sends a chill up my spine. I nodded and Kate continued. This is something that's in the building. It sensed how emotionally vulnerable you were and gravitated to you. That's why you need to get rid of this thing. Honestly, it kind of looks like a hand. She laughed. She said she had no other way to describe it. The image that immediately popped into my head was an overgrown skeletal hand that slinked in the walls of my apartment building. Well, that is a striking image. I took a deep breath. This thing had sensed that I was vulnerable, that I was hurting. I clenched my teeth. What I was feeling was not weakness, and I wouldn't want something to think it could toy with me because of my emotional state. And Kate had said when this thing comes back. When it did, I would be ready to send it out of my space for good. Kate moved on to the noises in my kitchen. You're going to do this yourself, okay? No cards and no help from me. I know it's in there, but I want you to have that validation for yourself. I was sweating. I was so nervous. I was still expecting her to say, What are you doing? You're not a medium. You can't do this. But I closed my eyes and tuned into my apartment. I had never fully and intentionally connected with a property before. It had always been accidental or consequential. But this time was the first time I was in charge. I had autonomy and the power to close the connection if I needed to. After making the connection, I breathed in normally, and my chest creaked just like my wooden floors. I smiled. I knew I'd made the connection. I sensed two spirits. One was in the far corner of the dining area, somewhere I'd always sensed someone staring at me while I walked around the house, and especially at night when the spirit made me walk that much faster to my bedroom. The other spirit was in the kitchen. I knew immediately that both spirits were women. I said this to Kate, and she smiled and nodded. Keep going. Which one do you want to talk to first? The spirit in the dining room. I smiled as I began to speak to her in my mind. She didn't materialize completely. I couldn't see her clearly. She was almost an apparition of a young girl in a white dress. Her energy was kind and bright, and she was just happy to be there. I introduced myself and asked her what she was doing. Is there anything she wanted to say? She didn't speak to me through a voice, but instead through my intuition and images. She showed me plants in my sister's bedroom, and I felt happy towards them. I told Kate she came here because she loved the plants. My sister used to have a mini greenhouse in her bedroom. Kate smiled and nodded. That's what I got too, she said. After this young girl, whose age I sensed was 16, went quiet. I said to Kate, I'm not hearing anything else from her. My mentor paused for a moment and said, Meghan, I believe she's ready to be crossed over. Have you ever done that before? I definitely had not. I told her as much. She said she would guide me through it. I closed my eyes again and spoke to the girl. If you want to leave to go be with your family, your friends, your mother, you can go through this door, okay? I visualized a door carved out of glowing white light for her to walk through. She walked through that door of light. The energy in the dining area and around me changed. It settled. I opened my eyes. I didn't feel her energy anymore. I said to Kate, I think she's gone. I think she crossed over. Kate nodded. Me too. This marked a huge change for me. I had never really done something so meaningful in this line of work before. This is when it really struck me that I was doing this and I could be making a difference in people's lives, whether it be for the living or the passed on. A calm descended on me, and I proceeded to connect with the woman in the kitchen. I tuned into the woman's energy, and I saw a white outline of a figure. Usually by now, I would get an image or a sense of something about the woman and her life. All I was met with was silence. As I tried harder to connect with her, Kate said, Meghan, why don't you try introducing yourself to her? I spoke to the woman and introduced myself. I asked her what her name was. Sophia, she said. But there was an emotion attached to her voice that I hadn't come across yet during my experience with the paranormal. There was hesitancy. Then she completely disappeared. She was just a shadow in the kitchen now. Kate, I said, I'm not getting anything from her, just her name, Sophia. Kate listened, then laughed. She probably saw that you crossed over the other girl and doesn't want you to do the same to her. Just talk to her. Tell her about yourself and your sister, where you come from, how you came to live in this apartment, etc. I closed my eyes again and started to do just that, but I got nowhere. Only a few scarce images of the 1950s and 1960s flitted in my mind's eye. I started to get really frustrated with myself and was worried about looking bad in front of my mentor. Kate could see my frustration and asked, Meghan, do you speak any Spanish? I shrugged. My mom and her family are Mexican, but I didn't grow up with a lot of Spanish. I can get by a little bit. All right, she said. Try speaking some Spanish to her. Sometimes the spirits who don't speak English or English as a first language, they're a bit harder to communicate with, or they communicate through images and feelings more. I went back to Sophia for the third time and introduced myself, this time in Spanish, and told her about my ancestry and that my sister and I were the new tenants living in this apartment. After I explained everything, the shadow figure morphed into the colorful image of an elderly Latina woman wearing a red skirt, a white blouse, and a black laced veil I recognized from the Latina church ladies of my childhood. This was Sophia. I smiled. I see her so clearly now, I exclaimed. Perfect. You can start asking her more questions. I asked Sophia why she was making noises in the kitchen. I said I wasn't mad, I just wanted to understand. Sophia gave me the feeling that she liked being in the kitchen, that this room was hers, and that the kingdom she reigned over in her lifetime. She provided for her family in this way. This was her greatest show of love. I then remarked, sometimes I feel you when I'm cooking. What do you think of my cooking skills? I meant this as a joke. At that time, all the cooking I did was heat up some Chef Boyardee. The second I asked her that, Sophia made a funny face, my first time receiving shade from a spirit. Kate laughed and said, why did I just hear her laugh? I told Kate about my cooking, or lack thereof, and we shared a nice moment, the three of us. One little thing about this, Paul, because Meghan sent us this in a very, very long PDF file. And so I converted it into Word, or into I copied and pasted it, I think, into the Google Doc. But it's not, the formatting is not one-to-one. And so when I got to this part about Sophia, for some reason, I guess because the I had an accent over it, it pasted it, and the best it could find was Soxa. And so when I was prepping the script, I was like, Soxa? What kind of I don't think that's a Spanish name. I've never I've never heard, and like the rest of Megan's story is so good. And I'm like, this is a bullshit name. This is not a real name. And I was Googling, where is this name? And like, it's a name in Eastern Europe and maybe parts of Spain, but in one place it was sopa, which is soup in Spanish. I'm like, there's no way this fucking lady's name was soup. So I was starting to get worried. And then I went back to the original doc and said, I know you, boob. It's Sophia. It's just that Google decided to screw with you when you copied and pasted it.
We never know what people are called these days.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
More countries need to be like the Netherlands and have a list of names. And if you want to call your child anything, it has to be on the list.
Oh, right. I think I remember you telling me about that. It's a very bold way of going about it.
Yeah. I'm sure the Dutch aren't the only people who do that.
I have to imagine the Icelandics do, because everyone is, Einar Gunnarsson or Gunnar Einarsson.
Yeah, well, you take your father's name, don't you?
Oh, totally. Yeah. I haven't seen like a Skylarson, Skylar Mackenzie daughter. Like I haven't seen that.
Well, you never know. I mean, there used to be a guy play for Uruguay in the 1980s who was called John Brown, and he couldn't speak a word of English.
Now that's a pretty badass name to have.
It is in Uruguay.
Well, he was also the famous abolitionist in the U.S., John Brown.
Yes.
So it'd be a great name to have in parts of America.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm not sure, because there's a lot of connections in South America with Brits, and a lot of miners went over there. So I'm not sure if there is, because there's a really weird German town somewhere is it Brazil, where it's basically like visiting the Alps, but you're in the rainforest.
Can't imagine why.
No, I can't either.
Wink.
I further learned that Sophia, after asking about her life and why she was in this apartment, had emigrated from Cuba to the US in the 1950s and had made her home here in my apartment. It was interesting the different ways certain information was coming through. At that time, I was trying to just let it all flow to me. Sophia sometimes spoke to me in her voice, with images and with feelings, and sometimes all three together in order to form the complete picture. When I asked Sophia about why she'd chosen this apartment to stay into for her afterlife, I felt my gut, my intuition, split in two ways. The first was that because she had lived in this apartment, but the second was that I felt she'd also lived somewhere else. When I tuned in more, that's when it clicked, and she showed me in feelings and images that she came from Cuba and lived in my apartment with her family. It felt surreal and special to have this kind of experience with a house spirit. Sophia had lived her life in this same space that I am now living mine, her past and my present colliding, separated by only the thinnest of veils. She was warm and motherly, and Kate told me to get to know her more, talk to her more on my own, and find out what kind of music she likes. She loves the music you play when you're in the kitchen. Me and my sister still get a kick out of this to this day. Most of the music we play in the kitchen is reggaeton, which in the case of our playlist, mostly contains songs with raunchy lyrics. We laughed and apologised to Sophia if we'd shocked her all this time. Towards the end of my conversation with Sophia, I asked her if she would help protect our apartment, help me keep the activity at bay, and protect against anything dark or with our questionable or ill intentions. She agreed. I voiced to Kate what I had talked to about with Sophia. Right when I said, I asked her to help protect my home, Sophia's voice came through on my laptop's mic. Unfortunately, I didn't hear this in real time because, of course, at that exact moment, a huge truck outside was living its best life and laying on the horn. I didn't hear Sophia or what Kate said, so I literally was just staring into the camera with a smile on my face until the truck stopped. But afterwards, Kate sent me the recording of our meeting, and I jumped when I heard Sophia's voice. That was exactly how she had sounded when we had spoken. That was her voice. In response to what I was saying about asking her to help to protect our home, she said, I was in awe and grateful for this little confirmation that I was actually doing this and that I could do this. Thanks to Sophia, I gained some confidence in my abilities and captured my first EVP. 2 weeks later, I remembered what Kate had said about asking Sophia what kind of music she liked and playing it for her when I cooked. That night I was cooking something that actually required some type of assembly, so I called to Sophia. I smiled when the energy shifted. I sensed her right at the opening of the kitchen where my pantry stood. I asked her what kind of music was her favourite and what she wanted to hear, and she told me a name. Carlos Guzman. I'd never heard of him, so I googled it. I scrolled down the first page without seeing anything, but finally at the very bottom was an article about a Grammy winner from the 1960s. My intuition sang. This was him. So I asked her, "Okay, what song?" And I didn't get a response. "What album?" I asked next, and I sensed an album from the late 60s. 1967, I think it was. I scrolled down Carlos Guzman's list and landed on the two that felt right. I asked Sophia which one, and she told me to pick the second one. I can't remember what it was titled, but when I scrolled through the song list, she kept pulling me further down until she got across what she wanted to hear, and that was the last track. I laughed out loud at the title. The song she wanted to hear was called Nuestro Apartamento, Our Apartment. To this day, I play it whenever I'm in the kitchen thinking about her. She crossed over on her own, but whenever I miss her or need her help, I know that she comes back and will come back. All I need to do is play our song. As the weeks went by, my sessions with Kate flourished. I was learning so much about myself, my abilities, and settling into my new life of engaging in the paranormal with boundaries and autonomy. On a cold December evening, my depression had returned. I'd done everything I could to try and uplift myself. I was burning a large peppermint candle that cast a warm glow against my pale walls. I'd taken the compost down, and I'd done some grocery shopping. I thought some basic self-care would help. But I just found myself feeling the same, but colder. I was sitting in my bed watching a movie when I heard it. The familiar, slow, scraping noise coming from the far side of my room. I paused the movie and listened. It dragged itself closer and closer, taking the same route as it had the last time. My heart thundered as it inched its way to me, and it stopped right next to me. I knew I was looking right at it, and Kate's words echoed in my mind. It came to you because it knew you were vulnerable, and it was back again because I was in the same mental and emotional state as the first time it visited me. Anger rose in my arms and flooded my cheeks with heat. I mustered all the resolution and confidence my anger had given me and spoke to it. You need to leave. You are not welcome here. You will be never able to come back to this building. You will never again be near myself or my sister or any of our friends and family members. Get out. Seconds after I said this, I heard the front door to my building slam violently. The energy returned to normalcy. The thing was gone, and it had left via the front door. Or more likely, I kicked it out the front door. I listened for any noise of our neighbours coming up the stairs, but I didn't hear anything of the sort. And I hadn't heard anyone at the front door, which is right below my bedroom window, before I'd spoken to the entity. I breathed slowly to calm myself. I had successfully told off that thing that tried to be near me, and do who knows what, because I was in a vulnerable place. It was gone, and it's never returned.
I wasn't able to find the Carlos Guzman song, Our Apartment, but I did listen to some of his other stuff on YouTube. And I don't know, did you have a chance?
No.
I'm a fan. And also I think it's really cool that that Sophia was able to cross over on her own. Like, I think that's it shows the kind of person she was. She was so like self-possessed and self-aware that once she was kind of acknowledged and the time came, she was just able to go, no, I think I'm good now.
Yeah.
I mean, conversely, there was in Revelstoke, in Strange, the Main Street Cafe, they had a spirit there that liked to cook for people. But she was much more territorial, and they actually had to force her to move on because she was harassing. She hated men specifically, and she was harassing the male employees in addition to just being a general pain in the ass. There was this one poor motherfucker there. She was just hunting him like he was Jean-Claude Van Damme and she was Arnold Vosloo. There's a deep pull for our younger fans. Actually, when I was volunteering at the film festival, I was talking to one of the kids I was working with. Very, very nice young lady. But we were talking about, she likes action movies. And I said something about John Woo, and she goes, who? And I was over the moon because I said, oh, man, I am so excited for you. You get to see these things for the first time. I would kill for the opportunity to see these things for the first time. So I was telling her about, and of course, the 4K editions of a lot of his catalog have just been issued. So for the first time, you can see Hard Boiled, The Killer, The Better Tomorrow 1 and 2. Better Tomorrow is a better one of those, but Bullet to the Head in like the way they were meant to be seen. And so, but I mentioned Hard Target, which I thought, at least that one you must know, right? Blank look. I said, Jean-Claude Van Damme, blank look. Fuck, I'm old now.
Should have said No Retreat, No Surrender. First time I saw JCVD on that.
No Retreat, No Surrender. I actually don't know that one at all.
It's one of those films that appears in the mid to early 80s. I think the guy in it wasn't actually like a fighter. He was an ice skater or something stupid. But they were going to make him into a big superstar. And Jean-Claude Van Damme plays the baddie in it. I think he plays a Russian. And obviously the hero has to fight him in it. But it's so cheesily shit. But I think that was one of those I saw in the mid-80s at a mate's house. I think that was his big break, Van Damme.
Okay, so I see it. I had never heard of it. But it was 1986. That was directed by Corey Yuen, who is a famed Hong Kong director who made films like Yes, Madam, which basically introduced the world to Michelle Yeoh and Cynthia Rothrock, actually.
Wow.
And I think he also, if I'm not mistaken, he also made the Cynthia Rothrock film. Folks, we just had the most terrible noise come up on my side. Someone is drilling in this building somewhere, and it is very loud in my apartment. So we're going to try and record around it as best we can. But
Podcast Jeopardy.
You're not kidding.
I hope he's drilling a wall and not a body.
Yeah, I mean, this building, maybe. I've heard there's a guy in the basement who's breeding dogs. So, anything is possible.
You found yourself on the set of Driller Killer 3.
And just before we move on, Corey Yuen, he also directed Cynthia Rothrock in Righting Wrongs in 1986. And I only just watched that because Vinegar Syndrome restored it. But talk about a fucking bleak-ass movie. It is completely the opposite. Because, Yes, Madam with Cynthia Rothrock and Michelle Yeoh is very, great stunts, Michelle Yeoh kicking ass. But then Righting Wrong, and of course, it's no spoiler to say the good guy wins in the end. Righting Wrongs is one of the most bleak Hong Kong action films from that era I have ever seen. It is basically a giant middle. The ending could not have been any more of a fuck you if Corey Yuen had personally delivered me a handwritten letter. And then, of course, his final film, I believe, before he died, was the film adaptation of the video game DOA. Which, have you ever seen it?
Is that the one with Dennis Quaid?
No,
Or
DOA is, he might be in a movie called DOA. This is it's an adaptation of the fighting game. It's got Matthew Marsden, Eric Roberts, and then a sort of a who's who of the popular female actresses at the time. It's got Jamie Presley, Devon Aoki, Holly Valance, Natasha Malt. It's nuts. It's a terrible, terrible movie, but it's also, the fight scenes are kind of great, and the actresses, I should say, they trained quite hard for the martial arts in the film, so the fight scenes are better than you expect from an American film of that type, but it's not good. It is, however, folks, streaming on Tubi, so you should absolutely watch it. You will not regret it.
Matthew Marsden, ironically, who also plays the sniper in Rambo 4.
I thought I recognized that name. He plays Schoolboy.
Yep.
And Eric Roberts, who appears drunk in pretty much everything. Yep.
Everything he's made since 1988.
Apparently, he did that terrible vanity project, Blackbird, for Michael Flatley. And I guess he is smashed the whole time. He may as well just be drooling the entire time. They practically had to Weekend at Bernie's the guy, from what I understand.
It's like, what you call him? Oh, legendary actor who's in Kill Bill 2.
Oh, David Carradine.
No, not David Carradine. The guy Uma Thurman goes to meet in the bar who tells her where Bill is.
Michael Madsen?
No. Legendary Spanish.
Michael Parks.
Yeah. And he's If he's not shit-faced in that scene, then by heck, he's a bloody good actor. He looks absolutely fucked in that scene. He can barely keep his head up.
The intensity of, he's drunk on the spirit of acting. I mean, the time my friends and I met Michael Madsen, he was also drunk on the spirit of acting and probably a few other things.
Yes, he did like to keep himself very refreshed.
Oh, man, that was... I'm sure I've told this story before, but we wandered into a bar somewhere in Langley on the Lower Mainland because it was my friend's wedding the next day. And it was a completely empty bar. It had great prices. We thought it was... And there was cabling running everywhere, so we thought it was like a film set or something. But it turned out that there was a film production that had kind of set up their circus nearby. So we literally were there for, I don't know, 12 hours until they closed the bar, basically. But at one point, Michael Madsen, who was shooting Christmas Crash nearby, came in with his shall we say entourage and his son. And the waitress who had come off shift and was sitting with us, she was like, I don't know who the fuck Michael Madsen is. And she said, he's old and gross, whoever he is. And he was not looking his best, shall we say. He would later end up in the hospital for exhaustion about 3 months later. I am not surprised. He tried to sell his leather jacket to my friend for $100, but
don't give Larry Warren ideas. Christ.
But then my friend, she said to the waitress, he was in Free Willy. And immediately her whole face changed. She goes, oh my God, he was the dad in Free Willy. His son's kind of hot. And that was all it took. She still wasn't going to fuck Michael Madsen. There's some lines, you can't cross. But his son, who, let's say, the apple had fallen quite far from the tree. A charmer he was not. Yeah, exactly. She had decided that it was his lucky night. I was so drunk I don't remember how that night ended, other than we all walked through the drive-through like a bunch of raccoons.
McDonald's, if like we can't next to Michael Madsen.
I've got a pocket full of McDonald's cookies. Oh, it was a bad night, man. It was. Ooh, yeah. Anyways, I didn't contribute to Michael Madsen's decline, I think, but we sure didn't know
that.
Yeah.
First right. Michael Madsen, then it was Gary Busey. Yeah, we know.
Well, I can't roll that hard.
I know I can't anymore.
All right, I can't remember how we got from poor Meghan's story here, but I'll get back to Meghan's story. In my next session with Kate, I told her of my latest triumph. Then she asked me if there was anything on my mind. I was thinking a lot about my experience with the paranormal lately. I told Kate about my parents' apartment and that I knew it was haunted when I lived there. I was going back there to visit my friends and parents, so I wanted to dive into the place together to see what exactly was there, especially with my latest experience I'd had there with those hands touching the back of my neck. I wanted to be better protected and equipped with the knowledge of who or what was going to be there. As we began, my smile fell as she told me that she saw something dark in my old bedroom. I hadn't told her about the dark energy I had sensed there. I just said that I had experiences in my room and I knew that my old home was haunted. That sounds about right, I answered. What do you see there? Ask your spirit guides to show you. Kate had said this so I wouldn't have to tune into the dark energy myself. Asking my spirit guides to show me the dark energy would keep me better protected from it as I peered into the situation. An image of my bedroom flashed to my mind as I asked my guides to show me the energy. I saw a dark mass pooling in and around itself, a latent storm cloud, in the corner of my room next to my closet. Kate nodded as I iterated this and said that's exactly what she was seeing. This entity, it's not good, but it's not evil. It's opening a portal for things to come through, though. There's a lot of spirits coming and going. Let's try to close it remotely. My anxiety skyrocketed. This was out of the norm for me. I believed portals existed, but the only times I ever heard about them were in stories of dark things or stories of people just leaving them as is and escaping the property. I grimaced. I was afraid. I was afraid of closing the portal because in order to do that, I had to fully face it. Not just ask my guides to show me the portal from a safe distance. I had to face it head on. I explained my fears to Kate, and she helped me build up my protection before we went into it. I called on my spirit guides, ancestors, and angels of 100% divine light, love, and sound for protection as I went into this. Side note, When calling in these spirits for protection, I always say of 100% divine light, love, and sound, because this allows only spirits with all-encompassing good, pure, and clear intentions into my space. I had learned this from another psychic medium who taught me with guided meditations to help my anxiety. Guided by Kate, I closed my eyes and pictured my room. Armed with my protection, I faced the dark mass and the figure hiding behind it. I lifted my hand physically, and in my mind's eye, it prickled with heat and tingles, the middle of my palm hot and buzzing with energy. I moved my hand circular in a counterclockwise motion to close the portal and recede the energy. I'd never done energy work before, and I really didn't know this was something I was capable of until this moment. When it felt good, I closed the connection. Good job, Kate said. I feel like you'll have to finish closing it in person, though. So when you go back there, do exactly what you did just now, and you'll be fine. And I just want to pause here real quick, Paul. That feeling of prickling heat was exactly what I felt driving past that house in Victoria that had the really dark energy about it. I've never heard anyone else describe a feeling of prickling heat in regard to spirit before, but that's exactly what I experienced. All around the collar of my neck, like all around my collar.
Yeah. Yeah, heat is not something that's normally associated, is it? But, I mean, there have been a few poltergeist cases where people have felt heat or burns or whatever. But,
Interesting.
When you get that prickly heat, that's kind of the opposite. It's usually like it makes your blood run cold or your hairs stand on end. You don't start feeling hot and sweaty and prickly.
Yeah, I'd never experienced anything like that before, and until just now, I was not aware anyone else had either. So that's telling, because that if anywhere there was a portal, that house is a portal. All right, so Meghan goes on to say, dread filled me. The last thing I wanted to do was face this thing in person. Part of me was still afraid. I'd heard paranormal stories of people chasing bad things out, but those bad things knew those people had been coming to kick them out, and then all the shit hit the fan. But I would do it. I had to, and I wanted this energy gone. I did not want a portal in my room where anything could waltz through and stay if it wanted. That was out of the question. The day came when it was time to leave for Moynihan Hall and hop onto the Amtrak to D.C. Before I left, I made sure I'd packed my Palo Santo, a lighter, and my clear quartz and black tourmaline crystals, the tourmaline for protection and the clear quartz to amplify that protection. On the train ride to D.C., all I could think about was closing the portal. And in the car with my dad on the way to the apartment, my nerves escalated. I closed my eyes, grounded myself, and called in all my protection. Once inside the apartment, I put my bags down and put my crystals into my jean pockets. I took a deep breath. There was a heaviness on my shoulders, a comforting heaviness. I could feel all my guides and angels and ancestors behind me. I opened the door to my bedroom. As I closed the door behind me, my teenage bedroom had never felt more electric, more alive and present. I couldn't see the dark mass or the entity within it with my naked eye, but every fiber of my being felt its presence. The room was pulsing with energy. I never felt anything like it before. Compared to how it felt at this moment, all those times I'd felt this being's energy before had been a whisper. Now, it was a roar. It was all out in the open. No more hiding. No more waiting. With my mind's eye, I saw all my protection behind me. My hands were on fire with energy. I raised my right hand and started the counterclockwise motion, repeating, "You are not welcome here. You will leave. You will never come back. Nothing evil lingers here. You will never return." Once I felt the time was right, I pushed my hand forward with as much energy as I could and breathed. I took in my surroundings again. All of my nerves had left me shaking. I lit the Palo Santo and started to cleanse my room, repeating prayers. I started to cleanse where the corner of the portal had been in, and then went all around my room, into my bathroom, and back into my closet, all the while repeating prayers. The energy of my bedroom was completely changed. I felt freer inside of it. I felt comfortable enough to change my clothes and take my time in the shower now. It felt brighter and warmer and happier. My dad knocked on my door and asked if everything was okay, and I said that I would be right out. For the first time inside that bedroom, I slept soundly and deeply and without being jolted awake. Since then, I've always slept peacefully in that room. The rest of the apartment was still now too. In the living room, kitchen, and my mother's closet, all the regular hotspots were silent. The apartment was empty of ghosts. I think when I erased the portal entity, I sent the rest of the spirits away with it. My first session back in New York, I explained everything to Kate, from how the room felt, how it could feel my spirit team and my protection behind me, and how I erased the portal and that entity from my room. Kate nodded. Wow, yes, erased is a great word for it. Nice job. I beamed. I had proven to myself I could deal with the nasty things with confidence and protection. I then told Kate about my experience before I had closed the portal in my room, where I received the image of hands coming towards me, and then feeling them grab the back of my neck. But when I calmed down, my intuition was telling me that the hands felt good, like they had been there to protect me somehow. Kate considered this and nodded. Let's go ahead and dive into that. All right, so Paul, with this one, I was thinking about this, and it reminded me a little bit. I can't remember if I'm sure I've told you the story. I think we've been doing this 5 years now. You've heard all my stories, but my old office, the haunted one where I started Ghost Story Guys. I would go work there at night sometimes, because I had the keys, I had the alarm code, so I would, it was easier for me I had all my audio equipment there, so I would just go there and record the radio show I was doing at the time, or edit Ghost Story Guys, or whatever I was doing, right? So, but one night, I wanted to go, and I couldn't get myself out the door. I could not make myself go. And I finally forced myself over to the door and put on my shoes and put on my coat and was about to walk out to the car when I got a text from my friend of mine who is very psychically sensitive. And she said, hey, you're not thinking of going to the office, are you? I said, funny you mentioned. That's exactly where I'm headed. And she said, yeah, don't do that. And I said, why? And she said, I don't know. All I know is I have a feeling like we shouldn't go there or go in there. So I said, well, do you want to go drive by and just look and check it out? So we did. I picked her up. We went this was like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So we cruised past it. And now my old office was on down on a sort of an offshoot of a one-way street. So it's kind of like a T-junction.
Yep.
So it was on the corner where it was. There's a big parkade, and then next to that is this sort of low-slung building where my office was on the third floor. We drove down the one-way street, so didn't even get onto the side street. It was like what Meghan has described there, like a kind of a mass turning in on itself, but it was as tall as the building, taller. Was like how it felt. It felt like it's kind of a mind's eye thing, but it was like above the building, turning like a tornado, like a black tornado. And we decided we're not going to drive down the street and be in front of it. That would be a mistake. So we just kept going down the main road. But as I passed it, now in stark contrast to the prickles, I felt what I can only describe as like a cold blowtorch all down the side of me that was in the direction of that cyclone. It was like someone was like focusing direct cold all down one side of my body. And just were probably one of the most intense feelings I'd had in a long time. And what actually ended up happening is one of our listeners, I don't think she listens to the show anymore, Alexa, if you do, hello. But at the time, she came to the office. She was from Seattle, but every now and again, her and her husband would come up to Victoria, so we would get together for coffee. She borrowed some of my books at the time, which were all at the office. And when she came in, she goes, oh, this place is like, there's something going on here. And we did a whole thing. And she said, like, whatever's happening here, she said, there is a resident spirit that you keep trying to smudge away that is actually protecting you. Because she said, there's like a throughway here. And she said, things are coming through which are terrible. Genuinely terrible. And this thing is acting as best as it can as a buffer between you and them. So one, stop trying to smudge it away. And two, we have to figure out. So she actually walked me, I think it was her, she walked me through the process of like talking to the thing in the building that had been protecting me this whole time. And I think it was actually as soon as I basically engaged with it, and we kind of came to this understanding, we lost the office. It was almost like, because by that time, the company that I was part of had taken over the lease from my old company, from my former employers, and the business collapsed, so we had to let the lease go. So basically, as soon as I made that connection, and kind of instead of treating everything with fear, it was like all of a sudden now I'm connecting with it. I'm understanding it. And so maybe because the lesson was learned, I don't know. But we lost the lease on the building. We moved out 2 months later. It's just a huge, but it's almost like that initiated this huge period of transition, which at the time seemed quite frightening, because I had worked in that office for 6-7 years. And, it was where we recorded the show. It was kind of like, it was my second home essentially. And all of a sudden it was gone, and it was almost like, okay, you've let go of this protective thing, but it took kind of going further in before you can come back out,
Yeah, definitely. Maybe the tornado was a symbol of the impending chaos about to envelop you.
Could be. Yeah. I don't know how quickly they're all like linked together, but, or like how closely they were linked together, but it was definitely like a weird time. My activity with and kind of interacting with that world has changed so much since then. Like it doesn't happen very much anymore. But when I was in that building, it was constant. And funny enough, in terms of, just before we get back to the story, I think it was shortly before all that happened, I had a dream where I was meeting a man named Shelby Foote. I had to wait in Los Angeles in Pershing Square in this dream, and then someone found me, and I had a plastic parasol, like a see-through plastic umbrella, and I was going to go see this person. Said, okay, you want to see Shelby? Well, you have to leave this stuff behind. And so they took the umbrella, and I think I had a backpack that said, you can't bring this stuff with you. You have to go in just on your own. And so I followed this person through a maze of corridors until I got to this wall. They opened the wall and said, okay, Shelby's inside. And I went inside, and there was this man sitting there. And he was sitting there with a woman, and he spoke to me. And I don't remember what he said, but he said something, as I recall, it was pretty profound. And the impression I got was that people came to him for wisdom, and he would give it to them. But again, you had to give something up to get it. And then after getting whatever it was I got, I was sent on my way. Well, it turns out there's a real guy named Shelby Foote. He was a Civil War historian.
Yeah, he's a very famous one. I know who Shelby Foote is.
Yeah, I'd never heard of him. But not only was he a famous war historian, when I saw him, I looked up old photos of him. I saw him as a young man.
Whoa.
Yeah, because all the photos I found like when you quickly Google him, they're all of him as an elderly man. I looked up older photos of him. And if I'm not mistaken, what I saw was him in middle age.
How strange.
It was a really bizarre time. And yeah, and I didn't realize at the time I was in a really bad way. Like kind of doing all this shit in Ontario has been a way for me to sort of come to terms with the way my life changed in sort of 2018 and 2019, and a lot of which was not very good. And I realized like I was in a bad way, but I just didn't feel it. And it was weird. It was like there was this massive change coming, and I was having to let go of a lot of shit, but I wasn't necessarily aware it was happening.
Yeah, that's very strange that it would be him imparting wisdom that you didn't know who he was.
No idea who this man was.
Yeah, I discovered him doing my history A level.
Oh, well, I guess that makes sense.
He was held up as one of the key experts of American Civil War history.
No kidding.
Shelby Foote. Yeah, he was an authority. I think he's been dead about 20 years, which is even stranger.
Yeah, he died according to IMDb in 2005.
Yes, a very revered and attuned historian certainly was. I think he's one of those weird people. He kind of fell into journalism, and then decided he didn't want to be a journalist. He wanted to be a writer. And I think one of his books took 20 years to complete.
Holy shit.
But he started writing in the 50s after the war. So, he was like at the top tier of American historians for the best part of 50 years.
Yeah. So, and again, I had no idea whatsoever. I mean, maybe subconsciously I knew, but certainly it was not part of my conscious awareness. I had to Google, like the time I woke up listening to Salisbury Hill, but I didn't know what the song Salisbury Hill was. I woke up with the lyrics, "My heart goes boom, boom, boom." I Googled it and discovered that I'd been dreaming about Salisbury Hill.
Peter Gabriel.
Yeah.
first solo single, I believe.
It's a hell of a single.
Yeah, he's always dropped bangers over the years as old Pete.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even was it the really weird one he did in the early 2000s? Up, I think it was.
Yep.
No. Was it Up? It's got I Grieve, The Barry Williams Show, Growing Up. But anyways, really great album. And just, I don't know, for a guy who's been making music as long as he had, you wouldn't expect him to still be making rock solid bangers in sort of his late solo career, but he was churning out some great shit.
Yeah. I always remember one of the funny stories about Peter Gabriel is that by 1986, his record company were getting a bit annoyed with him because he hadn't had a massive hit. And the problem was that one of their A&R men said, well, we think the problem we've got is that Peter Gabriel just calls his albums Peter Gabriel. So nobody knows if they go in a shop and ask for the Peter Gabriel album, is it the new album? And that's why So, which is his biggest selling album, is called So. Because they said, so what do you want to call the album? And he went, So. And that's why it changed. And then after that, he didn't call them Peter Gabriel anymore. But I think his first 3 albums are all called Peter Gabriel. So they're all known as 1, 2, and 3 now. And then
his first 4, actually.
First 4, yeah. And then So, which is incredible when you think about it. So is his 5th album that sees him become a worldwide star again after leaving Genesis. Because that's the one with Sledgehammer on it, Don't Give Up, Red Rain, what's the other singles? 4 massive singles off it. But obviously everybody knows Sledgehammer because of the video.
Of course.
And that was the first non-Peter Gabriel album, as it were.
Sledgehammer, In Your Eyes, Don't Give Up, Big Time, and Red Rain.
Big time, right, tune.
And I was right. It was Up, actually, that had the songs I was thinking of, his 2002 album. And folks, yeah, check that shit out. Barry Williams Show, More Than This, Growing Up. It is an incredible album. The song I Grieve, again, is just stellar.
I think did he not help create the War Mad Festival? He's certainly been a major driving force of it over the last 30 years.
Could very well be. I don't actually know much about him.
He's a top man. Very funny. Very intelligent. If you ever get a chance, there's a brilliant Genesis documentary that's about 3 hours long. And he pops up in it. And then he's obviously always got on with the band. I mean, he didn't fall out with the band. He just wanted to do different stuff.
Oh, okay.
But he's one of those, like, people forget Steve Illage was in Genesis as well. And then he just disappeared and made, like, ambient noise things for ages.
Oh, yeah.
Chill out music for hippies, told Steve. And then he discovered rave culture and started making rave records. So, yeah, they all still get on. But obviously, yeah, Pete was lead singer till what? Was it 75? Something like that? So you think it took him 11 years from leaving Genesis, who were just about to become massive. And then he had his solo career and he had a few like Games Without Frontiers and Salisbury Hill. But he wasn't a consistently high charter until So.
His first album came out in 77. And then, 77, 78, 80, 82, and then So in 86. All right. Well, from Peter Gabriel, we go back to Meghan's story.
I tuned into those hands that I remembered so clearly. Their wrinkles, the tiny white hairs, golden band on the ring finger. An elderly man appeared before me in the same blue and white checkered long-sleeve shirt I'd seen before in my vision. He wore khaki shorts with his long white socks that met his knees. His energy was calm and loving, and I asked him who he was, and he said that he lived nearby, and his name was Frank. "Why did you touch my neck?" was my next question. And he said that he was trying to protect me from the portal entity, that he had protected me for a while whilst I slept and lived in that bedroom. I thanked him. My next question was a common one that I'd grown accustomed to asking a spirit. "How did you pass?" He showed me an image of a familiar tree line and a winding road on the other side of the apartment buildings in Virginia. A red truck careered at high speed from around the corner. He showed me him standing in the tree line of these woods. The fluorescent headlights of the truck. Impact. The truck hightailing it out of the area. And a body left for dead. I gasped and I opened my eyes and told Kate everything I'd just seen. As I was talking about him showing me how he passed, I burst into tears. I was sobbing as Kate talked me through how to calm myself and what to do next. Frank was still talking to me and said, "Woman." But I ignored what he said. I was too focused on these tidal waves of emotions I was feeling. I was crying, but these emotions I were feeling weren't mine. I tuned into myself and saw the separation of the emotions I was feeling now versus the emotions that belonged to me. They were completely different. After I calmed myself, Kate taught me how to visualize the emotions of Frank separating from my body and being given to my spirit guides to be transmuted into light and love. It was important to excrete this energy, and it wasn't mine, so it didn't linger and mix into my energy field and emotions and weigh me down. And I also learned here that when you want to get rid of energy in this instance, it's important to mould it into something good so it doesn't linger in anyone else's space and affect them in any way. After I removed the man's emotions, I went back to talk to him. Kate had told me to ask him anything about the hit and run, any information that I could verify through a Google search. Green, woman, forest. I could see that the forest lined the road. It was one of the first things he'd shown me. It was familiar to me, right behind my apartment building. I was confused and everything felt mismatched. Deep down I knew I was missing something. Everything was laid out before me, yet I didn't know how to piece it all together. Before I ended the connection, I helped him cross over. I was so shaken by this session and conversation. This is the moment when it really hit me, that not only was I seeing images of their lives and getting to know them and sensing their personalities, but I was also seeing their last moments. No matter how they passed, I was seeing it. A person's final moments. This conversation and experience woke me up to the delicacy of what I do and the importance of meeting them with compassion while remembering to hold those energetic boundaries for myself. There would be more instances like that. People passing in traumatic ways that they wanted and needed help to process, and I had to be prepared for that. After the session, something kept bothering me. The woman. Frank had mentioned a woman whilst I was feeling his emotions and separating them from myself. I'd completely disregarded it and focused on the emotions I was feeling and reckoned with that. A woman had come up a second time, but it didn't make any sense. I tried to reason with myself and wipe it away, but the gnawing only grew stronger. I tuned back into Frank and asked him, "What is it about the woman? Why did you bring her up?" Frank showed me the same image of the hit and run that had happened to him. Then the woman. In my intuition, the image had split. There were two meanings to this image, what he was showing me. This had happened to Frank, or he had witnessed this happening to the young woman, and Frank had witnessed it. And because he'd witnessed it, he was killed. I didn't dive much further into this after the second conversation with Frank. It was also new to me at this moment, and this was the very first time I had spoken to a spirit who'd witnessed something like this and been killed because of it. I was overwhelmed and thanked Frank, then ended the connection after learning the young woman's name. Vanessa. Now fully into my abilities, I've learned that I don't get a full name but the first letter of the name, so her name could be Vanessa, since that's what came through at the time, or it could be another name starting with the letter V. I did what Kate had told me to do in these situations, try and find out as much as I can from the other side, and then Google it to see if I could find anything and possibly turn in information to law enforcement. I searched for hit and runs in Northern Virginia and scrolled until I found an article that caught my attention. An unknown young woman had been killed in a hit and run 1 year ago and left on the side of the road surrounded by forest. It happened in between familiar roads not 5 minutes away from my parents' apartment, and a street named Green. I was shocked. I texted Kate back about my second conversation with Frank, and that I'd found an article that could be a match. She said it sounded like I'd found it. I then tried to find the article again to attach it to my story and see if they ever found out who the woman was and who had killed her. But now, I can't find that article anywhere.
What do you think about that?
Intriguing, yet confusing.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's like I would be hesitant myself to reach out on the basis of something like this to law enforcement. And I'm not saying that anyone else should do the same, but I would feel I think that would be a difficult thing. So I think if you are correct, then all of a sudden, why do you know this? And I don't think they're going to think much of you saying the vibes told me. And if you're wrong, then, I guess there's no harm done there. You just get the brush off. But it's always seemed kind of loaded to me. I know when during some of the missing persons cases that I've bumped up against over the course of my life, psychics have tried to get involved, and I don't know, by and large, they were not met with much enthusiasm. I think probably just because there have been so many of them who are bullshit artists.
Well, nobody wants to end up like Etta Smith, do they?
Etta Smith.
So Etta Smith is a very famous case. Etta Smith was not psychic. I think she was like a secretary or something that just worked in a business. And she kept getting visions about a woman being murdered near where she lived. Like overpowering emotions and a connection to this murder. And so she went to the police and said, I think there's been a murder, and said, I think the body is in such and such an area, da-da-da-da-da. So the police went and they found a body. And it was the body of a murdered woman. And so they arrested her and charged her with murder, because their thought was exactly, how do you know where this body is? Of
course.
If you haven't killed her. I mean, they eventually let her go because there was absolutely no evidence to prove she had anything to do with it. And it turned out that she had been murdered by, I think it was her ex-boyfriend and his brother or something. They got him, but it was all, they wouldn't have found him if it wasn't for this woman. And I think it featured on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries in the 90s. So Etta Smith, she's interviewed in it as well, talking about what happened. It's a fascinating case because she says, I'm not psychic. I don't know why they asked me to help find her body, but they did, and I did. And I'm glad I did.
I'll be damned. Well, good for her. And I think it's great having the stones to reach out like that. I just don't know that I would.
I think she was just sick of being bothered by visions. I think it was the fact, Brennan, it wouldn't leave her alone. She kept being constantly. So she felt she had to do it to stop this harassment from the other side or wherever it was. But yeah, if you find the episode, I'm not sure which episode, but if you type Etta Smith, and a dead body, I'm sure you'll be able to track down articles about it, because she did loads of interviews, and like I say, I think she was on Unsolved. She's definitely on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries, I think, talking about quite a big segment.
Fascinating. Because my experience with that kind of thing is obviously, it's just anecdotal, but there was the fellow from Revelstoke, the several fellows from Revelstoke who were trying to dowse for minerals on a mining map. And past a certain point, their pendulums wouldn't work anymore. So they kind of reached out, sort of, I guess, like through meditation or something. And they were told that there is a missing person here, and that I am that missing person, and you should come to find me. But I also know someone else who claims that missing person is in a completely different part of town and underwater. And so then, of course, I approached a remote viewer, and, they gave me a completely different response, which wasn't either of those two things. Essentially, what I came to realize is, because they were not the only person to have what seemed to be a psychic message from this missing person drawing them south of town. But the other person actually did tell the police, and the police went and followed up the tip, and of course they found nothing. But essentially what it seemed to be is that there was something out there in the ether calling to people and saying, hey, come find me. Come alone, come find me. And I don't think anything that calls you out to the forest under false pretenses it has your best interest in mind. And of course, then I was contacted on Instagram, as we discussed, by someone through the Ghost Story Guys account, someone with a pretty sizable account of their own. And they basically claimed that they had been contacted through a series of dreams by a young woman who was doing the same thing. She was saying, hey, I was kidnapped and I was killed. My mother, she really needs to know that that she can move on. And this spirit had told her all this information. But when I broke it down for this person who was telling me this, I said, have you noticed that all the information they gave you was very emotionally based? But there's no facts. There's nothing that you can follow up on. If they can give you all this information and they can tell you their first name, they can tell you their last name too. And the fact that they haven't suggests to me that something is trying to fuck with you to get you, because it was also trying to get her to come out to the forest, come out. I think it was a marsh. Come out to the marsh. I'm in the marsh. You have to find me. You have to find me and like set me free and set my family free from their grief or their worry. And I tried to tell this person, I said, I'm sorry. I know you wanted to help this person that's coming to you, but I don't think they're being honest about who or what they are. And they just never responded to any of the messages.
What First Nation had that land?
Oh, I don't know. It was Pacific Northwest, so I'm not sure who was up there.
Might be worth delving into that and see if there's anything.
How do you mean?
In regards to see if there are any legend or stories in regards to it. There may
that's a good point.
There could be a trickster or an elemental that's been there for time immemorial, and therefore there may be local First Nation stories about a similar series of accounts or something that you could tie perhaps into that indigenous culture.
That's a great point. I hadn't considered that. Once this person stopped responding, I just kind of left it where it was. I actually ended up writing a Fear Daily story inspired by it, but that's as far as I ever took it.
It's worth it because the way it behaves, it would seem to be enticing, and you only have to look at most indigenous cultures around the world. They will always have stories about certain creatures that entice people away from the safety of the crowd or the safety of the village or the safety of the fire into lonely parts of the local area or to places where they can't be seen or heard. And it could be something like that. It'd be intriguing to find out more, I think.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. I can't believe it hadn't occurred to me, but I'm going to see what I can do about looking into it.
I have my moment.
All right, so now for the thrilling conclusion. Meghan says, "This was my first encounter that was intense in the way of the unresolved business of spirits. Frank hasn't come to me since, and I never received any visit or communications from the woman, Vanessa. In my further experience with situations like these, when spirits want to reach out to help get things resolved, I'll feel it, and I'll know it. I'm grateful to Frank for protecting me all those years from the portal-making, not-so-nice entity, and I hope that the young woman's situation he showed me, and his own, has been resolved. I tuned recently to see if I could talk to Frank or Vanessa, but all I got was a feeling of peace, of resolution. If one day he or Vanessa come to me for help, I will gladly do it. Until then, if that ever happens, it's all about one word that sums up everything I've been learning about both worlds and how they intersect every day in all our lives. Timing. Winter bled into a frigid Saturday in March. Me and my sister were wrapped in our shit it's cold finest. And doing our Saturday routine of patronizing the neighborhood shops. After coffee, we landed at the vinyl and antique shop that she loved to frequent. Before my mentorship with Kate, I had learned how to center myself, so the antique side wasn't so overwhelming. And I never spoke to the owner about his haunted door either. We entered the store and I was greeted by the familiar excited feeling that prickled at my sides and made me want to believe the world was at my fingertips. But this excitement wasn't my own. It never had been in this store. But this trip was different. I wasn't tuned in. I had my psychic sunglasses on, if you will. This was part of learning energetic boundaries, so paranormal experiences wouldn't happen to me at random points in the day. It was all part of me learning how to phase in and out of the other side's business. But this super excitement was more charged than it had ever been, and I couldn't shake it no matter how many times I X'd out of the paranormal around me. So I listened. The spirits attached to the antiques were so excited, because they finally had the opportunity to tell the owner how much his care and attention meant to them. They showed me in images and feelings of the owner, being very particular about who takes home an antique, making sure they're going to a good home. From there, because of the spirits going to good homes that match what they needed to learn/heal/process, they're able to cross over. They described him as their personal ferryman to the afterlife. They wanted me to express their gratefulness to him. It was a busy Saturday in there, and I stood off to the side so I was out of the way of shoppers as I contemplated their request. This was the first time I was getting a request like this from spirits. I'd never imagined myself doing in-person on-the-spot readings in grocery stores or coffee shops. It gave me so much anxiety to think how I would go about it, but I also didn't want to disappoint the spirits. They truly were so excited to finally be able to tell them thank you, and honestly, I had signed on for these types of interactions and responsibilities. Well, of course, there's always a choice and free will with anything. I felt like this was something that I really wanted to do for them as a person and as a medium. As I stood in line with my sister and got closer to the register where the store owner stood at the register, Images flashed in my mind like paintings. Feelings flooded my senses along with a word. Abel. A father figure stepping forward, but still hiding in the shadows. Then the picture of a lake house. The sense of 2 kids, and the eagerness for the owner to open a second location in the next 5 years. I was sweating and overwhelmed. The string lights seemed fluorescent. The oak paneled wood cabinets that held the vinyl selections darkened and almost disappeared. I was able to calm myself until a woman stepped out from the back and approached the register. I knew that woman was his partner and that they were married, but that was about it. Once I laid eyes on her, the sensations and images became stronger, more colorful, more insistent, and more urgent. My sister was talking with the owner about her purchases, but I could barely make out what they were saying. It felt like I was battling to stay present while my sixth sense was being overstimulated. Once we left, I told my sister everything as we walked back home. I blurted out, "I have to tell him." My own sentence caught me off guard. Sure, I'd picked up small things here and there while I was around people, but I just closed the connection and kept going. This was the first time I had ever said that I had to tell a person what I'd received. I knew I had to take this seriously and felt an ever-growing persistence to approach the owner about what I'd seen and heard. I volleyed back and forth with myself, my anxiety through the roof. I weighed if it was ethical to tell him and feared rejection or being called a fraud once I started to explain who I was and what I was able to do. And if he did, I knew I just had to take it at face value and leave. If he didn't want to hear about it or wasn't open, then I wasn't going to deliver the message. The spirit world would understand. Boundaries were to be kept, no matter what stage of life or afterlife you were in. The next day, I marched over to the vinyl shop 30 minutes until closing so I could catch him, hopefully without any customers. Lo and behold, a regular was there and talked his ear off until closing. I tried to wait as long as possible, but it was 6 p.m. sharp, and that was that. I left the store, stepping back into the cold bite of winter's last hurrah before spring. I stood on the curb feeling stupid and lame and defeated. The antique spirits were calling me back inside, begging me not to leave. I turned and saw the regular leave. This was my chance. I beelined it back into the store and said breathlessly, "Hi, I'm sorry I know you're closed, but can I ask you a question?" He nodded, and without breathing, I said, "I'm a psychic medium, and yesterday I received some messages for you that I thought you might want to hear if you're open to that." His expression was not one of disgust or rejection, just genuine curiosity. He said that he wasn't really sure if he believed in mediums and trailed off. I responded, "Listen, I know. There are a ton of fakes out there." He laughed and agreed, said he was open to hearing what I had to say. He had some interest in the paranormal and smoke cleansed his store with Palo Santo before opening every day. And he said he knew me as Shannon's sister. I smiled and clutched my purse for dear life as I began. Since the reading contained a lot of personal things, I won't go into much detail, but this cold reading was a game changer for me. It was filled with validation not only for myself, but for the vinyl owner. With this reading, I also started to receive my first symbols, images that spirits give me that are attached with meanings behind them. These symbols will be used by all spirits and can help them get their point across without having to expend too much energy to communicate with me. Also, using these symbols will help newly passed spirits to speak with me better, because images are easier for them, rather than full sentences. After I gave him his reading, he thanked me and I promptly left. I had so much adrenaline. I walked up and down the boulevard and back again to my apartment. This was my point of no return. I was in it now, and doing this. I was set to establish myself in my community and beyond as someone who would help others and spirits along in their journeys and be a force for positivity and healing. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you so much again for reading my story. I really wanted to write this new chapter down to remember for myself, but also as a thank you to the Ghost Story guys. The paranormal is such a huge part of my life, and the fact that I've been able to find solace and comfort in my abilities instead of fear and confusion is in huge part thanks to you. Brennan and Paul, you really helped me come out of my paranormal shell, which was a major step for me to even start seeking help and answers for all the activity I was experiencing. On top of reading my first story on your podcast and not only gaining your invaluable insight, but the insight of your paranormal community meant so much to me. It's hard to be taken seriously and believed and accepted with this line of work, and finding a home in TGSG, podcast, and the supportive community you've built has been a dream come true. Also, I wanted to really thank you for sticking up for the LGBTQIA+ community that I'm proudly part of. With the world seemingly going to shit, it is so uplifting and comforting to hear you guys speak up on your platform about the basic human rights that are in danger. Thank you so much for all that you do. I will always be listening. And Meghan, it is our honor to share this story, to share your story, to know that we had even a small part in helping you come to terms with this and access it and develop it is an unbelievable honor.
Just shows the real power we wield, Brian.
That's right. The dangerous power we wield.
And it's also nice that Meghan feels comfortable enough to share this with us as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. No, it's a real gift. It's a real gift. And again, Meghan, we're honored by that. So thank you so much. And thank you to everyone listening. Thank you to everyone who's been listening so far, who's been enjoying Meghan's story across these 4 episodes. And yeah, it's been a wild ride. We're coming up on the end of the 10th year. Or sorry, the beginning of the 10th year of Ghost Story Guys. January 17th will be 10 years. Or 10th season, at least. It works out weirdly, but it's the 10th season.
Champers all round.
I got some in my fridge.
Get the Lanson out.
Lanson?
It's my favourite of the lower end tipple.
Ah, okay. I got whatever was cheap champagne. I got to combine it with absinthe, make myself some death in the afternoons one of these days. On that note, we are going to head out again. Thank you so much to Meghan. I cannot tell you how much we appreciate it. Good luck in your adventures. I am grateful that you're out there helping folks because it's a difficult thing and a needed thing. And again, it's comforting knowing you're out there.
Mm-hmm. Very much.
All right. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Hey there, listeners. Before you reach for that skip 15 seconds ahead button, I promise you this isn't an ad. We wanted to take a minute to talk to you about mental health. On this show, I've always tried to be as honest and open as possible about my struggles with depression and anxiety, because even though we've come a long way towards acknowledging the very real damage these things can do, there is still way too much lingering stigma about reaching out for help. And when you start to feel like there's no help, it's easy to start feeling like there's no hope. But Paul has joined me today to remind you there is always hope and there's always help.
We're not going to try and talk you out of self-harming right now, because we know that's not how it works. Instead, what we wanted to do was tell you something now and hope that should things get bad, you'll remember it and make a phone call or send a text message before you make any permanent decisions. As someone who knows all too well just how important mental health can be, it's never too late to reach out.
In Canada, the number to call is 133-456-4566. In the USA, the new number to call is 988. That's 988.
In the UK, the number to call is 116-123 or text SHOUT, that's SHOUT, to 85258. In Australia, the number to call is 131114.
However bad shit seems, it will pass. And no matter what your brain might be telling you at any given moment, and believe me when I say I know this intimately, there are people who love you and people who care deeply about how you treat yourself. Should a time come when you find yourself despairing, please know that we've both been where you are, and there is a way back to the world. Take care. You made it.
I'm still here.
Well, I'm still here too, and there's like a bunch of skeletons with headphones on.
I've just had to beat Tiny Tin off with his own crutch.
Oh boy. Yikes.
I didn't realise what that would sound like until it came out of my mouth, which is not the first time I've said that.
I wasn't sure.
No, I wasn't trying to be rude. And then when I said it, I realised that could be construed as rude.
I don't know how it could be construed as anything but.
Just like to clarify.
Coming back from an edit where Paul tried to clarify his position and actually made things much worse, let's just say that we wish everyone a Merry Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, 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 indeed. Yes, no. Again, that was the longest show we have ever done and likely that we will ever do. But again, we wanted to give you folks a supersized gift for Christmas. And I believe that the whole spooky affair did just that. So, Paul, my friend, we're going to do our Patreon live stream at the end of the month, but there will be no Talk Spooky next week. The next show that comes out This will be coming out on December 23rd. So the next show will be out on January 6th with episode 231, which will be a listener stories episode. And again, Paul and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for still being there. And again, it's been a very strange year. In some ways, it's been very good. In others, it's been a real kick in the dick for both of us. I think we've both kind of had some pretty serious ups and downs this year.
Yes, but we're still here, and we're very thankful that you're all still here too. And I hope you've got everything you wanted under the tree, and more so beside.
100%. Again, wherever you are, whoever you're with, hug the ones you love, and if you can't, well, we're here. We're mentally hugging you. We give a shit. We love you. December is such a weird time of year. I both love the snow and hate the snow, and it feels both cozy and also constricting. And ever since I moved away from home, it's been strange not being with my family during the holidays. And I've kind of found an equilibrium with it, but there is still part of me that misses them every year when I'm not there.
Yes. I miss the days of spending 4 days in my pajamas and just having a variety of relatives give me presents over that period. I miss those days.
It's a simpler time.
Yes. Watching Bagpuss.
Maybe not that simple. All right, guys. Well, you know where to find us. We're not going to do all that stuff. It has been a very long show. And so we're just going to say thank you. We will be back in 2 weeks' time with episode 231. Until then, we will say Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year.
And into the darkness we go. It's a real strain of anti-intellectualism going through British television at that time. Just going to throw it out there. Now come along, kids, let's burn these books. Come along, Flop Diddley, play the book burning song. Knowledge is scary, knowledge is bad.
Have you been talking to the chemtrails people again? Okay.
No, I'm cutting that out of the show. We're just not. Nope.